rolling through the air. The pain I felt is paid for, all is said and done. Oh, I am restricted, fixed upon the web. I need to kick the habit that my mind is breathing in. Break out, I've got to see. Spent all my life holding all of it closely. I played it innocent, a feel of discontent. I'm finally facing it all, fearless. Burning the bridge that keeps us. I'm here and I'm feeling fearless. Exaggerated, that's what you assume. The story's over now, I must conclude. I am conflicted, watching where I step still, hanging in the balance. Not the life I want to live, I want to take it all. Standing tall, fear outweighed the person you are. Oh, break out, I've got to see. Spent all my life holding all of it closely. I played it innocent, a feel
ocean in my head, because there are so many things that I left unsaid. I can almost feel you walking in the distance, but I know that is not reality. If you are echoing around inside these parallel dimensions all alone, know I'll find you in my dreams. My heart rages around like an ocean in my head. I can almost feel you walking in the distance, but I know that is not reality. If you are echoing around inside these parallel dimensions all alone,
the sun. To dream, believe in strength. Now I'm the only one, only one. I was an ordinary boy until I broke the rules. My life destroyed, life destroyed. Until I walk awake, scream my mind, I shout, the ground shakes. How much can I take? My mind will break. Will it break? Can I take? Can I be your superhero? Superhero. Can I be your superhero? Superhero. 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 Fly away. It's the first time of today. Today. To dream, believe. You are the strength, you're all I need. Need. Oh, gonna give it a shot. Only one of me to shield you all from the enemy. You're superhero. You're superhero.
Name is Kronos, of course. Joining me today, I got Warren 1X. I'm not sure what the 1X stands for, but I can tell you something really quick. He's from Czechoslovakia, and not really. I think Czech Republic. Almost. Did I butcher that, Warren? I went crazy about it first, but you know what? I don't want to talk any further. I'll give the stage to Warren. Warren, what's up? Nice to meet you, and looking forward to casting with you today, buddy.
Thanks for lovely intro, Kronos. Thanks for having me. And well, Czechoslovakia is no longer together, so it's just Czech. But we still hold out for our Slovakian brothers. So of course, if we will see them in today's tournament, you'll be or I will be hyping them up. And we have some strong contenders in the form of 4 seasons, but we will not be watching 4 seasons in this first round, I believe, because we have someone else. And they already went with their bands through. But how do you like the bands so far?
Yeah, I think at the moment we have Cartuzzi Mafia versus Axis, if I'm not wrong. And looking at the band so far, you have, of course, that Matilda on the blue side being picked up is really strong in the current meta. The Valentina being taken also with the Granger. So they definitely have the range. They have the early game prowess. And they definitely will be fighting for river control. And they're looking for that big level 4 power spike. But on the red side, they have the Lucas. They have the Suyo. Iritel for the counter against the Granger. The Kufra is really divey, right? This is a really divey composition coming in from the red side. And for the final pick, they need some sort of a mid laner. They need a little bit of control. I think it's best if they go for a Vexana, even possibly an Aurora, but they're thinking because they have a Valentina on the other side, do we want to give away such power for ultimates? Even the V4MS here might do well. And this Boxia definitely is a threat because of his faster rotation. So if you ask me, this final pick is going to be a big difference maker.
I think they could hover for Xavier. Oh, it's going to be Xavier. I believe that was their only real option. Like Cecilion is out, so you cannot have that. Luigi is out as well. So the most logical. Also, when Vexana steals your ult with Xavier, it's not so bad actually. Or not Vexana, sorry, Valentina, of course. Steals your ult. It's not such a bad thing because you can still dodge it, and it should be quite alright. By the compositions, I am a little bit scared though for the red side team's early game. I don't know how they want to survive that.
I mean, you're right. That's why I was thinking. Maybe I was actually thinking in the way of a Farsha. If they went for a Farsha right now in the current meta, she's one of the strongest mages. Actually counters the Valentina as well. Yes, the Valentina can steal away that big feathered airstrike, but it's gonna be difficult to kind of be doing out the same amount of damage output that a Farsha can do. So maybe they all opted to go for the Xavier, like you mentioned, because of the Valentina part. And yes, you're right, that late game is what they want to fight for. The early game, they're going to be relying a lot on the Irithel to kind of keep the Granger in check and looking for the Suyo to snowball right off the bat. So, but on the blue side, they want that level 4. Once they hit level 4, that first turtle, you're gonna see a bloodbath. Because ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, friends of all ages, game number 1, match number 1 tonight at the quarterfinals of the V4MS seasonal finals, brought to you by Surge Europe. Cartuzzi Mafia on the blue side, Axis on the red. I am Kronos, your caster, bringing you that analysis. And today we have a play-by-play, but of course, Warren 1X from Czech Republic.
All right, thanks for lovely intro once again, moving us into the match. And so far it looks pretty tame, but Matilda is already on the move. She could be trying to set up something in the bottom side, but doesn't look like, because Baxia is trying to farm his level 4 yet. As we have already, oh, Kufra trying with some plays into midline, but he took so much damage for that attempt and taunted as well. That wasn't quite alright for him, and I think he will rethink his next move now.
Yeah, he's got to think of his next move really carefully, because he wants to dive in, and they have a very divey composition. You can see the Flicker on the bot side already on towards the Granger.
On the bottom side, you are completely right, and Flicker already burned. Unfortunately, we weren't able to catch that quite alright, but action happening on the top side as well. Sissy looking very bad into this Lucas, and that's a surprise for me, because Sissy usually stomps everyone in the XP lane.
Yeah, you're right. That's what I was thinking of. How can a CC lose? That just means that, yes, King Forsaka in this game has a much better laning opposition, like much better lane control compared to his opposition, which is Statue. Which, you know what? I know Statue a little bit, but I don't think he should be playing like that. I'm going to taunt him after the game, but the turtle's up and they might be looking for a fight.
You're absolutely right, they are moving in the positions, and Sissy is now in the top side regenerating some health back, so she could be joining that fight. So is still on his orange buff, trying to soak up the most XP he can, and maybe even getting level 6. I'm not sure if he can quite get that, he will be pretty close to that though, but fight is already started in the mid side, and Nymph has to jump out of the action and getting chunked in the beginning of the fight, and now giving some damage back to his opponents, but Turtle has to... Oh, that's a beautiful Xavier ult, forcing enemies to even recall maybe and leave the turtle for their enemies, but they don't look like they want to back down, continue for a fight, and Kuba is getting the turtle, but now he has to run for his life with the rest of the team, and he will be alright. Lucas tanked so much.
Yeah, I think at this game, right, it was really clear why they wanted to go for the Lucas. And also, the plan for King Forsaka was just make sure he had a lot of HP, make sure he had a lot of regen ability, and that's what he did. He went into the team fight, had the Vengeance, popped it on, went for the flash step, and then pushed them back. So basically, when you use the skill 2 of the Lucas, you're able to go behind the opposition when you use the basic attack. So that kind of being the difference maker and pushing them away, chain CCing them, and making sure they're brought to the front line. And then all of a sudden,
obliterated in the top side. We didn't even see it, but he got destroyed by Valentina and CC together. He got one-shotted completely.
Yeah, I think off camera, the first blood going into the hands of Statue the King, finally able to do something. But here on the bot side, Sedley,
he could be in trouble, but he will be fine because the rest of the team joins in, so they will defend this tower at least for now and trying to chase for Sedley, but there is Nymph that's trying to follow. Oh, Valentina gets obliterated so quickly.
Yeah, that was just instant delete, right? It felt like he was typing something and then he had to backspace, but he's like, you know what? Let me just press delete. And all of a sudden, Valentina just got deleted from the Land of Dawn instantly. Having a Purify, not able to do much, but right now they're fighting for some river control. Cartuzzi Mafia still able to get a little space around the map.
It's quite interesting because we were talking about Axis moving into the late game mostly, and that's where they have most of their power. But they are completely taking the early game. At least it looks like, even though the gold is equalized, that it's not really in the favor of neither of the teams. Turtle will be spawning now, and Suyo is not in position to contest that. So in position of Axis, you really want to just slow them down and wait for your Suyo to join in. Let's see how that will roll out for them.
Yeah, they gotta make sure it rolls out well. But you know what? Who else likes rolling out? This box here in the hands of Polishing. He wants to roll in while they see him hating, and all of a sudden they might get the turtle. He's just trying to go for the steal, guiding win, but here Kufra might jump in.
A fight happening, Xavier with an ult, and now it's an engage with Lucas in the front. He's trying to CC them up, but getting chunks in the process. Johnny Sins is the first one to die, and Sheriff has to run from the fight, but King Saka pays with his life. The bloody price for tanking this long. But now Suyo is still trying to finish the turtle. Baxia is trying to run around for the securing smite, and we will see who will get it. Probably Suyo. He gets the better of it. But now Baxia is trying to jump back into the fight, but he has to run immediately because you don't want to fight it. No, not enough members, not quite nearly enough members for continuation of that fight in the favor of Cartusi Mafia. Great turtle take from Axis.
Yeah, I think Axis at this point able to get not just one but two turtles in their hand, right? Kuba. Okay, Kuba. I was gonna say Kuba. KLD. I was like, you know what? I'm probably spelling it wrong, but right now Lucas has tanked quite a lot of damage in all these team fights, right? And he's been doing a brilliant job. And this is where the Lucas wants to be. But on the bot side, though,
happening on the bottom side, and this was so quick I couldn't even take over the board for that action. Granger getting immediately bursted down and not even able to flicker out.
Yeah, I think the plan is quite straightforward for Axis. They gotta go dominate that early game like we spoke about in the draft, and that's what they've been doing. And now, the longer this game goes, the stronger Nymph is gonna get on this Xavier. And he's gonna have a much better time compared to everybody else. He just doesn't want to be poked out, which the Granger wants to do. That's why you can see there's Matilda, Johnny Zins, at this moment just protecting the Granger as much as possible, playing the role of a bodyguard, not a teacher this time.
Iba wants to cook something up here, and he wants to take some kills in revenge, but Sisi is able to jump out with her mobility. That's just enough. But now maybe Cartusi Mafia trying to go for a play in the mid side. Eritel getting chunked up, but she will be able to jump out from this trouble.
Yeah, able to jump out, but looks like Kufra wanted to jump in. Not just yet, realizing no damage dealers present. But guess what? Granger found himself a bot tier 1 tower, and now they might be looking on the invade.
Oh, it definitely looks like an invade, but Suyo now against 4 members. I don't know if you want to do that, but he is quite mobile in that regard, so he is able to jump out from this.
Yeah, quite mobile indeed, and you can see Johnny Sins taken down low as well. Turtle is up. They want to get this neutral objective.
1v1? Not actually 2v2, 2v1 with Kufra and Iritel bursting down Granger. But now the rest of Cartusi Mafia will try to go for this fight in the top side because they know Kufra is nowhere to be seen and Iritel is probably still on the bottom side, so they will get their hands on the turtle. And now they are getting something done back in return, and they have equalized the goal lead.
Yeah, they definitely equalized the goal lead at this point. It's looking close, though. But Cartusi Mafia, they need to get this mid-game power spike. If not, if it goes past 12 minutes, this Xavier is going to start hurting.
Oh, I think he already hurts. We saw that crazy team fight where Xavier hit, I believe, 3 people already, and it was so much burst damage on the back line of Cartusi Mafia. So they really need to keep in mind that you don't really have targets that can tank the damage. Oh, because there's something starting up by Kufra, but I don't think he wanted that. He gets super chunked, but in return, Sisi gets chunked as well, and Johnny Sins too. So maybe in the end it was quite alright, and Suyo with a split push on the top side in the meantime.
Yeah, in the meantime, he did get that. You know what, Warren, I wanted to ask you, because I know Johnny Sins is probably a teacher, a bodyguard, even you know, a delivery man. But in this case, Johnny Sins is the engager.
Oh, he looks definitely like that, and probably he can fulfill a role even of some utility sort. But we need to think about that a little bit later, because Baxia now with the defense trying to keep this tower alive, but he cannot quite do that. And Chief will get out from this.
Yeah, I think in this game, right, Johnny, since the circling eagle is gonna be the engaged tool. Oh my goodness, not now.
This doesn't look all right for Johnny since he gets one shot and rest of Axis fights on because they have numbers advantage. They were all hit in the back line and now Granger is super low, so jumping back in and back out. Kubal, crazy movement by this Suo and securing the one team fight and maybe even an evade that comes from that because Baxia is alone and he cannot really defend his jungle.
Yeah, polishing not looking good. Oof. Gets taken out, even taking out, you know, another one. Polishing as well as Catboy just deleted off the Land of Dawn, and that just shows what the power of the Suyo is. We were talking a little bit earlier off stream, Warren. You know what this Suyo can do, why the Suyo plays a completely different game. He's the current most meta jungler, and you gotta respect that, but giving that away, you're just asking for trouble.
It definitely looks like it. It doesn't look like they had a plan for the Suo according to the current score of the game. So far it looked alright, but now it looks so bad and another kill should go in the favor of Axis. Alright, not this one at least, but Lord will be joining soon. I'm not sure, was it Lord taken? I believe it was the Lord taken, right? So he will be spawning pretty soon in the top side, and that means Axis will be getting their hands on more resources. And since they are playing pretty much together, you really don't have any opening to focus on. And if you look at the Suo, he's level 15, the first level 15 on the map. What can you do about him? He's so slippery, and when you move towards him, you get bursted down so quickly. He's full damage, and there is so much punch he packs.
Yeah, he definitely packs a punch right now. Has a lot of penetration items. All depends on Sedley, though. Is he gonna jump? This Kufra is gonna be on the one making the play. The Lord already taken down. Holy Shields is still there, and here you go, Kufra trying to jump in. Oh!
It looked like something might be happening, but didn't in the end. Only thing that's happening is that Axis are getting more and more money. Oh, Suo actually with some action just when we say and when we talk about it, and now it looks like a pretty much domination from the side of Axis. They are getting enemies bursted down so much, but Kufra will pay for his actions. But CC goes down as well. Now it's Granger, and they've tried to go for more. King Saka dying. But I don't think that's quite good enough of a fight to continue, because you don't have Suo anymore. He moved out. I think they were a little bit not in a sync. They weren't on the same page, and now Kuba could be paying for that, because now he is alone. But doesn't look like someone wants to chase him down, so he will be alright, thanks to his level 15 and being so far ahead.
Yeah, I think at the moment it's going well for the side of Axis. Yes, Kuba wasn't there in the team fight. He had a different priority. He kind of wanted to take down the tower, looking to flank from the side. But, you know, Sedley jumping in on that Kufra was a forced kind of situation. I feel like he just felt like he wanted to make the play. You know, internally when we're playing tanks, as a tank player myself, when my team is pushing the Lord, sometimes I'm just like, I want to do it. And that's what he went to do. But unfortunately, it wasn't the right timing. But good fortune for them that they were in a very good position for them to not let anything slip. 6k goal lead means that you can do a lot more, and that's why you can see Sedley right now just scouting out the bushes and taking away the attention of Cartuzzi Mafia just about 15 seconds before this Lord spawns, and it's going to be something that both teams will have to contest. Otherwise, Cartuzzi Mafia are going to have a hard time to try and defend. Glowing wand in the hands of the Valentina, but Kuba looking to take down Catboy.
And you really... Oh, and he will go for that. And now Granger with his only mobility spell burned down. And he is able to jump out with a flicker. But now Kufra could be in trouble. Even though Lord is on the top side, you don't have Suo that could start it. You have Suo right in the thick of the fight. And he gets taken down first. And now you just chase down the Kufra. And that might be the opening that you needed to get back in the game. You should use this to your advantage, because there could be no more windows than this one.
Saka? Oh no, I thought he was gonna make a play, but you know, feels like definitely Kuba wasn't having a good time. He's probably listening to KSI's music to be in the thick of it, but right now the Lord is up there trying to take it down. Advantage Cartuzzi Mafia because they have the smite.
And now you have to play it. Xavier missing everything, doesn't really connect with some damage, but then he continues, so Johnny Sins gets at least bursted down. And now it's Lucas that gets zoned by CC, and they will try to do it 3v5. Not getting the Lord though, they are still trying to go through with the fight. Chief dies though, and now it's Saka as well, and only Nymph remains. Xavier 0 deaths, and still with a flicker up, so he will be fine. But Lord in the hands of Cartusi Mafia, and gold basically equalized. That means there is still hope for Cartusi Mafia, and they are still a solid opponent in this game for Axis.
Oh, he got out!
He didn't get out quite 100%. He got caught even after flickering out. That's the problem of Xavier. He's not really mobile, and he's getting caught for his trespassing. And that's really troublesome, because now, okay, you traded polishing for Nymph, so you don't have that frontline Baxia, but you still have so much damage in the rest of the team, and enemies cannot follow through with the Xavier, and there will be a fight happening in the mid lane over this tower. But Chief gets the better of Johnny Sins, but gets traded as well, with Granger finishing him off. And now it's Sissy dying in the hands of Statue. Oof. Kills have been traded back and forth, and this looked very bad at one moment for the blue side. And in the end, it's all right. You have longer time in the game, you can scale up, but the problem is that you really don't have that scaling, I believe.
Yeah, you're right. If you're Cartusi Mafia right now, you're relying so much on the poke, right? You need the poke coming out from the Granger. You need the poke coming out from the Valentina. Your finisher, if the Granger is down, the game is over for the side of Cartusi Mafia. So right now, Catboy needs to be really careful when he's trying to do any sort of engage, trying to shut the damage, and of course a lot on the hands of Johnny Sins to actually scout out these bushes in this game. So Cartusi Mafia relying heavily, as you can see, they're doubling down, giving both these buffs towards the Granger, the purple and the orange. Right now, double buffed, ready to go. Axis at this point, they have all day to play for. As you can see, Sedley here gets power in these bushes as well, and now they might be looking to go for a play.
It looks like, oh, that's a great poke coming from Granger into Lucas, who should be definitely on the tankier side of Axis team. Just imagine if that shot connected on Chief, for example, or Xavier. That would be crazy damage coming their way. And even though Granger is not the best late game carry, he's still a carry in the late game. And there's a fight happening, so we have to stop speaking about that, and we have to start speaking about Sadly trying to engage that. It ended up sadly for him, but who might be on the wrong side of history as well is Catboy, who gets caught in the crossfire and gets bursted even before able to flicker out. So that means no orange buff, no purple buff, and the most important, no Granger for this Lord take from Axis.
Yeah, you're right. At this point, the Granger's not going to be present, so definitely the side of Axis have the Lord Pit under control, as you can see. Now it comes down to positioning and wave clear, and if you ask me, Cartusi Mafia don't have the amount of wave clear that they need. They're relying on this Granger for the damage, but they need someone to go and poke, and it comes down to Adidide. Are you serious? He just put his name as that song. I just realized that the Valentina definitely needs to has a big role to play right now in this defense. Needs to go dive into the back line, but unfortunately no flicker. 3 purifies to kind of respect the prowess of Sedley on this Kufra. That just means that Cartusi Mafia need to be praying on their knees for Axis to make a mistake. Although the Lord is marching down the top side, the waves look like they're going to be synced. Cartusi Mafia just waiting for the final nail in the coffin. Will Axis be able to put that through?
Let's see, because they are moving into the position still with a flank, what looks like to be a flank position. He will retreat from that, but Lord is already in the base. You need to make your move now. You need to make something happen, because if they can just finish the Lord, then you have no push anymore, and that's exactly what happened with Cartusi Mafia. Will they be able to defend the mid lane though? They have immortality on Statue, so he can be playing a little bit riskier right now. Oh, Kufra with a great engage. Xavier ult combining that, and now it's on completely destroyed Granger. Kufra is trying to jump out. He will survive, but the rest of the team for Cartusi Mafia, that cannot be said for them, because they are all dead. And together with CC, even though she has immortality, her base didn't have that luxury.
Yeah, that base definitely didn't have that luxury, right? you're looking for trouble when they saw the fact that they picked up heroes like a Baxia in the jungle. Yes, Baxia slowly making his way back in the meta, but he is much more preferred in the EXP lane because you just want to be a sandbag, not someone that can go and try and initiate fights. If you want to work it in the jungle, you need that mid lane control, which they kind of 50-50. They needed that early game in their hands. They needed that CC to kind of get that power going from the EXP lane, and we saw first blood being given away as well. So in this game, Cartuzzi Mafia, you can see a lot of gold medals, but they didn't get that trophy. At this point, Axis had a really good engage tool with this Kufra, of course, and at the same time, Masaka was tanking down so much damage. Don't be fooled by that silver medal, because he was definitely doing a lot more compared to anyone else on the team. And once you have high ground like that Xavier, mobility like Kuba on that Suyo, and also Chief on that Iritel, you're just looking for trouble on the other side. So really well played from the side of Axis. And Cartuzzi Mafia need a different game plan for game number 2, right, Warren?
Absolutely right. But I think we also have to highlight, even though you already hyped up Axis and they performed very well, they had a great tank in the form of Lucas. He was making so much space for the rest of his team. That's definitely correct. But also we have to establish that with composition, with Axis had playing out the early game the way they did, means that their prowess was really on a high level, at least in this one. Because with that composition, playing out the early game in your favor, so much in your favor, is a great accomplishment, because usually you would be waiting for Xavier to scale up, you would be waiting for Iritel to come back with some items, and it should be, the ball should be on the field, on the side of the field of the enemies, but Axis were able to turn this upside down, flip it on their head, and take the control almost immediately coming from the early game. Even though the goal was equalized with their compositions in this context, it was very important that they were even in the early stage.
Yeah, you're right. It was absolutely important. It just came down to the draft because, like we mentioned earlier during the game before the draft as well, the side of Cartuzzi Mafia, they needed to win that early game. Not that they wanted to. Yes, they wanted to, of course, but they definitely needed to win that early game. Unfortunate that they weren't able to do so. And the side of Axis just needed to wait it out. The longer the game goes, the happier the Xavier is. And you saw it didn't go long enough for him to be dishing out that one-shot damage with that dawning light. But, of course, right now, they did take game number 1. It is a best of 3, the quarterfinals of the V4 Mobile Search Seasonal Finals. I'm Kronos, alongside me, of course, Warren, for game number 1, which already is in the favor of Axis. Now, game number 2 in match 1, we're going to find out who's it going to be. Because if you ask me, the draft right now looking a little more solid. You see the Matilda being banned out. You see the Lucas being taken away. That means the blue side definitely making sure that they don't get 2 power picks in the favor of Cartuzzi, while Cartuzzi are looking to not give away that solid power pick that can change the change the face of the game completely.
You're absolutely right. Lucas being off the table means that the draft at least will be going in a different direction. You need to think about other picks. You need to think about something else. And I think since Lucas is off the board, and Lucas really was the only hero I was seeing in competitive, being able to play out into CC, even though I was surprised by it in the game number 1, that tells me something which isn't really good for anyone who will be matching CC, because now we have no heroes that can match her, and I think she will be quite a power pick. I believe she could even be a priority since Heart is off the board, and then that opens up other carries as well, so you don't really need to prioritize that. But let's see where they go with the first pick.
At this point, Suyo is just open. Suyo is up for grabs. They don't have to think about it. Just insta-lock that Suyo. It worked out for Kuba really well. Oh my god. With forgetting Kalea's open, we're going to see that big fish in the Land of Dawn.
Alright, how you like that? But that means Suyo and Sissy could go in the hands of their opponents So I don't know how I view it, though. Kalia could be going in their hands as well, so that's like Mexican shootout, as they call it. Phoebus, you are collecting Phoebus, though. Sissy is a strong pick into him, and I only saw one Phoebus be able to play into Sissy, so maybe it will be this time again. Joy, of course, the logical pickup after Suo is off the board, taken with the enemy team, but it opens up a question: how will you respond to that high mobility of Kalia and Joy? Will you take Kufra? Because I think you need to take a respond very quickly, because then after this one pick of the red side you will have second ban phase, and that can get so much of the board again.
Yeah, at this point I feel like this Phoveus is definitely looking to just be in the face of the opposition, right? Completely, with the Suyo being taken away. You're right, you don't want to give away the Suyo, and I was thinking they're gonna pick up a CC on the side of Axis, but seems like they want to go for, again, securing sort of a late game composition with the Sicilian in the mid lane, with the Iritel. These heroes don't pair up well with the Kalea, right, in this game, because Kalea is looking for the pickoff. Yeah, so at this point right now, Kalea is looking for someone to kind of pair up well with, but this time not going for that just yet. So second phase of the draft is going to be super important for Axis, while right now the side of Team Cartuzzi Mafia have all the power. They can take out the CC after this. Right now, they just should go for a gold lane so it doesn't get choked out. But they go for the Hylos instead. Basically three frontliners at this point.
You're absolutely right. So that's very logical to ban out Joy, because now she cannot just jump around these three. And also with the Hylos pickup, you have a strong flex. He can be either roam or XP lane, so you have this option on your side. We saw him match up against XP laners quite well in the XP lane. He was matching even the strongest of them, even Sissy, and he was quite alright against her. So that could be an option. We will see where he will go in the end. And Bruno being banned out. So together with Harit and Granger, now that's quite a lot of carries, quite a lot of good carries off the board. But of course you have Iritel, so it's logical for you to ban out the carry even more.
It is. You need to kind of take out the carry, because you have a lot of frontliners. But also, there is the Beatrix that would work in theory, just because you want to kind of outrange the Iritel, you want to outrange the Sicilian a little bit, but you don't have a lot of lockdown power. You have the AoE control for sure. So you're right. I think in this case, the carry would be the right ban. But also having a mid laner left open, Farsa seems so good for the side of Axis. Sorry, for the side of Cartuzzi Mafia. But I think it just comes down to the comfort pick and what they want to go against. They take away Vexana. I was thinking about it, but with the last game not picking up the Vexana, just wasn't so sure. So it's just these teams have a really clear vision on what they want to do, but there are so many ways to do it. Just what will they pick up for their comfort? You got to go for a mid laner right now. Maybe even pick up a Valentina. But, oh no, whoa.
Whale?
What's going on?
I think that's quite rare to see Whale in competitive, if I'm correct. I think he's one of the most basic heroes and doesn't really have much of an outplay potential. So it's something that you usually do not see. We saw it actually in the Czech side of V4. We saw it in the Czech qualifier. One guy was playing Whale. He was playing it quite well, actually. He was using up the Scorch spell. I don't know if I say it right, but the Fire Blast that lets you push people away and do some damage. And it was working quite well for him. But I don't know, against Sicilian, against Iritel, I don't know how you match up to the range, and if they really collect on the Freya, you will get destroyed with Vale.
Yeah, but at the moment they opt for the Nolan. I like this draft coming out from the side of Axis. Really good. Get the early game with the Nolan. You want to go toe-to-toe against the Suyo. You're looking for the pick-off on the Whale as well. And now you're forcing the Whale on the Purify just because you have the Tigreal present, along with the Kalea slotting into the EXP. You have the AoE, you have the pick-off. It's a really good composition. Now on the other side, they don't have a lot of CC present apart from this Veil, all they have is like just going face front. They just want to steamroll you. It's like a train just running at you with this Hylos and this Phoveus. If you see these two heroes running at you, if you're a Sicilian or an Irtel, I'd be looking to run away. But they opt to go right now in the goal lane with this Moskov. I like the Moskov because he has the outplay potential. One of the top goal laners. So at the moment, I would still say the side of Axis have a much better draft, but Cartuzzi Mafia are again looking for an option to outplay the opposition.
I'm really curious about the matchup in the top line. I think I didn't see yet Kalia against Phoebus matchup, so I'm quite curious. They both seem be okay on the lane, so we will see. You had a prediction there. You were saying something about that matchup.
Yeah. So that matchup is basically going to be a dead lane. Like, no one's going to win, no one's going to lose. You're just going to keep fighting each other. You're just going to get your HP back, and you're good. It's like they're going to keep punching each other, but nobody's going to fall down. That's what we're going to see with the Kalea versus the Phoveus. But what they'll be looking for is being a problem in these team fights. Kalea is looking to make the play, while Phoveus just wants to keep going on top of the Irtel and the Sicilian. So Phoveus is looking to create the space for the Moskov, while on the other side, Kalea is looking to pick somebody off so it can be a 4v5. The play styles are very clear, but still, Cartuzzi Mafia don't have much of many options to try and take away this game. Axis, though, have a lot more to work around.
And also, I really like the first item pickup, even though it's the first item pickup, but I must highlight the Moscow going with the armor for that 1v1 potential, which I think could work in his favor. Let's see if he can use it to his advantage, but so far he's just chilling in the bush, so he will be not using it anytime soon. Axis were able to actually get the first priority in the mid lane, so they were able to move over to the Vision Crab, and we will see if they get it. I think Kuba Kubo got it actually, but certainly could be Pain with his life. He had to flicker out.
Yeah, he definitely had to flicker out at this game early on as well. So now he's not going to be having that flicker for the big play when it's level 4. So Cartuzzi Mafia can breathe a little bit more. But that's where Axis wants to force something out again.
Oh, forcing Nymph to flicker out, and Veil, even though a questionable pick in the draft, is actually the one to secure the first blood for Cartuzzi Mafia.
Cartuzzi Mafia finding a way to get the first blood, this time in the hands of the Veil. They're camping these bushes.
They're cooking something up. Kuba has to run away from his camp, and he might be even stopped from taking it. He still has smite, so let's see. Oh, I think he actually got it. And Johnny sends too deep for his liking, and now he will get picked up by Kuba Kubo. And now it's gold on Nolan. And Nolan, as we know, is much more snowbally in nature than your Veil on the other side. So that kill for Axis is much more important than for the side of Cartuzzi Mafia.
Yeah, at this point, Cartuzzi Mafia, they got to be careful, right? Because the Veil, all he wants is just one kill. And then after that, he's going to be faster than the other mid laner, and you're not going to catch him. And the not visible Veil is absolutely deadly because you're not going to know where he's going to knock you up from. But right now, Turtle in the hands of Cartuzzi Mafia quite comfortably.
Quite comfortably, I can say so as well. That was one of the most peaceful turtles that we definitely had on the tournament. But now, sadly, looks like he wants peace no more because he is level 4 and he is trying to cook something up in the bot side. He will get chased out by Johnny Zins, so there will be no gank action happening on Catboy, and he will be alright. But we have to look at the XP bars, and even though Chief looks like he has the same wave state as his opponent, he is almost half an level up. How did that happen?
Yeah, I think at this point, because Chief should be having the Host class, right? Should have probably a Host class at this moment. But at this point, with the heavy crossbow being present as well, they're looking for the pickup. Right now, the river control definitely the side of Team Axis. Just slowly moving. No, sorry, Cartuzzi Mafia. Was it? No, it's Axis, of course. They're slowly moving in and around the map, slowly making their way in towards the neutral objective. But on the top side, 1v1. Oof.
And there is Nolan trying to chase for Phoebus. He still has his flicker, so we will see if he will be able to get out. Kalia catches him off guard, and now there is Moscow, but he doesn't want to follow that one. Rest of the Cartusi Mafia were in no position to respond to that, so Moscow will be staying in the bottom side. Great pickup from Axis.
Pickup as well. Of course, they were able to get that kill right now, and at this point, I'm just trying to find a way how they can make a comeback for the side of Axis, because they want to play for the late game, and
Johnny
it's going
Zins
well.
Could be in trouble. He has to run out. He will be fine for now, but Turtle in 10 seconds, so that means Axis are in so much better position for the start of the Turtle.
At this point, the Turtle is up. The second Turtle of the game, again in the hands of Axis, the control. Cartusi Mafia need the Veil to be online, but not just yet. They want to engage.
Oh, that's a great engage. Great setup from Sadly, connecting with Kalia's ultimate, and now it doesn't look so hot for Cartusi Mafia. They are getting destroyed by the damage, but there is Moscow connecting to that fight, and you have lost your Nolan somewhere on the way. Now it's Chief running back into this fight, collecting Johnny Zins, and Chief is in the thick of the fight and connecting on Phoebus. That's getting immobilized, and Statue is trying to at least lay some damage back on the opponents, and even with a trade, killing Kalia. And maybe even able to escape. No, he will not be able to. But that was a fight that looked so well for Axis, and it completely fumbled and ended up in a favor of Cartusi Mafia, I believe.
Cartusi Mafia getting the better of the trade, but also Axis
with a 1v1, he killed. What happened on the mid lane? Eddie completely caught Nymph of his guard, and he had no flicker up, and he got the better of him. 2-0 Veil.
Yeah, the Veil actually caught him off guard, went for that Windblade combo, and then just burst him down. So that means he definitely has the damage at the moment, right? So the Veil is starting to look deadly, and even deadlier as we go late into the game. But he should be looking out for Kuba, because Kuba also 3-0 so far on the Nolan. That means he's having a good game. Both these teams not leaving and not giving any sort of advantage just yet. We'll be looking for the play with the neutral objective. The first tower on both sides is going to be super crucial for them to take away. As you can see, the heavy crossbow from Chief just to clear it out as well. The Moskov should be the target.
Moscow will definitely be the target, even though he has been able to manage so far 0-0-1. That's quite a right score for you if you want to scale. Oh, Johnny Zins could be getting caught. He is getting super bursted. Kalia connecting on Johnny Zins, and this Hylos will be going down pretty fast, and it's Hylos kill going in the favor of Axis.
Yeah, he tried to drop down the racetrack to run away.
There's
right?
a 1v1 on the top. Nolan has to run away from Suyo, and he will be able to. But this was a quick action. Moscow not even able to connect with his ult in time.
Yeah, the Turtle is going to be up. This is the third Turtle, and I think both teams will want to contest.
You are absolutely right, but Nolan is nowhere to be seen. He will have to run from the top side. But Moscow is moving on to the top side himself, so now you don't have enough members for Cartusi Mafia. I think you need to retreat from these positions. You have no option to collect on this.
Yeah, you can see it. Turtle.
They're still trying to fight it out though, and Statue will be going down for us together with Veil, and this was complete blunder from the side of Cartusi Mafia. I don't know what happened there. Even Polishing will be caught up by Flicker of Kalav, who has a gorgeous score of 0-1-8. Full on the utility side, making space for the rest of her team and making that place happen. I must remind you, there was nowhere, Moscow was nowhere to be seen on that fight, and he was farming on the top side of the map. I don't understand where was the disconnect coming from, because so far Cartusi Mafia were looking much better in this game than in the first one.
Yeah, I think right now Cartusi Mafia are definitely finding answers, but that last team fight, right? That last team fight where they went for the flicker. Sedley was the one who set it up. They actually pushed them back. It was a good play coming from Nymph as well, catching them off guard with the Sanguine Claws, but right now the bot side.
People's getting caught up in the four members of enemy team. I believe Kalia Oh, there's a top fight happening as well, because Nolan has to run away. He's getting chased up by Moscow. I don't think he can survive. Polishing with a chase for Kuba. Kubel is running for his life. I don't know if he has cooldowns. He might be able to get a mega kill from there, because he bursts him down, because Catboy was too far back.
You don't chase a Nolan. You don't chase a Nolan. He has low cooldowns.
In the middle lane, Vale getting destroyed. I don't know what happened there, how he got himself into this position, because Kala has no flicker, so she cannot surprise you with that. And for a Vale to be in range of Kalia combo, that must be a big blunder. Oh, Nolan getting caught up with a stun lock, and he will go down, but the kill goes to Johnny Sins. There is Sadly with a connect. Johnny Sins goes down. Great CC lock. Setachu getting burst there, and now it's named with a double. And only Catboy and Polishin trying to defend the base.
Oh my goodness, Axis, the aggressors. Chief going in again.
Chief doesn't care. He is completely destroying Vale and forcing him to go back into the base for more HP. And Lord is back on the map, back on the menu. And 15 for Axis will definitely be going for that objective.
Yeah, Axis are just going fight after fight, right? They've been winning. It's thanks to the heal that the Saka brings to the table with his Kalea. Yes, you can single out certain heroes, but also at the same time, you have so much heal present, not just for yourself, but for the rest of the team. And right now, we see the SOD connecting, but missing out on the Lord.
It was pretty close. Oh, Kala could be getting caught up. She has no flicker now. She has, but she gets stun locked, so she cannot jump out from that. Ooh, great pickup. But that's something that should have been happening so much more frequent and so many times before, where you had these actions happening and you could have responded with a crossbow, but you didn't. It's very good that it's happening now, but I am scared that it's a little bit too late.
It's never too late if you're Carthusian Mafia, especially if you have a Moskov on your side, right? 0-0-3, not going down even a single time. He has the gold right now to go in, but you can see on the top side might be a concealed play.
He's trying to defend the aura on the top side, but Lord will be with the push. And now rest of the Axis jump in. Statue getting bursted. And now Lord getting down as well. Phoebus dies first, but together with Chief, that's a great shutdown coming for Polishing.
Yeah, it was a good pick-off as well. Just making sure you take down the damage dealer who's been dishing out so much, but right now
they are hungry for more. They trying to go for Saka. He has to jump out, but Kuba with obliteration for the enemy backline. Kuba just doesn't care. He has this game in his hands. Kalea trying to get the better of Moscow, but he will be able to survive because it's Moscow. So he will be all right. But now he has to defend the base. They try to go for the end. Phoebus is here for the defense, and Kuba with supreme damage. Oh, he is getting bursted by the Moscow. Can Moscow finish on him? I don't know if he can connect on that. Kuba will be surviving.
Catboy picks up the Wind of Nature right now. I think they want to go for the end again.
With a jump in for Moscow, but Moscow has his items built, so he dishes out so much damage. Sadly will be the next target probably. Now Kuba getting connected with enemy Moscow damage, and now Sadly goes down together with Nymph, and Chief has to run for his life together with Kuba, who has like 100 HP left only. And even though this is a fat Nolan, you still need to be careful about Moscow. He is on his almost full build. Last item remaining.
Yeah, I think right now, that's what I said. They'll definitely be able to defend Carthusian Mafia, especially if you have the Moscow who's been farming the entire time. Only one item left, and definitely gonna be selling those boots as well later on to get more and more
Nolan
damage
is
right
moving
now.
to Moscow. He is completely alone in the top side. He doesn't know about Nolan. That could be very bad. That could be so bad. He is going for Catboy, and the rest of the team need to save him. Catboy is trying to dish out some damage, but it's just not enough, and Nolan gets him. And now Kalea with the pickup for AD, and now AD has to run for her life, for his life, I mean, and he is so close to being dead.
Yeah, he was so close indeed. And I think there, the Moscow not realizing that the Nolan was trying to come through without the Wind of Nature, couldn't do anything, but sadly with the conceal.
Sadly with a conceal and with a flicker jump in, getting two players of enemy team, and now Johnny seems to be going down. Phoebus is trying to heal up, but it's just not enough, and now they try to go for the finish. Only 3 members remaining. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm completely blind. Only 2 members remaining, and no more base remaining now. So Axis, the clean game number 2. Much more clean than the first one.
It was absolutely clean, absolutely beautiful, right? Chef's kiss for the side of Axis, who were able to pull it off. With they needed the early game with the Nolan. They secured the early game with the Nolan. They needed the mid game with the level 4 power spike from the Tigreal and the Kalea. They got that. They needed that 8th minute power spike with the Kalea's heal. Happened. They needed the late game with the Sicilian and the Irithel. It worked out. So game plan for the side of Axis. Check. You know, it's 100 out of 100 with the performance that they put in. But of course, at the same time, Cartuzzi Mafia did try to secure themselves the early, mid, and the late. Unfortunate for them, the only one who definitely had a good game was this Moscow. The rest, though, not living up to the expectation. But still, it was a well thought out game. It's not like it was a complete one-sided story. They did go back and forth the entire time, especially looking at the itemization. They needed some of that anti-heal coming in early, which they went for a second item on the Veil with this glowing wand. And I think that's where they kind of had a difference. That's where they let go of the advantage. Not having the anti-heal built in early meant that this Kalea was being a problem, a nuisance in every single team fight.
That Kalea was pretty troublesome. And I must say that my heart goes once again to Saka, because even with that Lucas in the first one and now with Kalea in the second, he was making so much work done. I know that in the eyes of many there will be sadly with that crazy Tigreal play that was able to finish the game, but Kalea was in the hands of Saka just crazy throughout the full game. He was making so much work done, and compared to his opponent Statue, he was completely dominating the map.
Yep, you're right. Compared to Statue, definitely dominating the entirety of the map. But while you are looking at the brackets, ladies and gentlemen, it was the quarterfinals, of course, that game, that round, nonetheless. Ake versus Kingslayer. Seems like Ake came out on top. I don't know if anyone's surprised. I'm definitely not. But for the second way, Cartuzzi Mafia versus Axis. Axis making it all the way. And now we're going to see Ake versus Axis in the semifinals. I am definitely pumped to look at that one because it's going to be exciting. Meanwhile, on the other side, the rest of the 4 teams looking to battle it out to take a place in the semifinals. Are you excited for the next game, Warren? Because that semifinal match looks tasty.
It definitely looks, and I'm so looking forward to it. And also my heart goes out to the representatives of Czech Republic, because I saw a glimpse of them, and 4 Season Rain looks they have been going strong, because they have first game win on their side, and it looks like they should be on a good way to come into the semifinals and continue in the tournament.
Yeah, I think at this point, 4 Season Rain versus Zenit. Hey, with the way Zenit were playing yesterday, I can tell you 4 Season Rain definitely have a good shot, because Zenit like to draft for the early, but then not really pick up the early game and then let it slip in the late game. They got to find a way. We were talking about it last night, but at this point, 4 Season Rain versus Zenit, and then you got Surge Titans versus Odid. Both games going 1-0 right now. As I'm looking at it, that's what the score is. 4 Season Rain actually have 1 game over Zenit. We saw 2-0, 2-0 in 2 series. Will the other 2 series as well be 2-0? Because if they are, that will be super exciting indeed. Because then it's just going to be a 2-0 all across the board, Warren.
But the way I see it, if they all get 2-0, that means that we should get a banger of semifinals, because that means that the teams that got into the semifinals will be super ready, super strong, super prepared, and it should be a crazy one. And well, what can I say then? The finals, oh my god, I'm already seeing it in my head. I am so hyped up. It will be so good.
Definitely gonna be brilliant if we get to see, because of course right now the teams are duking it out for the second quarterfinal and the third quarterfinal, the third and the fourth quarterfinal, of course, and we're waiting to see the matchup for the second semifinal in the V4 Championship Seasonal Finals at the moment. So on that note, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Kronos. Of course, joining me was Warren. We'll go on a short break and we'll be right back. So make sure, don't go anywhere, stay tuned, because there's giveaway going on in the comments, in the chat of the YouTube. There's also an Instagram giveaway going on. I already took part in it. You want to take part, you got to go make sure you do, because I want those diamonds. I like skins as well, guys, not just you, okay? I like skins as well. I bet Warren does as well. He's just secretly typing down in the chat, making sure nobody sees him. Yeah, exactly. He wants those diamonds. Why not? You guys want those? Make sure you go. It was 5,000 diamonds giveaways, and of course a lot more on Instagram. And make sure you put an exclamation mark Discord to join the community of Surge Europe. This is only one of the many that we have in store for you, but for now, with the next few games, we will find out who they're going to go against. So don't go anywhere. Stay tuned. We will be back after a short break.
Finding life along the way, melodies we haven't played. No, I don't want no rest. Echoing around these walls, fighting to create a song. I don't wanna miss a beat. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways. And on we'll go. And we'll grow in number, fueled by them to see the horizon, turn us to thousands. And we'll grow in number, fueled by them to see the horizon, turn us to thousands. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways. And on we'll go. I see the light inside you, brighter than the skies. Hold on, just let us escape and fly away tonight. We have the world in our sight, and I know together we'll be alright. Can you see forever we will go?
Well, ladies and gentlemen, I know you were looking at the timer on your screen and thinking, oh my goodness, why did these guys come back? I was in the middle of drinking water. I was in the middle of a toilet break. But you know what? We're not going to go straight into the game because we want to introduce you, of course, to some of the players that we want to interview for this one. My name is Kronos, if you can't read. Alongside me, of course, Warren is there as well. So at this point, with the previous series that went down, Cartuzzi Mafia versus Axis, absolutely brilliant games, we want to highlight some of the players that took part in these tournaments. And of course, for that, we're bringing you the first player from Cartuzzi Mafia to have a little bit of a chat with them and see what's up. Warren, hi, hello, nice to meet you, my friend. My name is Kronos. Alongside me, Warren, of course. If you could introduce yourself, it would be great.
Hello everyone. Hello to all the viewers. My name is Wally. I'm the captain, the roamer of Cartuzzi Mafia, and I'm here for the interview.
Yeah, I know. We can see that, but at the same time, it was really nice game, Wally. It was really good, and for me, I'll get a few questions out of the way so that Warren can take over. I wanted to ask you, like, as a captain, you're the one who's making the shot calls, right? In the draft, in the game as well. How is it playing with Statue and polishing?
They're both very versatile players, so we can experiment with a lot of heroes. To be honest, you saw in the first game we picked Baksha at jungle. Maybe for some questionable pick, but polishing is comfortable on these types of heroes, and it combos great with Matilda also. So we thought we could give it a shot, but it didn't work at the end. But we at least tried.
Okay. Warren, over to you.
All right, thanks for having my word. I welcome you here as well, and I must ask. We were giving it some analysis over the first game, over the second game, and they were a lot in the favor of your opponents, even though you had some great plays that were putting you back in the game. And I want to ask you, where do you think was the trouble happening in the first game? Because I really liked your draft. I really liked the Matilda pickup. I really liked the Baxia. I was much excited about it. Where do you think it fumbled? Where do you think it went wrong for the first one?
To be honest, we kind of both games. The early game, I think we got kind of out-rotated a bit by the enemies, and on objectives, we couldn't really position as well as we wanted. So I think there was the biggest problem for us.
All right. I think that connects with what we have noticed. So I think that's expected, I would say. And how you think you were able to pick up those skills? Because you had great moments where you surprised your opponents, and even though you are harsh on yourself and you are saying that you got out-dated and outmaneuvered, you had some great moments where you surprised us a lot. And also the Moscow, you must definitely give our caster praise for the Moscow player, because that was a great show in the second
one. Yeah, of course, our gold laner, the carry, he's always playing well. We could have came back both games. I think it was very possible, but a few mistakes happened here and there. We just couldn't.
I mean, you know what, Wally, you're going down and down with the motivation that you have while you're speaking. It sounds heartbreaking to listen to while you're answering. But let's put that behind us, right? Because yes, there's a winner. There's someone who has to take the fall. Unfortunate for Cartuzzi Mafia. You guys didn't win that series in the quarterfinals. It's okay. There's always another tournament to fight for. We live to see another day. We can always get better. But speaking of being a part of Surge Europe tournament, being a part of the seasonal finals, of course, how is the stage for a player like yourself from a region where there's not much going on? What Surge Europe has to offer, is it promising? Is it something that excites the players as a team, as a captain yourself? Do you have something to look forward to, something to train for? You know what I mean?
Yeah, of course. As you said, there are gonna be future tournaments. We're very proud of what we did in the qualifiers and today, to be even on the stage, to go through to go into the playoffs. We're very proud of what we did, and we're gonna improve. And the next tournaments, you're gonna see us in the next tournaments as well. We're not gonna give up. We're gonna keep pushing and try and improve.
Yeah, I think that's the most important thing, trying to improve and trying to get better. And now, especially when you have something to look forward to as well. So hopefully we get to see you stronger in the next tournament. But do you have someone that you have your eyes on, a team that you definitely want to beat? Is it Axis again? You want to face them again and try and take the game away from them?
Yeah, of course. Axis, there are a few good friends of mine. The XP, Shin, of course, my good friend. We had the chance to play against them, and I hope we can get revenge in the future.
Any words of wisdom for Shin? Does he have to watch his back or something?
Yeah, I hope Ake beats you in the next round.
Some friendly banter, right, Warren? That's what we like to see here.
Yeah, definitely. So we will see how that will roll out in the next round. But thanks for joining in. Thanks for joining the interview. And we are really happy that even from the players' perspective, you like what's happening here and you like what we are bringing in the form of tournaments. And hope that you will be having more fun and more exciting moments through the Search Europe.
Yeah, of course. Thank you guys as well.
Thank you so much, and thank you for being here. Thank you for taking part in the competition, of course, Wally. And we'll see you next time, hopefully soon enough, and maybe at a better stage where you're winning and not just ended up having a tough time, of course. But on that note, ladies and gentlemen, that was Wally from Cartuzzi Mafia, the captain. But now we'll open the stage up for the winners, of course, from Axis, as you saw, the EXP laner, the one who was being the difference maker. Warren, I know you have a lot of praises for him with the way that you saw. He stole his heart. Shin, welcome here. Thank you so much for being a part of this process. And what a game you had, my friend.
Hello. Glad to be here, bro. Thank you.
It was a great performance in that first game with Lucas. Kronos has pinpointed you out. And after that first one, I had taken notice a lot in your performance on Kalia. That was great. I was even saying that compared to your roamer, who had wonderful play at the end, that won you the game, I believe, or maybe it would have been won anyway. But that play really made it shine, and that play was the last brick in the house for your win. How you view Kalia? Is it something you practice a lot, or it just came to you naturally? What was your preparation for the champion? Because that gameplay looked great.
I play Kalia a lot of in ranks, to be honest. So I didn't really need to prepare for that match. And it was good because our role can play it too, so it was kind of a flexible pick for us as well. So I think it's really broken here right now. I think it should be ban or pick. I don't know why enemy didn't ban it.
Well, you definitely showed us that it's broken and it should be bend or pick. And I think teams in the future, maybe your next opponents will be taking this into consideration. So you have maybe burnt your pick for now. You will have to come up with something else. But we are hoping, or I am at least expecting that it will be something great again. But Kronos, now let's get to you. If what is on your heart? What would you like to know from the winners of this round?
Of course, I wanted to kind of point out the fact that you said that you can flex it, right? You could play the Kalea and the EXP and the roam position as well, and that's important to have the flexibility within the players. Because what we saw in the previous interview that we had with your good friend, I believe, Wally, he mentioned that you're his good friend. I don't know if he's your good friend. I'm just trying to strike a little bit of a tiff, but I'm just, you can take it as you like it. He was telling me that he has, of course, Polishing and Statue. They are very flexible players. So do you have a lot more flexibility when it comes to that, apart from yourself, of course, in your team?
I think yes. Everyone can play everything well. And yes, I don't have problem with anyone from my team, to be honest. I
Okay,
really
okay.
like to play with them.
That's absolutely nice, and that's good. And also the fact that you have the stage from Surge Europe to actually showcase your skills, not something that we see quite often in Europe. Only a handful of tournaments that go around, and this is only one of many. So hopefully you guys take this entirely, especially against your in your next match against Ake, where Wally prayed and hoped that you guys lose to Ake, of course. So any messages you have to give out to your friend Wally that you're gonna win it, or are you think you're gonna have a tough time?
I think I'm gonna try to win for volley too. Can't let my good friend go down. So
He
yeah,
wanted you to lose though. He wanted you to lose though.
really?
Yeah, he said he wanted you to
Yeah, he
lose.
said that. He said that
Oh
on the
hell
interview.
no,
In
hell
4K.
no,
In 4K, we caught him.
Yeah.
nah, that's crazy.
See, was he your true friend all this while? You never know.
When the time comes, he backstabs you like that. You
Oh
have to
my
rethink that
goodness.
friendship.
Okay,
Kronos
I
and
might need
Warren
to.
breaking friendships.
I might need to remove him from friends in Mobile
Wow.
Legends. Then time to end the friendship.
All right. Third Europe, making tournaments and breaking friendships. That's us for you.
Kinda right now.
Oh my god.
I wasn't even watching the stream when he was like interviewed, so I didn't know.
Well, wow. That's why we're letting you know, because we want to make sure you know what the sauce is, just making sure you get the heat, the spice. But of course, right now, do you have any message for Ake, who won the first game?
We're going for you guys. That's
Ooh.
all I can say.
All right, menacing. Okay, you should look behind your back.
Yeah, I know. You put it in the comment section if you're an Ake fan. Yeah, let them know that they probably not gonna, probably Wally's wish is gonna come true unless Shin and the entire team can make that, make Wally's day a little worse than what it already has been. So at this point, thank you so much for being here, Shin. It was a pleasure having you on board. And hey, if you want to have any shout outs, you want to say anything at all, the stage is yours.
Okay, I wanna shout out to Hima and my team, and probably all the Czech people that are watching right now. So that's all from me.
Yeah, that's nice. It's
All
sweet that
right.
he's shouting out his girlfriend, right?
What?
I don't. He said Hima. I don't know. I'm just assuming.
I wish I had a girlfriend, but I'm playing Mobile Legends, so I think there is no chance for me.
It's okay. You can find yourself an Angela player that will play Angela for you.
All right, I will try to look for one.
You get catfish and it's a dude the entire time.
But
with
first
like
you need to
22
be
inch bicep.
Dake, because then your resume will be much better. So that's the first
True.
step of getting the girlfriend.
Well, at least he'll think it's a girlfriend, and then all he's probably playing with some guy who has 22-inch biceps who likes to play Angela. For all you know, but at this point, thank you so much for being here, Shin. It's an absolute pleasure to have you over. And good luck on your next match. That's the semifinals. Looking forward to take your interview once again. So thank you so much. And on that note, Warren, of course, Warren, do you think we got to go to the next one?
Of course.
Well, you know what? I know you're excited, Warren. I know you're excited. Okay, while you're excited, you gotta hold down. I know. I saw you. You got up. You're restless a little bit. You got the energy flowing. Yeah, but at the moment, I think we just gotta take a little bit of a small break so that the teams can get ready, and then we'll head into the next game. So, of course, ladies and gentlemen, while Warren is trying to wipe his tears, making sure he's super excited, we will be back after a short break. So don't go anywhere. Stay tuned.
That the brothers on the rise now. Endless celebrations all in my house. Levitating now, I'm super duper fly now. London boy, but DC where I reside now. Put the time in while you always yelling time out. And for quit it, cause I know I'm coming with it. You were sitting, you were wishing I was handling my business. Now I got the ball like Harry Potter playing Quidditch. And my business so humongous, you would think that happens in there. Damn man, I'm all that, yeah, I'm all that. Looking for that whip, yeah, that what you call that. I'ma blow up in the summer, have him yelling fall back. And I've always been ahead like an effing ball cap. Man, I came in the game like, whoa. Got a couple chains on me cause I like gold. They told me I'm the best and I They saying I'm the man, facts bro. Lot of haters, tell me where they at though. I'm the new pop, all I do is rap though. Want me on your song, throw a couple stacks, yo. Woo! Everybody wanna do the same thing. That's why we ain't on the same page. Do my own thing, and I maintain. Flow like water, so I'm going mainstream. I'm going mainstream. Flow like water, so I'm going mainstream. Yeah, I'm going mainstream. Flow like water, so I'm going mainstream. I'm going mainstream. Mainstream. Flow like water, so I'm going mainstream. Yeah. I'm going mainstream. Damn. Flow like water, so I'm going mainstream. Woo. I'm going mainstream. Flow like water, so I'm going mainstream.
Feel me like a Hellcat. Faster. Coming like a Hellcat. Like a Hellcat. Faster. Coming like a Hellcat. Like a Hellcat.
stopping us. Fly without boarding pass. Couldn't catch me, I be moving fast. Call me a shooting star. Let 'em know who you are. Flying up in a bar. Wish on a star. Time to show 'em who's in charge. Call me a shooting star. Shooting stars.
Didn't even get to bronze.
I said I'm moving too far. Get to glass. Looking at a shooting star. Got more than a couple of people going mad. I swear they're rooting hard. Tell them I'd be big in the game like she went and got them breast implants. I said I'm moving too fast. Didn't even get to glance. I'm ready to eat up track like I'm seated in a restaurant. If you had swag like mine, you know it's best to flaunt. We aren't hating because you aren't. Shining like it's neon. Rock like kings of Leon. Shooting stars across the galaxy. I stand out, so don't be mad at me. Infiltrate, I'm with my strategy. When I turn up, them amateurs have to leave. Shooting stars across the galaxy. I stand out, so don't be mad at me. Infiltrate, I'm with my strategy. When I turn up, them amateurs have to leave. Yeah, shooting. Yeah, shooting. Yeah, shooting. Yeah, shooting shots. Shooting stars.
Didn't even get to bronze.
I said I'm moving too far. Get to glass.
Suck me in the smoke, breathe me in and let me go. Filling the lungs inside you, and the blackened eyes make my way into your mind. Just to know what you knew. Restless every time we start locking eyes. Lost control. Oh, it's paradise with honesty, but I'm in the dead of the night. Let the darkness take control. smoke. Breathe me in and let me go. Sink to your heart to find you. Open up your eyes till you're blinded by the lies, so you can see what you do. Restless every time we start locking eyes. Lost control. Oh, it's paradise with honesty, but in the dead of the night. Teardrops on the floor. The pain is over. Feel the darkness take control. Empty hearts and neon lights. They're playing with my mind. Gotta get out of here tonight. Oh, I wanna run off and fly. And I'll tell myself it's fine to be alone, just to find somewhere that finally feels like home. Oh, oh, oh. I hate all this overthinking. Oh, 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 oh. The more I swim, the more I'm sinking. Take me to a world of silver. No more heartbreaks, tears, painkillers. Take me somewhere unfamiliar. Bring me back to where we started out. Get me out of now. To where we started out. Get me out of now. To where we started out. La 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 la, oh, oh. Get me out of broken hearts and starting fights, turning truth to lies. Gotta get up, stop wasting time. Yeah, I wanna run off and fly. And I'll tell myself it's fine to be.
Welcome back, everyone, to the V4 Mobile Search Seasonal Finals. It is the semifinals, I believe. I'm your caster, Linwell, and join me in the casting desk this time is going to be Warren 1X. And folks, that was such a good first game here. But on to the next one is going to be 4 Seasons Reign versus Search Titans. So, Warren, you've seen them play before a couple of times. How do you think this match is going to go?
Well, if I try to not be biased, because Four Season Reign has my boys from Czech Republic, so it will be pretty hard. But from what I saw from Search Titans, they are definitely a competitive opponent. They can show up with a great games. I saw them yesterday, and I saw them even before. But the question is, the wild card for me is the Four Season Reign, because I saw them in their complete beginning, and then I had to hop out from the Search casting for a bit. So I didn't see all of their games, and they had quite a glow up recently, where they improved so much. They were able to win the Czech qualifier, and that's how they got enough points to show up here. So it's going to be interesting, and I'm looking forward to that. I know some of these players from the other game that I was participating in, which is Wild Rift. So I have known some of them personally. So yeah, if I'm not biased, it will be an exciting game. If I am biased, my heart goes to Four Season Reign, which are on the blue side right now.
Well, I mean, we could go for that. I guess you go for Four Seasons Reign. I go for Surge Titans. Split the board a little bit. We add some drama to the table. It is in the semifinals after all. So again, like you said, Four Seasons Reign, a little bit of an underdog right now, and it's resurfacing so much for. Defeated a lot of teams and came up to this point. But this is going to be a tough match again versus Surge Titans. So right now, looking at bands, as a first game, gonna be pretty usual, I believe, or at least it's gonna be the usual bans, which aren't really what you look for in those games which we saw yesterday. Which, if you saw the bans yesterday, a majority of them were just target bans on towards the players, whether it be the Fanny, sometimes even some of the mages, or even the junglers here. But this game, Tai Long ban out the Lucas.
It's interesting the Lucas ban coming from the red side, because usually Lucas is a response pickup after usually Suyo or something else gets taken as a first pick, and it's usually something that you see in the right side, on the red side of the draft, being picked up on the second and third picks, but now it's being banned by the red side, which is pretty interesting, and also Fanny being banned out. Ooh. Even though I believe she could have been the first pick. So two kind of questionable bans, at least for me. Maybe you elaborate and you show me opposite side of that view, but I am quite questioning these two bans.
Well, yeah, again, like you said, they usually want to opt for taking that in the first place. So I guess they're trying to go for a different pick. In this case, maybe a flex pick in the Granger, perhaps, or even the Kalia is still open. We did see in the second game of the previous matchup, which was quite explosive in those setups there. But this time around, it's tossed up in the air. I believe the Granger pick could be the best situation for Season Train could go for and draft it accordingly and sort of make for a early to mid game composition. But then again, Surge Titans will have a very good counter pick available for them.
Heart is off the board, so now the typical go-to carry should be the Granger, but I don't know if you want to go with the first pick. Oh, it's going to be Kalia, but that means that you are leaving open Suyo for the enemy side, and it can be paired up with Granger. All right, it will not be Suyo. It looks like a Link, however. Nah, they are just pranking. It's going to be Granger and Suyo, so quite predictable here. But how you like it so far? Do you think the Kalia pickup over letting Granger and Suyo go to the enemy team was the right call?
With currently Thailand hovering over the Suyo, I don't really think so, because again, you look at SRG's composition, it's a little bit more flexible. They already have their win conditions, quote unquote, so you just need the support alongside. But for SR, for Seasons range, it's just a little bit more too obvious, I'd say. Sure, the Kalia is really strong, but you can pick a neutral EXP laner against her and sort of focus on more of your win condition, which right now SRG has shown for us. But Four Seasons range with a counter pick here, Dominic on the Irritail, good against the Granger, just need that mid control for them to dominate. But I don't know if the Sicilian's the right call to make for this case.
I'm not really sure as well, because Cecilian is mostly about that late game and his early game pressure and his ability to just make the priority on the mid lane by himself is not really high. There's other picks that could be doing that. For example, Zuxin, which is banned out, so of course you cannot go for that. But I don't know, maybe having something else could benefit you more. Now it's kind of questionable, and you will need a strong roamer, maybe the Kalia, to make up for that lack of presence in the mid.
Yep, but again, that can be completely negated by this Purify, which Koshki is hovering over. And I believe the side of SRG now, the bans are going to be a little bit more obvious in the sense of their EXP laner to give, or XP laner or roam, I guess, to give this Badang, this Granger, a little bit more room to breathe and maybe set up for their team, which again, with the Badang nerfs, it has been making an impact through the playstyle, which I haven't seen a lot of players picked up on it yet. So I feel like a lot of them are too used to playing with the old Badang, so this is gonna be a little bit questionable. But oh, jungle ban coming in, so I was completely off the mark for that one. So Hanzo being banned off the board,
Well,
but Four
speaking
Seasons
about
Train.
questionable, I think that Hanzo ban, I don't really like that. I know he has been
Yeah.
reworked and some players have been playing Hanzo, but I think that's a little bit of a blunder, if I can say from my opinion, because Search Titans going for that ban, it feels like a waste. It feels like Luoji, for example, could have been banned out, something like that. Of course, you wouldn't go for Luoji because they already have the mid lane, but you know, something in that manner. But now you banning Hanzo, burning ban for that hero. I never saw him being successful, not in any of the leagues that I've been watching, and neither in the leagues that are under the Search Europe. So I'm quite surprised.
Yeah, like I said, teams here don't really want to give the Hanzo alongside Kalia, Iritel, so it is a little bit for the composition, I believe. But even then, like, I agree with you on that fact. But in this case, for SRG, but Four Seasons Train, the last ban for them gonna be the Gacha, which is quite understandable. Don't really want to give the space here with the Badang already picked again. Could go for both. Hilo still in the air for a pick, but Choco instead gonna go for a Cho. Okay.
I think Cho should suit like a great answer to Kalia, because I believe he can be the deciding factor to misposition her from her trying to set up something. You know, she flickers in, you kick her out, you can stop her in her tracks, and together paired with Bedank, you have pretty good protection for Kiyoshiki or whoever ends up on this Granger. We will see in the game. I'm not really sure who is on which positions for this one, but yeah, that Granger should be pretty well protected, and that's why your opponents go for that Link, because Link is probably the only hero, maybe together with Helkert, who can get to Granger under or behind those two muscular men protecting him from any danger.
Well, speaking of muscular people here, Ego Skibidi is going for the Hilda. So I really like that frontline presence which the side of Four Seasons Reigns have, but he's going to be lacking those with so much crowd control from the side of SRG, which if they take the Vexana again, it's going to be almost impossible to frontline, at least without getting punished a lot from those bullets and that Sonatas, which again, in the mid to late game, SRG is going to scale pretty hard, I believe, and early game's already covered, so Thor just taking that Vexana is just going to justify the rest of the how the game's going to go for this side of SRG.
I really like the side of Four Season Reign, their draft, and I thought that the second ban phase was a blunder for the red side opponents. But now looking at it completed and looking where everything falls into and how the compositions are viewed right now, I must give it to the red side. I must give it to Search Titans, because their draft is much more easier to play out, I think. They really don't have anything hard to do. They just need to stick together, play out their comp, wait for their opponents to make their move, and during that, Vexana and Granger will just be poking the most they can and just waiting for the mistakes of their opponents, because Kalia and the rest of her team needs to be making that move, because you are getting constantly poked down. And of course, you have Cecilion, who is going to poke out as well, but I don't think you can compare Cecilion's poke, which is more like burst oriented, to Granger, who will be poking constantly hitting those shots. And you really don't have, except Hilda, such a strong tank, since Kalia is on the wrong position. So even though she will be going for the defensive items, defensive options, she will not be as tanky, because she will be lacking XP and gold.
Yep, but first we are going on to the match here. Semifinals, once again. Four Seasons Reigns versus Search Titans.
Alright, this looks spicy. Choco has to flicker out. That was completely crazy damage. And even though Agiaskibidi has to run now, that was a great trade coming from him. Flicker, burst, Flicker has been burned.
Yep, and very early spell also before total fight. Oh wait, looks like the pressure are on though.
There definitely looks like an action happening, but Lyko with his Link will not be the target, because he can just jump around and not get hurt. There's Nagi with a roam, some poke landing on MR, and so far it looks like a relaxed early game, even though Surge Titans have been able to obtain a lead little bit in their favor. It's like 200, so shouldn't really mean much, but it's already telling you something, because now when you look at the waves, Granger was just picking up his wave, and now it's 200, also almost 300 for the side of Surge Titans, so that means they are doing something right. Oh, Chiyoko is doing something definitely wrong. He was in the wrong position at the wrong time, but now Mr. could be getting caught up with Nagi, but there's the rest of the team, so he will be fine.
Yeah, a lot of aggression here from South SRG. They don't really want to give to Ling the farm which he needs. Choco, wait, trying to go in, but
Joe is trying to play this out, but maybe too deep. He's lucky that Lyco didn't want to follow through, and maybe didn't have the information that Chiyoko is missing his flicker, or maybe not wanting to burn his important ultimate before the total. But he doesn't look like he wants to go for it, so I don't know what was the reasoning behind that.
Well, it's the pressure, trying to create some space for his team perhaps, but Force's Rain here, a little bit on the back end right now. Surge Titans has a lot of aggression, and they have been showing that from the mid to the river control with the Cho, always on action and no kills on the leaderboard. So far it is quite even with the turtle going towards SRG. Looking to goal lane section here. Looks like Force's Reigns might go for him. Hang on.
Kiyoshiki could be in danger, so is moving for some support. Kiyoshiki probably knows about it, or doesn't look like, because Suo is face checking this push. Now there's a fight happening. Tai Lung half HP already, and now Chiyoko is the next target, but he's forcing it to Skibidi with the kick from Cho, but Cho will be the target as well. Cannot flicker out from this, and now that's 1-for-1. Roamer for Roamer, but even more. Dominic goes down, and that means that's 2-for-1. So already paired up with that little bit of lead that we saw in the beginning. And killing and the kill going over to Granger, that means Kiyoshiki is in the lead.
Hang on, Nagi might just be in trouble here. Oof, like south danger.
Flicker out, he will be all right.
And you know, the turtle here providing very good the first level, giving the level 4 advantage for Chiyoko to get that early kill on towards Yu-Gi-Oh! Skibidi, but with Nagi just so low in HP, Mr. is just Hilda doing Hilda things right now, and SRG are still playing it safe, but Force's Reign are still in the mid right now. Looking at the goal lane though, so far the pressure has been a lot towards Dominic.
Hang on. Broken Katana, he has to flicker, or she has to flicker out, but now it's Kalia kidnapping Thor, who has to flicker himself. So there will be flickers traded for both sides, and Broken Katana not in position for his turtle yet. He has to run from the base pretty fast, but he should be fine. But now Chiyoko with a dive for Dominic. Dominic has to run from his tower, but there is Thor for follow-up, but Lyco as well, and he will try to burst enemy mid lane. This ultimate should land big, but is being dodged out by enemy mid laner, and Thor survives and even chases them down. So Lyco is the one to die, and in the meantime Sujo is taking his time with the turtle, and this is completely free objective for the side of Surge Titans. And look at the gold! They are 3,000 ahead.
Yeah, and Thor looks like he's gonna be a bit of trouble, but hang on.
Yeah, this doesn't look well, because Dominic is taking some kills back from the side of Surge Titans, and it could be the next target in trouble, who is Nagi. So 3 kills picked up back for Season Rain. That equalizes the kill score 4-4, and the goal lead is just 2,000, but Tai Lung wants to make it even bigger, and he tried to go for Aegyo, and he had to ult out, I believe. Still not really so familiar with that Kalia spell, still pretty new to me, so not sure.
Well, very good dash there by Yu-Gi-Oh! But looking on towards top here again, we're forced to use the Tempest of Blade. 4 Seasons Rain push in the back right now. They need to catch up on farm.
Granger could be in trouble. Elgeo facing him down, and he still has his ultimate, I believe, so he could be throwing him, but I don't know why they didn't connect, and there's an action happening in the mid lane as well. Broken Katana had to flicker out. No, not really flicker, he had to volk out, but that was quite dangerous, and it looks like the tower could be going for the side of Surge, or they definitely try to get it. They try to push the tower, and as well, since they are at it, they will take Elgeo Skibidi with that, so extra gold for them, and 4,000 gold lead, almost.
Yep. SRG looking very great right now with the invades and the turrets being taken down. Or Season Strain in the back front right now. Still low on items also. It's only Dominic being the one who's having the damage, but that's just a Hilda. Hang on.
This was a great 1v1 for Mr. But now he's 1v3. I don't know if he likes that he's getting burst down. Half HP trying to run for his life, and he's very low. He is getting stunned with the wall. But now there is a play happening on the cross and across the map. And they go for Thailand. So Thailand goes down, and you get the tower on top of that. All right, that's a pretty nice looking cross, but that's something that should have been happening already. But it's great that it's happening now. We have been talking about that. Turtle will go for 4-season rain side. We have been talking about that similar situation in the different game, in the game before that in the series, where the team that was losing didn't really do these cross maps, and it's so important to do those, to just stay in the game. Kiyoshiki almost dying, but Mr. will be the one to die here, and that was just him, and the fight continues, and Kalia with a kidnap for Chioko. Chioko will be going down, and Dominic for 1. He is crazy strong.
That's just been trade after trade, 1 for 1 every single time. First EXP for jungler, now EXP for, once again, I believe that is the roamer. So it's been, again, even a little bit on those team fights and the objectives, but then it looks like 4-season rates need to find the target. They need to shut down Thor, they need to shut down Kyoshiki. The marking has not been optimal because of the Purify available still. 401 on Grangers, looking pretty strong, has 3 items completed already also. So facing off against Dominic, which has a good scoreboard, but then again, it's a Granger, he has more pull potential, and the team fight position is going to be quite more difficult for Dominic, I believe.
They are trying to chase down the Granger, they realize the threat, and they go for him. Shutdown going in the favor of Lyko, and they try to go for more. Nagi has to jump out immediately while using his dash, but Suyo with a cross map again going in the favor of Surge Titan. So even though you get something, you lose something on the other side, and Lyko is trying to make it work on Nagi, trying to burst him down with the ult, but misses because the enemy flickers out, and Nagi is trying to survive. He still lives. Angel on the other side has to flicker out himself, and Nagi locking the enemies under tower by using this wall. Mr. has to run out, and Lyko as well. There is Tylung rotating all the way from the top side, able to catch up this fight.
How did they all survive that? 4 seasons Ray just showing so much potential with their spacing, and they revitalized, coming in clutch in so many team fights here. Mr. Shong really to be the main frontliner, at least for his team, and in this case though, SRG gonna use that advantage and the momentum from the previous fight to get the Lord here. But
be in trouble. Link is on top of his head, and he tries to go for him. Oh, he was able to kick him out. Chioko still lives, and Elgyo could be the target. Kiyoshiki finishes him off by Granger's damage, and now Mr. is the next target. He doesn't have revitalize anymore, and double kill going for Kiyoshiki, and that's so bad since the Lord is trying to march on the map, and he will be going on the top side.
Yep, and SRJ looking very strong right now, taking 2 members down for nothing, as 4-season strength are on the back front. Might be able to defend this, but gonna lose a lot of turrets in the process if SRG does it right. And looks like they can start off with Nagi here, hovering over to Logical, seeing here Thailand also spotted out. Thor wants to go in, possibly with the flicker, doesn't really have it.
Him. Nagi will be the first target though, getting kidnapped by Kalia, and now it's Nagi that's in trouble. Broken Katana finishes him off, and now Surge Titans have only 4 members. Okay, you are part up with the Lord, but great play from Elgeo, catching him off guard and canceling that play.
Yep, doesn't really have to purify again, which has been quite wise in picking his targets here. Not going for Kyoshiki, waiting for the others to pick him off instead, bait out those spells, and using it quite well right now. 4-season strength, they're going to be trying to defend this, but SRG's objective is on the other lanes right now. They want to take control of the map, but at this point, what can they really do besides taking the jungle farm? And it's the 10-minute mark, so items are going to be online here for both teams, at least SRG side. Folks coming in, that's Deadly Sonata. Looks like Ico is gonna get poked a little bit, but a lot of defense here from both the frontliners, which is gonna be it's exactly the same, I'd say almost. And the Goras though gonna be the core decider, which
Oh, he's getting caught up.
Thor.
Thor could be in trouble. It looked very bad for him, at least for a bit, because he had no flicker, I remind you. Nagi is trying to start something. No, it's Elgio that jumps in and has to flicker out immediately, but now everyone's getting collapsed from 4-season Rain, and it looks like Surge Titans have this fight under control, but there's still Dominic unstoppable. He is able to dish out the damage, and Kiyoshiki cannot compare to how much damage Dominic did in this fight, that he was able to turn it around and equalize on 1-1 support for support.
And giving that opportunity for him is none other than this Yu-Gi-Oh here, who have been again landed the most amazing wave crash there. And for the side though, there was such a great counter by Nagi with the flicker play and fish crack landing onto the
fight happening on the bottom side. Lincoln 1v1 against 4.
No
he
way.
has no chance of surviving that, and Logico is just out of here. And now Lord spawning, and you don't have Thor. Oh, that's troublesome. That's something you need to worry about. And I think for Surge Titan sides, you should be dropping that Lord. You don't want to flip that.
Yeah, looks like 4-season Strange still want to contest this, and they want to take the advantage.
But they look like they want to flip it. They are trying to fight 4v5, but I don't think that's very good. There is a wall from Bedang, but it's just not enough. Bedang goes down as first target, but Logico went too deep and he gets traded. Kiyoshiki actually was able to survive that onslaught, and now they're trying to chase for them, but getting immobilized. In the process, Kiyoshiki has to run for his life. He has just little of his health left, and Tylong is able to survive with like 5 HP left. There is Thor joining up the fray. He is jumping out to survive. Elgo is the next target, and this is such great teamfight control from the side of Surge Titans. But in the end, 4-season Rain is actually able to fight it out, and I believe the call to start this fight was just wrong for the side of Surge Titans, where you are ahead in push, you are ahead in gold, your carry has almost full build, you need nothing to worry about. You should just wait it out and find next opportunity for you.
Indeed, and you know the starter there, they had a great start, but the ending, the mid to ending here, the kick was great, but after that they utilized all the utilities here. Still committed again, big mistake though. 4-season Reigns capitalizing, still want to push from this top turret here. Choco gonna be one to try and help out Nagi, but 4-season Reign can be backed out here. There's no real play for Flicker though, as Lord's gonna be marching down the bot lane though, looking quite grim for that side of Surge Titans, with turrets being very vulnerable right now, and looks like Choco is gonna be the one to try and initiate for his team, get possibly the Sicilian or someone.
Oh, it's Elgo actually initiating again, but there is cleanse happening on Kiyoshiki. He was able to purify that CC, and Mr. has his target locked on. It will be Thor who goes down, and that's 1 kill going over to the other side of 4-season Rain, and still Lord marching down the bottom side, going for that bottom tower, and now you again missing Lord, missing that wave clear, and missing that fight control.
Yeah, and this is where we're seeing that the mage Sicilian is coming online, but hang on, look at the
They're trying to jump for Badang. He's building up a wall, but it's just not quite enough. Kiyoskibidi is making space for the rest of his team. He will get traded, but that was just enough for them to finish the tower and also pick up Nagi.
Yeah, but quite fair trade here. I'd love to see another day for SRG, at least 4-season Strain though. Quite good marking and quite good spacing being given out by the rest of the members. The frontline Yu-Gi-Oh! Again, time and time, always jumping for the action and always marking the correct targets. Even, you know, baiting out those spells. Like I said, Kyoshiki using the Purify was quite good, but again, they were too far back to utilize that, I'd say. But still managed to capitalize off of 1 kill through Nagi. But next time around, though, have to look out for the spells here. This flicker will be up later after Kyoshiki, so taking account of that, 4-season Strains, if they want to take the fight in the Lord, spells are going to be quite important for both teams, and I believe the bait here is going to be the most important thing, at least if you're on the side of SRG. So trying to bait out Yu-Gi-Oh! Into dive in before the major team fight is the main winning factor, I believe, for SRG.
It is definitely crucial, and also what is crucial is that Four Season Rain are actually for the first time of this match in the lead. They are in the goal lead, and with their scaling composition, with the Cecilian that we were questioning for early game, now is his time. He should be hitting his power spike. He should be hitting his full build pretty soon, I believe, based on the game state. And that's Cecilian at his best. That's Cecilian where he's able to just siege your enemies. But for that, you need to pick up that Lord. So the Lord Father will be so important, but I believe a little bit more important for the side of Surge Titans, because they are just lucky in that wave clear, which the Four Season Rain have a little bit more of in way of Dominic's Retail and Broken Katanas. Cecilian.
Yep, and you see Cecilian checking out these bushes, seeing for his team. Yu-Gi-Oh though, being spotted out. Hang on.
Lord has been started, and now Elgo is trying to go for the dive in, but there's still Purify on Kiyoshiki, so he goes for another target. Tor is the target now, and he cannot flicker out. First target goes down, Tor as well. Now it's 1-for-1, they don't have the roamer, but Nagi is very low. Chiyoko gets bursted, and it's just Tai Lung untargetable, trying to make some time, but it's not enough for Kiyoshiki and Tai Lung. Now they have to defend their base against 4 enemy members, and I believe the Lord went in the hands of Four Season Rain, so that's another bad message for the side of Surge Titans, and they have to really come up with something crazy here. And I don't know if their champions are flashy enough to do that. They are trying to siege for their base. Base is open, and now they try to finish the game. Tai Lung has to run for his life, has to regen some health, but it's just not enough, not fast enough to defend the base.
Yep. That was game, folks, here for the side of Four Seasons Rain. Again, they had the vision, they had Surge Titan had the vision, they had the opportunity to do so, but didn't really execute with the game plan there. Saw the Sicilian walk up, didn't really punish him for that. And instead, they were the ones who got the forefront. And Four Seasons Rain were the ones who started off, initiated the fight, outspace the damage dealers in the back line, with the Granger not being able to walk up front, with the Mage also being targeted before, had to force out the Flicker, and was just mispositioned because of the early initiation here by the Kalia, which, again, the scoreboard showing otherwise, but was the main deciding factor in all of those team fights. Marking 1 or 2 targets, getting one, either baiting out a spell, and then enabling his team to just come through and snowball the rest of the Surge Titans.
I must say that Kalia was really important. It's similar to how it happened in the game before, where I was hyping Kalia actually on the XP lane. It just looks like this champion has so much tools for the competitive environment, where you just can make the plays happen, you can make the pickoffs happen, you can start the fight, you can even disengage from the fight. There are so many tools that she has in her kit, and it will be interesting how for Surge Titans will jump into the next one, because I believe Kalia is something they should be looking out for, and maybe come up with something that stops her in her tracks. Maybe Kufra could be a response. I cannot really tell what is the right strategy against Kalia, since she is still pretty new, but I think definitely there should be something changed. But the early game and mid game was going in the favor of Surge Titans. That's something that we saw right from the draft. Their composition was strong in these parts, but they just didn't have the push. It looked so well for them. But then the late game clocked in, 4 items, 5 items, Cecilion, and he was just able to clear everything out. You had no power to push, and Kalia was making work overtime. And that Link, always in your backline, also that Kalia, you have 2 targets that you have to look out for. It was so hard for Cho. He was making his best, but that one kick is just not enough.
Yep, 1 kick, 2 targets. At that point, what can you really do? Your backline being marked, your front line also being punished. Even if you're a tank, at that point, Kalia can just pull you into your team and just shred you down. Again, like you said, with the Sicilian. But now, game number 2, I believe it is going to be a redraft, possibly if they change sides. Maybe Surge Titans could go on the aggression here with the Kalia, or it's probably going to get banned, though. Let's be honest here.
Let's see, maybe they have a solid Kalia player on their roster as well. But yeah, I think it's highly probable either ban or pick, because she definitely looked like that first pick material. It didn't look like Suyo has the right answer. And if we look at the other side of the bracket, we see that Ake and Axis are dueling, are battling it out as well. And it looks that it's going in the favor of Ake, at least right now, because they are 1 game up on their opponents. So that means they might be able to close it out in the next one, or maybe make it into the third, where where we will have the result. You saw Ake definitely, right, yesterday.
Yep,
So
definitely.
I was having some chit chat here between the games with Chronos before. Do you view them as the finalists? Do you see them there?
Well, right now it is currently most likely for them for that to happen. They have the draft sense, they have the game plan, they have a confidence, they have calmness. Even this decision making is quite good as far as we've seen in this tournament. So, I mean, out of all odds, they're probably going to be the finalists here. What do you think, though, Warren?
I have to just hop on the hype wagon of Ake because I believe they should show up in the finals, and I believe that little snippet of how the BO3 is going on their side just shows that. But maybe, just maybe, there is Axis that comes on top, and they are the finalists, and in that case, I will be so hyped for them because if they are able to make that work and get into the finals over Ake, I don't know if that would be too much, but I believe they already won half of the finals because Ake beating Ake, that's such a strong statement. So all hope for them, and let's rearrange our focus to this draft that we are seeing. And you said on something. So what caught your eye?
Well, I mean, obviously we see that Lucas banned off for SRG, but forget about that. Kalea banned here from side 4 series, right? They don't want to give the first pick. It's quite obvious here. They're on the red side, don't want to go through the same thing which they gave to SRG in the previous game. But this time, again, it's already banned off. Now, though, jungler should be focused, possibly in the fact that Suyo is still open. Matilda, though, gonna be banned here. So, remaining, at least from the red side, bans are Suyo and possibly the Granger, unless they could leave both of that open, and I guess go for maybe an EXP laner ban. What do you think? Zushin still also will.
Well, that's something that's still in the clouds for me. Not really sure, but since Joy, from what I saw from the games that I saw, usually Joy ban means that the other side wants to go for Suyo. So now I would be thinking about banning him out. Still, you have Alpha, who could be a good response if you pair it up with strong early game champions. So maybe something like Phoebus in the top side. Oh, it's going to be back-to-back, two of the best junglers of the board, Joy and Suyo, both taken out. Interesting approach.
Well, I guess they did expect a Fanny here, which is quite the given, I'd say. Tai Lung and the Fanny could be quite a devastating factor here for the South Coast against Reed. But now, leaving on the board here, first picks, a lot of heroes open. So what are you going to be trading here, especially on the side of SRG, you're on the losing side? What? Out of all odds? Out of everything?
Do you like it? I don't know. Do you like it?
I mean, if you think about it, maybe it does play well. Hayabusa does play well against the Granger, but Harrod's still open, right? See, Dominic just locks it in. So this is going to be a little bit of a tougher matchup, I'd say. Could go for Flicker, could go for Petrify. So a lot of flexibility with Harrod just being one of the best goal laner right now, possibly in meta. So,
I must remind you that I believe yesterday we saw Harit with Vengeance actually. So there is definitely a lot of options to be picking from. So maybe that could be something to think about for Dominic actually, because there is this Hayabusa who can one-shot you if you are not careful. And he will have two targets to one-shot actually, paired up with Cecilion on the Harit side. And now Hayabusa's friend will be in the form of Granger and some other stranger that we don't see yet. But let's get back to the first pick of Hayabusa. I think it's quite risky, but the way the draft is presented right now, it's going to work because you already have two squishy carries that you can get on top of. Even though Dominic is quite mobile, you still have this immobile Cecilion who will have big trouble playing this one out, because I really don't like the Cecilion pickup when you see such a mobile assassin like Hayabusa. And since you don't have Kalia for that great defense, what can you do to protect him?
Well, the possible options are currently just either the Batang, the Hylos, even the Gato Gacha, perhaps even the Cho could be taken up once again. But for Sion Train, like you said, the Sicilian pick is a little bit questionable. Even if the fact that there's a huge dive-in potential here for the side of SRG, the question, I mean, still remains: why would they pick such a early, obvious composition with them aiming their win condition aiming for the mid to late game here? So they've completely given their strategy already off the board, and it's a little bit more easier if you to draft if you're on the side of SRG. So now that they have more flexibility with the current draft, again, earlier game SRG preferred their draft, but uh, uh, looking at how the game went, it could go either ways at this point.
Also, I'm not really sure about the Sissy ban. I see that she's a pretty strong opponent for Bedenk in the lane. We saw it many times already. But Sissy, correct me if I'm wrong, but she's more like mid to late game character, I believe, right? She
Sort of,
doesn't
yeah.
have one of the best early games. And I could see so many other options going for the side of Surge because they really need to win that early game and they want to end that game in the mid game, because if they don't do it, their composition just cannot do it, because you have Hayabusa who is alright in the late game, but
Yeah.
usually what happens in the late game is everyone is on top of each other, and then Hayabusa's ult does just so much less damage. So of course you have Ivy to kind of compensate for that, but then you have Granger who is not gonna be strong enough in that late game. And on the other side you have Harriet, you have Cecilion and Bedenk. Alright, he will not be such a threat because then you can shred in the late game even the tanks, but he's still going to be in the front of Cecilion, of Harriet, and if Harriet finds the opening, he will just burst you down. You have 3 carries that are pretty squishy, and that late game Harriet is just gonna melt you, and I don't know what can you do about that right now.
Yeah, a lot of sustainability, a lot of prolonged team fight potential here for the side of Forces Rain, but SRG instead going to go for a Ling ban, which I guess makes sense. They do want to keep Nagi and Kushki safe there in those team fights, and instead now we have in the Hylos hover right now. Is it a jungle? Perhaps no. Probably the roamer or EXP laner here going to be hit by the side of Forces Rain, but here the problem lies for SRG is if there's someone who can dive this Yeeve. I was gonna say the Gato Kacha, but forget about that. Yu-Gi-Oh! Skibidi is gonna lock in the Hylos, which does have a pretty good synergy with the rest of the side of Forces Rain. Well, looking at the composition though, they're looking pretty solid, I'd say, for the for the turtle fight.
They definitely do, but Gato will be picked up on the other side. I like him actually more for the side of SRG than I would like him for the side of Four Season Rain. I think that Hylos fits in their compositions just much better. So I think this is a logical trade out. But I'm just curious, who will be the XP laner, or is it the Gato XP? We already saw Gato XP, so maybe roamer, maybe XP laner.
Maybe. Could go either ways here. I believe even the... Oh, wait, this is quite good coming from SRG here. This is, I mean, given the fact that Cho could be in the XP lane also, so a little bit of a mind game here at least, but I feel like Thor's just gonna go for the roamer position in this case. What do you think?
Yeah, I think the Cho will end up in the wrong position. I think, yeah, it could be still a mind game, but from what we know, Bedenk is just, even though he's weaker now than he was before, he is still pretty strong. And if you don't have Sissy and if you don't have Phoebus, then he doesn't really have an opponent in the XP lane except Gato. We know that Gato has a very high regeneration ability, so he can match that Bedenk, he can survive that lane. And also, he doesn't have a mana pool, I believe, right? So he can stay in that lane even longer. So compared to Cho, who has mana pool, I believe, right? I'm saying it right or wrong?
Oh, no. They both don't have mana pool. It's all right, though. What they do have is the sustainability, like you said, and the setup potential for the side of SRG, which right now, again, looking at both teams, this game conditions are pretty obvious for SRG. They want to win those team fights. They want to get those pickoffs early on and get a snowball. Possibly they want to end the game in 10 minutes or so. But for Seasons Rain, I don't think that they're going to make it easy for that to happen, especially with the Hylos and the Badan presence. So very beefy frontliners, which are prolonged fights are going to be in favor for the South Forces reign.
You are definitely right. Cecilion can run so many spell combinations. He can burst enemies down. He can poke them down. He will be that super strong late game carry with Harit being online a little bit sooner in the mid game already, and then being super strong also in the late game, of course. Well, we will see how the early game will go. I think the early game can tell us very much, and I'm a little bit worried for Surge Titans because they made themselves a similar compositions to the last game, where it also worked for them early mid game, but then they fumbled and they weren't able to close it out. And for Season Reign, again with this late game composition, trying to stall the game out and win the late game fights. And Elgio Skibidi already getting this chunk. This is insane damage going his way, and he's actually able to survive. Tai Lung hitting level 4 and could be going for that aggressive play under enemy tower, maybe level 4, I'm not sure. Right, it doesn't go his way, and Logiko now in trouble. He will be getting No, he will take down Thor. That's the right call to make here, and Chioko with a hover here. Keeping Thor safe, at least for now.
Yeah, they get it clear. And, I like the discipline here from South Yu-Gi-Oh! At least not expanding the Revitalize before the turtle fight, which, is his core key component for South Forces.
Or is this spicy 1v1 Nagi against Mr. But it's still Nagi with Gato, so a lot of regeneration coming his way. But now he is against 3 members. I don't think he can survive that. And he just dies as the turtle spawns. And that means 4 Season Reign will be taking that big boy their way, probably. But they don't look like that. I'm confused.
Well, Retribution was just used biological there, so I guess they can't really, gamble on it. But SRG, on the other hand, again, very early risky play though. Again, Dominic
would be in trouble. He's getting burst by this Ivy ult, and it's a Harit that goes down in the early game, and still it goes well for you on the bottom side, but Harit is in this part of the game much more important than your Bedeng, who gets that 1 kill. So that play definitely went in the way for Surge Titans, but Nagi starts his fight up. He taunts Lyko, making some space for his team. Tai Lung jumps in, but has to jump out immediately, and Nagi is now left here alone for his own defense, and he doesn't really have that much defense in his pocket right now, so he will be taken.
I don't know about the decisions there being made by Nagi. Again, in the bot lane there, early fight, giving the pressure. Sure, he didn't expect the gank though, but showing so much space for your team. Wait, Joko, he's gonna be surviving there, right? Hang on.
Tai Lung with a 1v1 against Logiko, getting him bursting, and Chioko has to run for his life. He didn't quite catch that, it was so quick. But I believe on the bottom side, there was Tai Lung killing Logiko, I think it was his in the bottom side of his jungle, and I just wanted to pinpoint something hilarious when this was happening, and it's just the fact that Hylos is so funny in a way where I always see him. He has no mana, and he's still able to click that 1 healing spell, and you still cannot kill him, and he is making the trades happen. We saw it so many times in the XP lane. We saw it so many times in the roam position where he just has no mana. He shouldn't be able to cast that spell, and he still slips it through, and you cannot finish him off.
Ladies and gentlemen, game mechanics here for Mobile Legends. Well, we love to see that. For now, though, SRG not looking that great right now. At least getting a very good pick off on towards the jungle. It's pretty good for Tai Lung, though. He's gonna snowball here after it's level 8
happening in the top side. Kyoshiki has to flick around, and Elgio is running him down, but there is the rest of the blue team, and they are jumping for Elgio. And Dominic first, of course, and now Hylos will not be getting out of this one. Great kick from Chioko, but they are trying to take them by storm. There is Nolan bursting everyone down. Logiko trying to go for them, but it was too deep because Kyoshiki has reloaded his shotgun and was ready to fire, and he fired just right in the face of Logiko.
Yeah, 1 for 3, pretty good, I'd say, here for South SRG. And Kyoshiki just farming us so much. Dominic just dying time and time again, getting minions clear, getting the kills here. SRG's win condition so far just might be the first 2 picks which they got in the draft, namely Tai Lung on the Hayabusa and Kyoshiki on the Granger. So far, though, the marking have been quite good. Let's go. Spawning out Choco.
Yoko could
Are you
be in
in
trouble,
trouble?
but it's still Cho, so quite mobile. But now you don't have that HP needed for the turtle fight, so you have to question: will you stay or will you leave? He decided to leave, but now the rest of his team has to go for the turtle. Nagi was actually able to steal it, and Elgeo now goes down, and Nagi is still alive. Oh my god, how did this happen? That was a great, or maybe a little bit lucky execution by Surge Titans.
Yeah, I'd say I give the retribution here to Logical, who panicked a little possibly because, again, Gato, the AOG land there. If he got the crowd control succession combo, it's going to be pretty hard to answer. But Flicker, Mr. doesn't want to get caught out there. A fair decision for side force against Rain. They're already down on kills right now. Surge Titans looking to push that forward on towards the bot lane, but now they will be falling back here, reassessing themselves, and a little bit of a lane swap, which is I don't know. Are they gonna make it for the top lane? But no, never mind. Pylon.
There's no one with Harit. I don't know if Hayabusa knows about that Nolan. Or definitely, there is a dive happening on MR, and he will be going down. There's a great kick from Cho, and he will be dead. Now is Broken Katana trying to defend his friend, but there was Nagi in the bush waiting for that exact moment. Harit will try to cut the wave together with Hylos, so they try to get something on the cross map on the top side.
Very good zoning here from SRG, and very good decision making as take the kills, they get their objectives, even turrets being traded. And I like the fact that, you know, Tai Lung has been rotating for his team depending on the situation. So right now they're forming up, looking for an invade here, possibly Kyoshiki has to fall back though, doesn't really want to overcommit. Turtle going to be spawning in a matter of a few seconds, and SRG having that map control is going to be pretty good for Thor to set up his real world manipulation, which again with the flicker is gonna have a fun time, I believe.
Yeah, and Mr. doesn't have his flicker yet, so he cannot make that crazy Bedang plays happen. And that means a lot, because the turtle will probably be started pretty soon by Surge Titans. Kyoshiki will be joining the rest of the squad very soon. Chiyoko could be the one getting targeted. He has to flicker out, and now Mr. is jumping him from behind, and everyone is in the fight. And now Thor with a great burst going for Elgeo, and now the rest of the team. Dominic goes down as well, and just for Chiyoko, that's a great trade for you. Broken Katana has to flicker out, and it's three players going down for the red side, and Surge Titans coming off this fight super clean. Chiyoko with a great play, with a great bait, I must say, where he was able to pull, I don't know if you caught that, but he was able to pull everyone in the range of Thor, and he just obliterated the rest of the forces in rain.
And to set that up was none other than Thor himself with the real world manipulation. I'd like to call it the kill box, as somebody say, and which again, forces in race, they had to get out of that, and Chiyoko's positioning with his Jikunto just went through the walls and got a massive knockup for the team to finish up 3 members of Forces Strength here. For only trade Chiyoko himself. So that's a pretty good trade, like you said. But SRG though, they still are on the back from this Forces in Reigns, are rotating a little bit more faster. They're avoiding team fights. They don't want to take them anymore, knowing the fact that this Yve is posing a huge danger for them. At least they'll have to get a pick off before they want to go for a major team fight, which so far have been sticking together, but
speaking of pickoffs, there could be a pickoff happening, but it's actually a pickoff happening on Nagi and the rest of his team. Monster kill on Kiyoshiki, but he's so out of position, he will be in the next target. He's trying to poke them down on Ace is the shot. He shoots in the fire opposite direction, has to flicker out. But there is Elgeo who is getting targeted now, and there is Hayabusa with some bursts happening on the rest of the enemy team. And Ivy will try to finish them off with great placed ult. So 2 targets down for 4 season Rain. And Surge Titans again trading just Nagi, who is at this moment basically your other roamer, so you don't really mind.
Yeah, it's a pretty good trade, right? And the fact that they burnt out so many spells here from the side of Forcing Restraints, and Yuga's going down now, they don't really have a front line besides Pister, who does have the flicker for initiation, but
They look like they want to flip it. Chiyoka is trying to make some space. He has to flicker out, but Mr. goes down. Goal like Kiyoshiki. Kiyoshiki is so strong. 7-0-5. He is dominating on Dominic in this one. I wanted just before the game talk about that matchup, Harit against Granger, because even though Harit should be the late game carry, we saw many times that Harit is able to hold his own in 1v1s in early game against Granger if he's played well enough, even on the highest levels of play. But this Granger, even though getting help from his team, was able to make this situation happen. He is able to dish out so much damage. And I think it will be gorgeous view at the end of the game, no matter how the game ends on the damage charts. Oh, there's another fight happening. Nagi goes down super quick. I don't know how they were able to burst him down so fast, but Golan goes down as well. So that's another not so optimal trade going in the favor of Surge Titans, where they just pick Logico up.
Yeah, but using all their skills here for frontline, again, an 0-4-4 Gato, which is fine and all if you can back off, but with the rest of the team pressing the back line, that is going to be...
Look at him, he's positioning for a great kick. He is baiting Mr. to zone him out, and he is back there again. He's just constantly threatening them, so they cannot be safe. They cannot defend that Lord very well. And now they are playing on two parts of the map. They are playing on the top as well as in the middle. Well, let's see if they will be able to take the tower. Oh, he shouldn't have went back. Tylon could be the next target, and there will be a shutdown going for Elgeo and the rest of the team, but Mr. is super low. Elgeo is the target to go down, and now it's Chiyoka who is the only one alive in the front, because no one bursted Kiyoshiki so quickly he couldn't even flicker out. And that's exactly, or not exactly, but very similar to what happened in the first game. Surge Titans, great early, great mid game, but then it crumbles and they need to get back from the dirt and wake up, because this cannot be happening if they want to come back into the series.
Yep. First high, it was Broken Katana, now it's Logico. Once more, just might be going for invade here. And 4 Seasons Rain looking quite good with the comeback. Even looking at the items here, most farmed is gonna be this Nolan. Logico with the highest farm, almost getting the last item, which possibly gonna be the end of this battle in this case. And he already has a burst and penetration, which you need to finish off each and every member from the side of SRG, which so far has been quite successful. Even the fact that he's been bursting down these tanks, these tanky frontliners, which only problem has been Tylung and Kyoshiki, which the rest of the members have been marking.
He does flicker, he has to jump out from the danger. Elgo is trying to jump him, but Broken Katana is the first target to go down. Don't get away with Dominic. This fight goes so well for Surge Titans. Great, crazy ultimate from Ivy. And now Elgo dies as well, and it's just Mr. and Logico running for their life. And just as we were saying, Logico will try to go for the burst. He goes for Tylon, and there is hope still alive for 4 Season Rain. He jumps out. No, unfortunately, he dies, but this was such a great try, such a great attempt at coming back. But that means we have game number 3.
Yeah, game number 3 on our hands now. What an engage here from the side of Surge Titans. 4 Seasons Reigns a little bit hasty. They wanted to get their hands on those backliners too much, a little bit. Used the glorious pathway and used the Nolan to try to position and catch someone. But again, once you utilize those abilities, that's just the sign for SRG to be like, okay, they've used up all their resources, guys. It's time to finish them off. And that is what they did. And they got each and every member, only leaving this lone Nolan on the field, who did get one off. But at that point, what can you do? You just lost the game for a kill.
And I must say, even though my biased view of the game will be going in the favor of 4 Season Rain, and I really like them winning, I must give it to Surge Titans. They really stepped up, and this game was, even though the first one was very nice until the mid game, this one was just so much more clean. They were doing so much less mistakes, and except that Nagi could have been caught a little bit less, their game was almost flawless. Except that last fumble almost at the end, where they died and it looked a little bit bad, too rough, and 4 Season Rain was able to jump back on the horse and get some lead back. The game was so clean. Oh my god, that was so gorgeous to watch. And as we have been talking, the damage of Granger, 70,000 damage. Compared to Dominic, he just didn't have, he couldn't play the game. He had 10,000.
Yeah. It was marked from the get-go here by Choco, by Tai Lung, by Yiv, even the Katogacha coming all the way from the XP lane and going for some taunts every now and then. And those lane swaps giving the advantage. I really like the fact that they take the advantage where the Granger had from the early game, move it to their lanes, get those objectives, move the gap even further for the side of SRG, which they did wonderfully well. At that point, if you're Harriet, what can you really do? Even if you have a purify for the Chu, the damage, you can't purify damage. It's just not possible. Which again, forcing strain, unfortunate. But game number 3, it's gonna be interesting what they have both teams here. Probably want to finish it off pretty soon.
Well, I don't know if we will be going into a break. That just depends how excited are we for the
Yeah.
next game. I think I'm pretty excited. How excited are you? Because now we have the draft phase already. So doesn't matter your answer. We are already here, so it's unfortunate for you. If you wanted
Yeah,
to get
I
a
mean-
drink in, I'm sad for you because you either
I'm
need
fine,
to
I'm
leave
fine.
me alone for the draft and get a drink, but I don't know if you want to lose on that draft because this draft will decide the fate of the last game. I will tell you because from the draft we can tell so much. And even though our expectations weren't confirmed in the first one, because in the end Search Titans fumbled, even though I believe they had a little bit better draft. In the second game, it has been exactly the way we could have thought from the draft. They were able to manage in the early game, they were able to close it out in the mid game and not let Harit scale up. But now, you have Search Titans on the opposite side. They cannot control the draft. They are on the responding side. So maybe now Four Season Rain can dictate the draft the way they want to and force their opponents into something they do not want to play.
Yeah, and the band so far has been on point. They know the targets. Don't really want to give the Granger towards the side of SRG, which again did phenomenally well. They know the game plan. They've had the experience alongside these heroes, so bans are going to be pretty obvious from both teams. But SRG, the ones to clean it up, is it going to be possibly first picks? Are still a lot of heroes open here. Maybe even the Lucas could be an option if they want to, but they have to take it for themselves, maybe being on the red side. Other than that, I'm just thinking jungler, Suyo. It's gotta be it, right? Or maybe the
I
Harriet?
think so. I think so. Since the Harit could be in question, but since you already banned the Joy, I think the logical
Yeah.
one will be Suyo. Because other than that, you have only Alpha, and Suyo will dominate him in the early. All right, it's Matilda.
Oh, neither.
Interesting option. By the way, I was just literally
Yeah.
looking on the right side of the draft, and if you look at Joy and Kalia, their faces are exactly the same. Do you see?
It's a 1-for-1 replica here. Only the wig and possibly maybe the contact lenses. No, never mind. They have the same eye colors also.
Yeah. I think someone was copying other people homeworks because this face looks exactly the same. Well, anyway, back to the draft. How you like the Clint pickup? All right, it's not a Clint
wait, no.
anymore. But Suyo
mean,
goes through. I
yeah.
think that's perfectly logical. But now Bedank, of course, you want to pick him up. It's
Yep.
a great roamer or XP laner. But what is your response to? Oh, Hayabusa. All right.
Okay. It's 50-50, I'd say. Rather, which one makes the first move and which one immutes the skills for either of the ultimates here. But other than that, again, like you said, it's a little bit questionable to go for the Badang right now, especially with so much XP laners in the board. Sure, if you go for the roam, it's pretty fine, but then your mid control is already on the board. The side of Force Range can already tell what kind of composition it is gonna be, at least for the early draft here for the first 3 picks. But the side of Force Range, what are they gonna go for here? XP laner maybe, perhaps, but Mister on the show could be an answer. Is this a repeat of the second game?
Oh, Kari.
Oh, that's different. That's something different.
I don't
I've never
know.
seen that
I don't
one.
know.
Yeah.
I don't know how I like Kari. Does she really have some utility to survive Hayabusa? Or she just has the damage and that's the way she will try to survive?
Yeah. Well, this could be a hybrid build carry, maybe. I'm not sure. But again, taking the flicker, positioning fine and all, maybe could go for vengeance if she wants to tank a little bit more damage. But it's still a question while we still see the draft. And earlier, Harriet still being open. I knew I was missing something. Okay.
Yeah,
Harriet
I
still
don't
being open.
know.
SRG. Yeah.
Don't know why they
How?
didn't go for
So
the read.
long?
But maybe Dominic is just so I can understand it from the perspective of a player because just imagine you have been camped, you have been destroyed, you just had very rough game through opponents playing very very coordinated around your lane and making your life so hard and so miserable. So maybe it's not so much as, all right, is Harid the best pick? It's maybe more like, all right, carry is not ideal, but I will have a clear mind. I will have something that maybe enemies don't expect. I will have something different, and that's maybe the approach.
Yeah, fair enough. If you put it like that, it does make sense here. And I mean, but still, though, if you think about it, now Kyoshki does have a little bit more advantage in those early fights. And looking at SRG, that how their playstyle have been on the early game, they want to give their advantage to gold lane. So it's going to be quite the difficult laning phase, I believe. So even still, even if you have the carry, but regardless, though, we're on to the next bans here. Chip already banned here from SRG. 4-season Reign thinking about their next move. Maybe could go for an XP laner in the form of Gantakacha. Here is banned off the board. But this does leave the mages open, folks. Both teams haven't picked their mages. And the first pick in the second draft phase is going to be SRG.
You're absolutely right. So it could be the Sicilian to make that strong late game, but maybe something else, because we saw that exact or not exact, but very similar composition where you just exchange Nolan for Hayabusa, and it's literally the composition that your opponents had in the last one. So I don't believe they would be going for it, even though they banned IV. So maybe they are actually going for that, and it's a 5D chess. All right, my brain has been cooked. Now it's your time to cook something up. I need to take some rest after that 5D chess move.
You know what? Maybe he's seeing the you ban and seeing like, okay, maybe we should ban a mage also this time. Maybe get off the Luo Yi here, which again, if you do have the Luo divergent play with the ultimate, it's might just ruin Dominic's career because you know you have the aggression here, which again, see, there's the ban. If they let it go, a Hayabusa plus a Luo Yi combined with either a Badang Roam or something else, it's just nightmare for any of the side laners. So I'm respecting the intellect here from the side of SRG. I mean, sorry, 4-season Reign.
And it's Sicilian. All right, it's Sicilian. Well, we will see. We will see if the early game based composition can be played even in the hands of 4-season Reign. We saw it 2 times from running it basically back to back from the side of Surge Titans. Now they cannot connect it with Granger. They already have Harit, and they have more based into the late game form of their composition. Even though Hayabusa is still pretty early game to mid game, but that late game will be secured by Harit and their mid laner. Your answer is Xavier, but I don't know. You already have late game scaling carry, so you want to match their late game?
It's a little bit questionable because, again, Xavier to Sicilian, they go hand in hand sometimes. But like you said, I don't know if it's the right decision to make in this matchup against SRG's current draft. Having a Hayabusa, a Badang, which, again, the Tigreal does help a little bit and to prevent those dives. They have to be a little bit more wary of that. But SRG haven't picked their final hero right now. And again, is this going to be a Badang Roam or a Badang EXP? It's going to be the deciding factor, which, I mean, all arrows are pointing towards Hylos right now, but could be an unorthodox pick here. What do you think?
I
Warren?
think high loss is highly probable, but let's keep ourselves a little window for some surprise. Even though we have 3 seconds, it's high loss.
Come
It
on.
will be the classic. You have the last game. You don't want to risk anything. I mean, it's you cannot. You
Fair
have to
enough.
give it to them. Yeah, fair
Yeah.
enough. Well, there is one interesting thing that I want to point out, and I didn't
Yeah.
want to spoil it for you, but actually, Mister is very well known for his Cho, so it was pretty
Oh.
important that he got his hands onto that champion, and he will be playing that in the XP lane. And it's just unfortunate that they weren't able to get this draft through on the red side, because if they were able to, then the Cho could be a big question mark for the rest of the draft, and you just reveal it at the last moment. Now your opponents saw it and they saw the Tigreal, so it was obvious. But still, maybe the XP laner on the side of Surge Titans doesn't have big experience against matching Cho, because I believe even in the ranked, Cho isn't really played in the XP lane, even though in ranked there is a lot played in the XP lane. But at least from the competitive environment, Cho is not the classical XP laner. So let's see what can Mr. cook up, and we see 4 flickers. So you have to keep an eye on Cho, you have to keep an eye on the Tigreal, you have to keep an eye on Sujo. So, I mean, if I would be Thor or Kiyoshiki, I would be a little bit scared.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, you're pushed in the corner right now, so you only have a horse here in the form of Choco to be your front line. So that's quite fair. It does have the flicker to maybe mitigate a little bit of damage, but again, the flicker combo by Yugo here, Tigreal is gonna be quite strong, at least in those team fights. So this turtle is gonna be the deciding factor on which team gets the upper hand on those abilities here. The Tigreal's ult, the Badang's ult, or even the Hylos here. But a lot of poke damage coming in.
You're absolutely right. There is some poke damage happening on the Chiyoko. He already burned in his regeneration. First Vision Crab going in the favor of 4-season raid. It's something that we didn't see much of, because it was always the Surge Titans. But based on their composition, it's logical that 4-season raid should be the ones taking the reins in the early phases of the game, and they should be forcing something up. Even though we have established that Xavier and Carry are also big late game. Oh, Igeo could be in big trouble. But Thailand just with saying hi. Yeah, here I am Hayabusa, and I do a lot of damage. Be ready for it.
Yeah, but this does give away his position now. The SRG are probably forcing it. They might expect them to come to the top side, but no. Terrell's gonna be spawned, so this is gonna be giving the go for the top lane.
Wait, are they going for Harit?
Present. Yeah.
It looked like they want to. Yeah, it looked like they want to go for that cheeky dive, but
he
they
gotta
decided
back
not
out,
to.
man. He gotta back out. Terrell spawned in. Choco does go for a rotate early on, but still level 3. Have to wait a little bit. Yu-Gi-Oh spotted out.
Oh, Yu-Gi-Oh, big trouble for him happening. He has to run out. He has to use this big CC lock-in spell for disengage, so he has to wait for the next cooldown. And turtle already been started by Tai Long, but there's Mister with some mobility, showing us that Cho is pretty interesting character. 6,000 on the turtle. Tai Long still in good position, but you don't have Carry, you don't have Hari. They will not be joining, but Nagi maybe too deep, making the wall up, and now Yu-Gi-Oh pushing everyone of himself, but maybe not the right call. Maybe he should have chosen a different direction, and maybe he should have chosen it backwards, and now his Xavier is in big trouble. He has to flicker out from Nagi, and even though Cho was jumping around, he really didn't accomplish much. It was questionable positioning from MR, because I believe if he was there for disengage for Yu-Gi-Oh or to follow up, it could have been a whole lot different.
Yeah, but he wanted to target Thailand possibly, but wait, hang on.
Oh my god, Logico got obliterated off the map. I don't understand where this damage came from. Maybe from Thailand, possibly from him, and possibly from Kiyoshiki. And he is almost level 6, and Thailand is already on his level 6. And also with that red smite happening, which also adds up to his damage output. So there's that Hayabusa working very well for Surge Titans once again. 2-0 for the side of Surge Titans.
Yep, and I like the aggression here by SRG. I'm going to go for the team play whenever necessary. Mister, he's gonna escape. But again, you know, he wants to go for those flashy plays here. If you're the Cho, I guess you're on the beating end right now. But the way how it is, SRG are ahead, way ahead too. So Oof, not gonna be able to
Logiko
steal
was
that.
able to secure it, so Nagi has to run out. Elgeo trying to push him back into his team, but Nagi... Oh, there's 1v1 happening on the top side. Kerry in 1v1 against Harit, and Harit is able to pick that one. So he survives. Oh, that doesn't look well. It looks like Dominic wanted to switch it up, but now Harit is biting him in his ankles and showing him that it wasn't about the pick. It was about the player. Maybe that's something that's coming from the mouth of Kyoshiki now when making that play. Definitely not a great start for Dominic.
Oh, okay. Yep. Great setup there by Nagi, but couldn't set up into the curve there. And yeah, as you said there, Dominic on the beating end right now. He wants to play for his items. He wants to play for the scaling. But Kyoshiki, once again, showing that Harit is supposed to be for those team fights, which dominated from the midsection to the top section, avoiding the rest of the members of Four Seasons Range and targeting specifically Dominic from going back to his minions, getting the clear, getting the goal which he needs. So focusing on the problem right now. But SRG, they're still in control. Turtle still hovering over Nagi, could go for a jump in maybe, if allowed to do so. But look at this.
He looks like he's fishing for something. The vision crab was picked up by Search Titan. It's pretty important because now Four Seasons Rain are blind to what's happening on the turtle side, and Chiyoko is already making space. And Kyoshiki with a popped ultimate, but getting stunned up, and Kyoshiki could be the target. Elgeo is going for him, but he's alone there, and it's not Tigreal who deals the damage. Nagi is the next target for Xavier. He gets bursted by Cho, but the next target is MR, who goes down as well. And now Dominic is trying to run for his life with Kari, but gets pulled back by Thor, and that's a target. Oh, 1v1 with Logico. Logico is actually able to pull this one through, killing Tailung, and probably will be able to get out. Logico with some moves. He's trying to maybe even kill some more. He's trying to kill Kyoshiki, but it's just too much, and Broken Katana cannot help him very well because it's a Xavier already burnt ult and not on the power spikes yet.
Yeah, 1 for 2 there. Quite a great call, but jungler both down. Who's going to be the one to take Turtle? Yu-Gi-Oh! Skibidi still so front ahead, but the rest of the team are in the back. Hang on,
Well, they get it. MR is trying to fight the turtle, trying to get it, and Nagi is able to actually connect the turtle and gets it for himself and his team. Chiyoko goes down for that though, so I don't know the math if that was really worth it, but I guess in the XP regard it should be good for the side of Search Titans. And again, they are showing with a great early game, even though we were questioning that. And we were talking about how their comp is much more late game. Oh, again, Harit with a 1v1 against Dominic and getting him again. 1-3-2 Dominic. Poor guy. He just doesn't have rest.
Yep. Yep. Not a great time right now, and burned out those spells also. SRG so strong right now. Even the fact that earlier in that turtle fight, Tai Lung managed to stall out so long for his team to get an even trade there.
Thor with a 1v1 on Logico. Where did this happen?
In the what? In the river? Hang on.
But now Broken Katana could be in the next target. She's trying to jump out with the Xavier, but oh, actually great bait. Nagi goes down, and Kyoshiki will be probably the next target, but he's on mega kill, and the rest of his team is there. So Elgeo will be the actual one to fall, and Dominic is looking very sadly on the state of this game probably, and also on the state of his lane, because Kyoshiki 4-0-5, and he is really proving himself once again that he is the star player of his squad, and he's playing so well.
Very good setup also from the side of SRG. Even those pickups composition was just so good by Nagi there. Kyoshiki, also the mobility showing to us why Harit is one of the best gold laners, if not the best, I'd say, in the meta right now, and the fact has been bullying Dominic time and time again. Looking like SRG want to go.
Oh, Dominic would be the target once more. He is trying to chunk them out and force them from the jungle. And Mr. with the kick, going for Hylos, but it's a Hylos. I don't know if that's the right target. Elgeo getting bursted at the same time. And Chiyoko is still alive. He's still alive. I repeat, the Hylos is still alive. He survived all of that. And Elgeo and Logico die for their trying.
Ladies and gentlemen, Revitalize Air caught in 4K. What a wonderful spell here for the side of SRG, giving the opportunity now all 5 members 2 for nothing trade here. and now going onto Lord without being contested. So SRG looking to dominate a little bit more. They are with a 6k goal lead. Turret taking down, so maybe evening out a little bit. But look at the items, it's not gonna be so good as the highest farm once again. Kyoshiki, once he completes that holy crystal, everyone from Four Seasons Reign are gonna melt like butter because Tigreal doesn't have magic defense, Chol doesn't have magic defense, you have the tough boots, but even at that point, it's only for the Badang here. The stuns are gonna be relevant,
Crossmob
but
happening on the Bedang on the
damage.
bottom side, just as you
Wait.
mentioned his name, but Nagy is able to flicker out to safety. But there is Thor hovering on this side of the map, maybe trying to cook something up. It will probably be nothing, not yet. Lord is pushing in the in the mid side, and Harit moving together with Tai Lang's Hayabusa, fishing for something. And he fishes definitely for Logico, and he bursts him so much down. And now Lord breaking the aura in the mid lane. Now also you are missing aura in the top side. So you have big trouble, because if the next Lord comes, he is going to take your inhibitor towers and...
Oh, wait, Nagi.
It looked like something happened. Oh, Tai Long again, but with a choke kick canceling his actions. He cannot follow through. But there is Hylos ultimate. They are trying to siege for that mid tower. Elgo is caught in the wall. He cannot get out. Cho is trying to jump out, but there is Harid with crazy mobility, and they are trying to end the game right here and there. Shut down. Only Broken Katana and Logico trying to defend, but there is crazy Badang wall. This will be the end of this game. This will mean that Surge Titans go to the finals. There is nothing that can be done from the side of Four Seasons Reign. They can just look as their base collapses in front of their eyes. And my Czech heart is broken. I'm so sad for them. Even though I was hyping Surge Titans so much up, I still believed in my boys that they can make it through. But Surge Titans showed like better prepared, and I must say with a cleaner gameplay. Because definitely... Even though the first game went to Four Seasons Reign, I think it was more so as in a way that Surge Titans had a great game and then they fumbled, then in a way that the Four Seasons Reign were in control and had the control in the game for themselves. And I think in this favor was also that second and third game.
Indeed, very much so. And you see that Surge Titan's first game probably warming up a little bit. I don't know, no harms with Four Seasons Reign, but the third game was just a close finisher, showing that how much more of a synergy SRG had in the fact that even the macro with the micro was so good. Thailand baiting out a lot of skills, and even if Mr. wanted to go in so bad, Yu-Gi-Oh wasn't ready for it. The Tigreal Flicker wasn't ready for that play, and a lot of times there were a lot of opportunity for South Forces Reign to show and clap the cheeks of SRG, but it was just too late, I believe, and it just got to show how ahead the side of SRG was. Thailand took down Dominic when he was in the inside the inhibitor, when he was in the fountain. Doesn't matter the healing. Just this Ogi shadow kill was just so high in DPS. But even if I say that, the highest DPS was Kyoshiki from the side of SRG. Meanwhile, Broken Katana, the mage from Four Seasons Reign, gonna be the highest. Because again, those skill combo 1-2 just landed every single time, gave the space which Four Seasons Reign need, but they couldn't do anything with it at that point because they didn't have their members ready for it.
You're absolutely right, and I was so excited about the fact that there was a Cho pickup. Just as we are talking right now about the end of that matchup of Four Seasons Reign and Surge Titans, we can see that Ake was able to beat their opponents, and they will be the nemesis, or not we cannot really say nemesis, but we can say the enemy of Surge Titans in the finals, where they will clash it out. But before that, we will have a third place match. But even before that, I believe we should have an interview with the players from the Four Seasons Reign as well with Surge Titans. So I'm pretty excited to that. I have information that Surge Titans will be going first. So we will have the winners first on the call. I'm Really, I really want to ask them about their early game approach and about what how they find.
Yeah,
All
very
right,
much
we are
so.
back on track. We are back on track.
Yeah, yeah,
It
yeah.
was interesting
Okay.
approach because usually when we see teams here, I feel like they go for that late game and not so much for that early to mid game when we see the teams win. I don't know what was your experience, but that's how I feel it. Like
Yeah.
maybe you have a different opinion about that. So I'm really excited about the way Search Titans approach this one.
Well, yeah, again, the early game is fine if they get a better trade for it. Early game, late game, most of the time, at least if you see in the other pro scene for different esports scene, it's mostly the early to mid. So that is dictated by the draft which you present your team with. And whether you be on the blue side, whether you be on the red side, usually the teams that want to go for the early game is those on the red side because you do get a better trade with two broken heroes for one. Which again, I might be biased on that fact, but still, a lot of teams have found success on the mid game here, which is fine, I believe so. That's how usually the games are. You fumble a little bit, you get some trades, you get some objectives, kills left and right, but the teams that show this showcase this at least there was probably SRG in that matchup, which we saw in the third game was quite a dominance. Which again, your questions for them are going to be quite interesting to see. I believe if they are ready. Gun here,
Yeah.
yeah,
All right, we should be back.
yep.
Having some.
Okay, 4 seasons reign. You
All
have a
right,
chance
all
to get
right.
a question to your fellow countryman.
We will have 4 seasons reign joining us here together with my co-host Lynn. Lynn, all right. Well, we have a member of 4 season reign, and I believe from the profile picture, it's Buey, isn't it?
Yeah, hello, what's up?
All
Nice to meet
right.
you guys.
Buey, I believe you were
Hello.
represented by a nickname of MR, aka Mister. So you were the show in that last one, and the last one is definitely something I want to ask you about because in that last game it looked like it crumbled a little bit, and I don't know what was the exact cause. We were talking about it, we were analyzing it. We kind of felt like Dominic didn't have the best game, not necessarily by his fault, but just the second game he got focused so hard, so he had a tough time. Do you believe the Cho pickup was the right call? I know you are very well known for your Cho, and definitely we're happy to pick him up. But now, in retrospect, if you think that there was something else you could have picked up, and that was the reason why you lost.
I don't think it was because of the show. We just had bad time. We got overrated on the goal. They clearly had better rotations towards their goal laner, and it was really tough for our ADC. But I think the show was a great call because it was obvious for Harif to pick up the Purify, but we had also Tigreal, so we could burn it and then follow up. I think one of the reasons why we lost is we should have more focused on mid lane and killing Sicilian because we lost on top side.
All right.
Oh
Thanks
yes.
for your
Yeah.
insight. Well, Lynn, let's get to you. What is your question for MR we have from 4 season reign here on the interview?
Right. Okay, MR. We saw you play the show there in those team fights, especially particularly. You wanted to mark down those backliners. You wanted to mark down Tai Lung sometimes in the objective gameplay for either the turtle or the lord, but this led the rest of SRG to play more to your backline. You left it left the opening for your team because again, Yu-Gi-Oh! Sure, he has the Tigreal, but it's a little quite obvious what he has to do to set up for his team. So, what I wanted to ask is possibly again, besides the Sicilian here, usually do you go for these kinds of drafts for pickoff potential, or do you go for is this your normal is this your comfortable playstyle, or was this a little bit experimental? Just want to ask.
I usually play engage on explain, but we played exact opposite of the first game when we tried to scale.
Yeah.
But the last game, we were having some tactic about picking carry over Harif. We chose a lot of strong early game champs, and we wanted to play for turtles, but it somehow crumbled. Also, the Bereng is very strong explainer, and it led to me. It made me like over resetting because I had hard time following his roams.
All right. Fair enough. Fair enough. Here.
Yeah, they
Well,
definitely added.
yeah.
Sorry.
Or, I mean, no, no, go ahead. Go ahead.
Well, that definitely added up together with your opponents having a little bit better rotations than you, unfortunately. And as I have said already on the stream, my heart goes to you, and I am so sad that you weren't able to make it. But though, I must say, I at least want to congratulate you for getting here, get into the semifinals, and I wish you best of luck into the third place match, which you will be playing, I believe.
We'll try our best. Thank you for invitation.
Yeah. Yeah, it'll be up against Axis, I believe. Though, how do you think the games are gonna go? Though, for you, is there any predictions here for how you feel? Yeah,
we're gonna stomp Sheen. That's for sure.
Oh.
We have so much flame going towards Sheen. He already got flamed. I don't know if you saw that on the stream, but he already got a little bit burned by his friend from the other team. And now you even adding up salt to the wound. All right, it will be a spicy third place match, which we will be having pretty soon. All right, if that's all from you, Lin, as well as it is from me, then we should have only one last thing to do.
For that, Warren, I mean, for that, Mr. MR, do you have any last few words to say?
That's what I wanted to pivot into.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
all right.
Yeah, sorry. It's my fault. Of course, we will not let him leave without saying his words on the big screen. So, MR,
indeed,
what you wish to say, what you wish to tell to the fans, to the viewers, and maybe to your opponents, so they watch out for something.
Bombardiro crocodilo.
All right.
Yeah, we're just gonna try and. Yeah, I don't.
Okay.
I'm kind of shaking from the games. I'm sorry, but we'll try our best.
No worries.
We'll give you a show. I promise that.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay,
thanks for joining us.
Yeah.
Good luck. And we should be having the winners of the semifinals. We should be having Search Titans right over here pretty soon. So let me get to that.
It's gonna be quite spicy though. Search Titans versus Ake for the finals here. And now we're gonna interview them, right? So it's Hungary versus Poland, and that's quite interesting to say. But Warren, so far, I mean, the games have been going on. Do you think it's gonna be a stomp though for the next one? As we did see, Miss MR was, he had a little bit of vengeance against Axis.
Well, it's pretty interesting coming into the fight for the third place since it's hard to really say because well, Axis got beaten over by Ake by a score of 2-0, but we can probably expect by what we know about these players and how we saw them play that Ake should be a little bit stronger than Search Titans. So it's hard to judge how will the third place match go, but I think both of the teams should be on a similar footing. I think it should be a pretty fierce battle, and I think we should be having a banger of a third place game.
Oh. Yeah, fair enough. But,
all right, we have a member of the Search Titans, which I cannot tell by the profile picture who is, unfortunately. But if you will introduce yourself, we will be having you together with Lin and me, Voronix. We welcome you to the stream.
Hello, guys. It's Kiyoshiki. Yes, it's good to be back here.
We have Kiyoshiki. Oh my god, I am so hyped. we were watching your performance and we were both glazing you up so much. It was great, great Harid game as the last match, and also crazy Granger game where you pulled your team through, which looked a little bit shaky, and at moments it looked like you will not be able to make it. You will not be able to turn it around, but in the end you provided great performance. I believe it was something like 10-0 Granger or something like that, pretty high score. Why do you think that you performed so well with the Granger? Was it teamwork or was it just your skill?
It was teamwork, of course. It's not just me; it's all my team. They just played for me because they know I was the carry of the late game. So
Okay.
so they had to.
Yeah.
All right, that's
All right,
pretty polite answer. We value your kindness to your teammates and being being not ego-driven, as we saw from some players. Thanks for your answer, Kiyoshiki, and I will give the voice to Lin. Lin, what is your question?
All right, Kyosuke. The second game, we did have Dominic pick up the Harriet and you versus against him. And then your team just completely shut him off. He got Choco after the match. But going on to the third game, you were the one who got the Harriet in this time. And I just got to ask how you were feeling when you showed Dominic how to properly play Harriet, quote unquote.
I felt pretty good. I had to show him some tricks how to position himself, or maybe just don't be too aggressive in the lane when the whole team is missing. Because it's kind of obvious if my team is not showing on the turtle, you can just you will be picked off.
All right. Quite an honest and a nice lad here, and appreciate your answer for that. But okay, your next opponents though after this game is gonna be Eke. So how are you feeling right now? Because you're as things are as it is, you're facing off against the Titans who have been almost undefeatable throughout the tournament. They've had a name for themselves through this tournament, and now going on to the finals, it's got to be a lot of pressure building up, right?
It's pressure, of course, but I think my team will be enough to beat them because the first time we kind of got humiliated, so we have to fight back and claim this victory.
All right.
Or
I'll just hand it off to Warren there.
Thank you. All right, strong words coming from you, Kiyoshiki, but well, who else should say these words than you after this crazy carry performance? All right, we will be looking forward to you showing that strength and that passion in the finals, but we will be having that after a little bit of a time because we should be going Berlin. Where will we be going?
Oh, we'll be going to our break, perhaps. Yeah. But thank you so much for coming here, Kyoshiki. And
Thank you for having me.
Yeah, appreciate you playing this tournament. Appreciate you showing up and in these interviews. And for now, though, we'll have to say goodbye a little bit for as we go to our break. Right, Warren? Anything you want to say before we sign us off for some time?
Well, we should definitely give Kiyoshiki, well, not anymore. I thought we should give him we wanted to give you, Kiyoshiki, your place to say whatever you want on the cast, since that should be something that should be part of the interview as well. So, Kiyoshiki, mic is yours now.
I would like to give a shout out to Kingslayers, my goats, my Hungarian goats, and of course Farid for yesterday's comment. And that's it. Thank you for having me.
All right. Thanks for joining the interview and good luck for the finals.
Thank you. Good luck.
All right. So, Lynn, we will be going into that break you promised.
Mm-hmm. All right. So, yeah, stay tuned, folks. And before that, though, don't forget there is a giveaway that's been going on stream. It's 5,000 diamonds, probably around the price pool for that. But other than that, if you want to join, there's an Instagram giveaway with a price pool of 1,000 diamonds. Second place, Starlight Plus card. Third place, Starlight card. And lucky winners will get 300 diamonds each. But besides that, though, don't forget to like and subscribe, guys. Comment on your favorite moments, and give some love to these players. Give some love to Searchy Europe, as we will go to a break now. So stay tuned for more V4 Mobile Search seasonal finals.
You're a superhero. Can I be your superhero? Superhero. 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 Can I be your superhero?
right, folks, welcome back to the V4 Mobile Search Seasonal Finals. We are on to the third place matches right now. I'm your caster, Linwell, and join me in the casting desk this time. Once again, back for the action is Kronos. It's been a while, man. Wait, I say this so weirdly. But this game, it's going to be Four Seasons Reign versus Axis. So, how are you feeling for that?
Hey, I was kind of expecting this one. That's what we kind of had, right? In terms of at least a third place match, because just for the fact that Surge Titans are kind of got the better of Four Season Reign, and let's be honest, I think Ake are probably one of the strongest teams. So at the moment, we have, like you mentioned, Axis versus Four Season Reign. As per the placing that they got in terms of the Swiss bracket, Four Season Reigns was actually the second strongest team, while Axis is number 5. But right now, all that doesn't matter. You want a piece of the prize. You want a small piece of the pie that's left. You do not want the crumbs at this moment. So if I was Axis of Four Season Reign, I'll definitely be looking to go for the throat in this one right off the bat. Just get straight for it. But at the moment, Axis on the blue side as Four Season Reign on the red. The ban's already begun. Linwell, before the bands begin, what are you expecting?
Well, I'm expecting drama. I'm expecting action. I'm expecting there to be tears, blood, sweat from both these two teams. We've interviewed both their players, at least, which came to be Mr. and Sedley, perhaps for the side of Axis. Correct me if I'm wrong. And he did wish for the downfall of the side of the opposing team, Axis against against Eke. So this time it's a little bit of a redemption. They both will be facing off against each other. So friends to rivals, perhaps, or friends to enemies could be the team for this game. And that's quite comedic, I'd say.
It is. I mean, the friends, enemies don't matter at this point. You gotta make sure you fight for the prize. You want a piece of the prize pool. That's the main thing. But at this time, looking at the bands, Lucas, Sushin, Harriet taken off the table. On the other side, Matilda, Kalea, probably gonna be a Suyo right now. Maybe look for the trade between a Granger and a Joy, or leave the Suyo open. Try to get yourself the Granger. Play for Assassin. The Fanny's still up for grabs though, so that's gonna be the biggest thing that I'm looking for right now.
First match as well, but no Pants of the Batang. Is it gonna be the Fanny once again, like you called, or is it gonna be a Granger? Because again, Fanny is just so good as first pick if you're side of Axis right now, and I don't know if it's the right call to ban off the Padang, but what? Chief goes for the Granger instead?
Oh, wow. The Granger, I think he's just too good of a gold laner to let go of, right? So Chief, I've seen him on the Iritel, does wonders, but right now, it needs definitely the gold lane prowess. Goes for the Granger, but instantly, instead of going for the Suyo, they want to dive into the back line. I like this Joy being picked up. The Sicilian for the high ground works really good. Now, they really need to pick up the Suyo, otherwise they're going to have a hard time. And or the Hayabusa in this case.
Yeah. Well, both could go either ways here. And to the fact that, I mean, if they don't pick either, the next bans are going to be quite obvious for the side 4 Season Reigns. But so far, though, what are you expecting here? The Gato Catcher is still open, Vovia is still open, CC still on play. Maybe could extend a little bit, but what? Already? So soon?
Wow, and it's they want to go for the front to back there, and I like the fact that they go for the Gatot and the Tigreal, because you get 2 counters straight off the bat. The Tigreal to kind of counter the Joy while she's diving in with the implosion, and also the Gatotkachi to make sure the Sicilian is not breathing. But they need some form of aggression. They need some form of help for the Sicilian as well. So they pick up the Hylos right now. Yu-Gi-Oh! Skibidi. He better be Skibidi with the Hylos.
Yep. He's going to have quite a fun time, I believe, unless he gets poked down. Which so far, though, bans are going to be relevant. And right, as I said, jungler already picked. I mean, already not shown yet. So it's going to be quite obvious what the bans are going to be. namely Suyo, already gotten rid of right now, and Hayabusa, again, already banned. Only for side of Axis remaining here. But Cross, like you said, that front-to-back composition is an option, but do you think it's a little too soon for that? For Axis to show their cards?
I think yes, but also given the fact that the draft has gone this way, it's not bad option because yes, you already got the jungler and the mid laner there, so you're losing out on a lot of jungle clear. But I think Kuba has his eyes on something else. He understood that Hayabusa and Suya is definitely going to be banned out. I'm not sure if he plays the Fanny because I'm starting to sniff one because this Fanny will have so much space. And next thing you know, they're going to be in a difficult position. They take away the Phoveus to make sure he's not in their face the entire time. The Terizla being hovered over, I'm not a big fan of this Terizla, to be honest.
Yeah. Well, it is on Hands of Mister. So, again, even despite the skill level also, yeah, like you said, the placement's gonna be pretty difficult to position alongside the rest of the 4C. I mean, Axis here, but I get the idea. They want to go for a dive in, but no, this goes for a safer option here. It solidifying the fact that this Hylo is gonna be the roamer.
Mission completed.
Yep, Hylos in the roam. You want the CC to be a problem towards the Gatukacha, so they pick up the CC. That's good for them. Waiting until the last second for the for the gold laner, and now you can see that I told you. Hey Linwell, I called it. He's gonna go something for different in the jungle. They're going for the Freya in the jungle. Early game, right off the bat, chain CCing them the entire time. They have quite a lot of CC. If you ask me, if they pair this up with the Vexana, sheesh, is gonna be a difficult one.
Is this gonna be? Is it gonna be a Vexana? Is it gonna be Aurora? Is it gonna be a Yeve here?
Valentina's good too.
Ooh, yeah, a lot of options here for the board. Nymph gonna be having a very fun time, and indeed, it's the Ice Queen.
As timeless as a glacier's heart.
It is the Ice Queen to prevent the dive that comes in from the Joy. Extra bit of sustain as well. At the moment, I feel like the gold laner over here, it's gotta be carry. I don't see, but with the whole point of the carry is that you need to melt them down, but that's why they pick up the Aurora, because the AoE damage that it brings in, or rather that few seconds of freeze would be a big problem. So Beatrix, it's a difficult one. It's got to be Beatrix, right? I'm thinking Beatrix. What are you thinking? Or Bruno
maybe, too. Yeah, or maybe could go for Ixia, but again, he's sitting duck. But never mind. Yeah, it is, as you said, carry here. Too many frontliners from the side of team Axis here. Three of them mainly being a huge damage dealer or huge threat to the side of 4 Seasons Reign, which Yu-Gi-Oh is gonna have a lot on his plate to work with if he wants to keep the rest of his members safe. Especially Logico. I don't know if he's gonna have a fun time diving into this backline here for Axis.
Yeah, I'm not. You're right. I don't think Logico is definitely gonna have a good time. He's gonna be. He's gonna have a hard time diving into the back line because he has no cleanup for. And who is he gonna catch? He's definitely not gonna catch someone like an Aurora because you have the Pride of Ice. So at this point, it's daunting to see how they'll try and finish the game. They need a lot of work done by the Sicilian to poke them down, and of course. The carry is the secondary engage. You need the Joy to dive in, try and bait out the big Frigid Glacier from the Aurora, and then let the carry kind of melt the other frontliners down. But on that note, ladies and gentlemen, you are watching the third place match for the V4MS Seasonal Finals, brought to you by Surge Europe. And we have Axis on the blue side, 4 Seasons Reign on the red. My name is Kronos. I'm going to bring you the insightful analysis, while in this game, we got Linwell to break it down with the play-by-play as we get straight into match number 1 of this series.
Yep, and the pokes are already coming in here. Yu-Gi-Oh! Skibidi being chowned out a little bit, but the Revitalize still available here for later on. But look at Axis here. They want to go and give the advantage towards their goal here. Already rotating so early on. Etley giving vision in the bush here. Lead also been clear, but Logical, they want to dive on towards him, but gets the retribution.
Yeah, he does get that in his favor. So slight bit of an advantage, not that big just yet. but it could be the big difference maker. And right now, Yu-Gi-Oh! Skibidi, with the help of the Sicilian, you can see what I was talking about. They have the range, they have the AoE. They definitely are looking to dominate the river, which they have already. And now the EXP prowess as well, coming from the CC. They're having a good time, but only a matter of time till this Freya starts dishing out the damage.
Yep, and it's a Freya, so it's gonna be a lot of area damage to not the fact that because so much control for your side. But hang on, wait, Yu-Gi-Oh! Skibidi gonna search out Kubra. There's the Sanguine Claws, trying to pull him in, trying to set him up, but this just might be a death trap as he falls in. No, doesn't want to engage earlier on. Turtle gonna be up, doesn't want to utilize those abilities before. MR trying to zone out a little bit from South axis, but he might be biting off a little bit more than he can chew. If Turtle's gonna be started on, sadly, looking for a play. Doesn't have the level 4 though, so it's gonna be a risky one.
Yeah, definitely risky for them to understand their positioning and to realize where they could go to get the slight bit of advantage that they're looking for. And at the moment, the turtle is up. Of course, it's the first turtle of the game. It looks like Four Season Rain have the advantage, but the numbers game in the favor of Axis.
Yep, MR trying to start us off. I go with the Yo Blitz. There is the AOG being landed. As Hollow shot his own MR, but Kubakubu lands the Retribution right on time. A lot of freeze and crowd control going onto the battlefield, but this Freya is melting everyone down. No one falling though in the process. No one to clean the M out for Axis here. They try to do something, but 4SR manages to scrape away and get back right on time. And Dominic all the while getting a little bit of gold for the action.
Yeah, I think at the moment they need to find a way to get their, they need to find a way to get the first blood, to get the in their favor, the tide in their favor. But Sedley over here try to camp Logico. Logico just a little too slippery at the moment. But if Logico goes off position, Sedley would be deadly, because right now the Granger danger might not be much. He might be the one in danger.
Yep, Chief will have to cook up something for his team, bro. This close pathway, so down, so much stun also all the while. Logical being the one tanking the turret. Yugi gonna be the one finishing me off, but he tries to escape there. Axis on, meanwhile, with the re-engage. Those dishes all the damage. Dominic is the first one to fall for a trade, 1-for-1, but the huge project glacier finishes off additional member of Four Seasons Reign as Axis gets a 2-for-1 trade here. And speaking of that, they are gonna have a very fun time on this Freya.
Yeah, definitely gonna have a much more fun time, but you can see you just give it.
Wait, does he survive? The range is enough, Retribution to slow him down a little bit, and he does pick him off. Was that a little bit of a miscalculation there for 4SR? Giving away a very important kill, especially before the turtle spawning in.
It was a free kill as well. It's not just an important one. It was an unnecessary engage. It was definitely something that they didn't want to happen. But right now the turtle's gonna be off, and you can see that Kuba is on the top side. So Axis are buying time for him to make his way there. If I was Four Season Rain, I'd just jump the gun.
Yeah. And this could be the opportunity they need, but a little bit delayed, a little bit hesitant. They don't want to give more than they have already. Logico wants to go in so bad right now, but the setup is just not there for his team. Axis, though, are going to be ready now. Prime AOG coming in, but Logico finish off the turtles. Fight still going on, though. Yu-Gi-Oh! Skibidi, this is the remaining one on the battlefield, and that's a trade for a horse for a turtle soup here. Not bad, I'd say, but then again, not so good. But look at Axis. Hang on. They want to go for this carry. Dominic has to play safe. Has to play behind his turrets in the bushes. Chief also hovering over there. Magent, the tank could go in. They both have their flickers ready on here, but zones off right on time. Purifiers are being used here. Close call for side of 4SR, managing to survive that Kubaku. Though fighting off here. Two members of side 4SR. There's the flick. There's a dash. The Sacred Hammer coming in with a Glacier Impact. Getting one. Make that logical. Falling off the board here. Axis wanting to fight more, but 4SR has to retreat. They can't give up more than they can, but the fight's still going on. The Axis still in the mid lane. They want to go and possibly push into this. No, never mind. It's a disengage.
They got what they came for. That's what I can say. And now they're going for the next target.
Yep, looks like MR is going to be on the board, but a successful dodge, managing to avoid that crucial crowd control. But for SR, though, they're changing their focus a little bit now. Maybe trying to farm up, give Dominic the farm that he needs. But Access here has to reset a little bit.
Yeah, I think at the moment they're definitely looking to find an answer for Season Rain against Axis, and that comes in from the gold lane. That's why you can see giving a lot of importance to it. But here comes Logico.
Wait, there's a taunt, but he's gonna be answered a little bit. Kubaku trying to go in. AOG being connected successfully. 2 members with 3 now. There's a basic damage, getting a little bit, but he's just one frontliner, and Yugi are gonna be the one to get a shutdown on towards him, as it's a 2-4-2 here for the side of Forcing Reigns as they try to go and for the turtle engage now. Setley and Nymph hovering over the river here. They want to take the turret. You can have the turtle. We'll have your map control as Axis are still going in for a fight. Hang on. Chief picking up Yu-Gi-Oh! Crucial Sky Piercer to stack here as 4SR. Logico still on the very aggressive end here. He's going to be having to use the Retribution. It does manage to take it back, but will he be able to escape? All 3 members of Axis trying to go for it. Conceal play coming in. Also, Edley trying to go for a second hammer, but he misses it right on the mark. And 4SR, they're going to get away with that.
They somehow got away with it at this point, and at the moment, definitely finding certain answers coming through, and that gives a little bit of breathing room for them. Not caught up with the goal lead just yet, but still Axis will be looking to focus down and go for a little bit more.
Oh, here's a taunt, here's a CC, freezes them right on their tracks, but MR just gonna be able to escape alongside Yu-Gi-Oh! Skibidi. Uses the Glorious Pathway just to slow them a little bit. Doesn't have the setup and vision though for the S4 SR to funnel through that engage, but Axis here still waiting on Setley. He might want to go in, goes on towards MR. There's a Sacred Hammer, there's a CC, but the damage is not gonna be consistent. It's Dominic's the one to be the one to throw his fidget spinners on towards him, forcing Rain. They want to get for more. Logico is going and diving the back line. It's Glacier Impact, but doesn't matter. He still survives in the middle of Kuba takes down Neymar, make the dominant make as she picks up Yu-Gi-Oh! 3 members of 4SR fall as Logico's next here tries to get away, and indeed he successfully does that as Axis here is making for a comeback strongly in the form of Kubaku.
That was something, right? Kubaku is definitely... It's Kuba. Kuba definitely went in, and that's the power of Freya. You want to be there using that Valkyrie form and go for that combo, that spirit combo to make sure you dish out the damage, and then all of a sudden, it was good play coming from the Sicilian, but the Lord might be in their hands quick.
Oh, indeed, he does get a Retribution round attack. EOG trying to land it on towards the backline, gets MR successfully well as Yu-Gi-Oh! Also falls in the hands of Kuba cold here as Axis are going in for a Lord push on the top lane here. 4SR will be spawning in, but Logico, I think he wants to get someone right now, not being given the opportunity to do though. It's 13-4 right now, 10 minutes onto the game, and 4SR is on pushback so far right now.
Yeah, and at the moment, they have the Lord. 4SR need to find a way to try and defend this while not being capitalized on too much, as they are going for it. They melting it down like it's butter. But right now on the bot side, they got the tier 2. They're not able to sink the waves. I'm not really sure what 4 Season Rain were expecting, but definitely not this, because Axis right now, they've lost the advantage that they had created with the Lord.
Yeah, but looks like there's gonna be Flicker could still play the backline alongside Fisher Glacier. Well, Logico trying to deal a little bit of damage, gets the Gato Kacha. One trade there for the sort of 4SR, getting the advantage. I'm surprised no one fell from their team here. Axis didn't manage to pick off anyone there. the crucial Purify coming and playing that huge team fight, but Kuba might just get caught with Sanguine Claws here. Yu-Gi-Oh! Skibidi trying to set up for his team, but he's just CC'd for so long. Revitalize doesn't really matter, as Chief is gonna put the bullets and take down this horse.
Oh my goodness, that horse, that centaur, definitely not having a good time. 263 Yu-Gi-Oh! Skibidi. I'm not so sure Skibidi right now, but at this moment, I feel like he has done the job. He's been the sacrificial lamb for long enough, and now it's time for this carry and time for the Sicilian to be online. I wish I could take a look at the itemization, because definitely going to be a big difference maker right now. We got less than a minute for the Lord. You can see the Joy going for the Wishing Lantern because they're tanky on the other side. So has Broken Katana, picking up his own katana with the Wishing Lantern, and now you want to have the carry with the Trinity. Dominic's not been having a good game. He's not been getting the farm that he wishes to do, so he needs that third Trinity item power spike, and then if possible hit that Malefic gun, because once you get that Malefic gun, you're gonna be dishing out a lot more damage. But that's a decision he's got to be willing to make. Is it gonna be a Malefic gun? Is it gonna be the Wind of Nature? Or is it gonna be the Rose Gold Meteor? Because all three are so important for him in this game. I'm not really sure what it's gonna be, but you can see Kuba definitely online. Meanwhile, the mid side,
Oh, hang on. Logico might just be in trouble. Wanted to get subtly there, but the concealed play coming in, get him off guard. That's not really landed though. Axis used up a crucial important spell there. That still has the flicker. Suddenly could go in with the AOG, but there it is. The glorious pathway coming on towards the rest of the Axis members. Chief gets taken down by Logico, who's on a killing spree right now. Forced to go out. AOG for the back. Logico still caught in the back line here. Dashes out of into safety. 4SR still fighting strong here. After Chief fell off from the chopping block, Yu-Gi-Oh! Skibidi is going to be the one to try to get traded. But Axis, they just hold half the damage which they need in the form of Granger, which sadly hovering over here. He wants to get someone for his team, but I don't know if it's the right play to make, as 4SR are going to be having a very fun time with, as they are quite healthy and well.
it's looking dire for both sides, especially Axis right now, because they had the early game that they needed, they had the mid game that they needed, but not the late game that they want, because now it's in the hands of Four Season Rain, who are looking for the finishing blow.
Yep, Logico try to make something happen. AOG just escaped once again. There's a crucial spell used off the board here as Yu-Gi-Oh! Chunked down a little bit, although he does have the glorious pathway to give some space for his team if they need it. Electrifying Beats also used here. Quite low cooldown there for the 4SR. Axis though, they do have the map control a little bit in the form of Etley here in the bush. Setley wants to set up for his team, has the flicker, could possibly go for an implosion if it's needed, but the spacing is gonna be even as Chief is gonna be the one to pick up the Lord here. You go skip it in behind here, so tanky, but Logico, what gets the trade on to live in the possible with a Sacred Hammer and the Gato Kacha. Kuba trying to do something, but MR just too tanky. 4SR on a rampage, trading off the Lord for two members. They want to get the turret here. Looks like Logico is going to be trying to melt down this Lord before the minions show up. At least the rest of the members of Axis, as Kuba pulled in with the Sanguine Claws, it doesn't give him the space to work with. This Sicilian's online.
That's what I said, Linville. They needed that time. They needed the space. 4 Season Rain got it. 1 season was over. The second went away. Now we are at that point where the Sicilian is going to start hurting. Winter Crown, and he has an extra bit of survivability as well. So the stacks are already there. The carry's got the Trinity, going for the Wind of Nature. Yeah, prioritizing survivability for the range, because I feel like he knows that Yu-Gi-Oh! Skibidi is going to provide that space for him, and Mr. also MR or Mr. I'm not sure what it is, but let's call him MR like you've been.
Yeah.
He's making the space, but right now you can see Nymph has a big role to play with this Aurora.
Up, and he has shown it time and time again in those team fights, but with just how much Logico has been diving here, it's been quite difficult position, I'd say. And due to the fact that even you have so much pressure being applied from all angles here from side 4SR, even the high-lows glory spot, we're having such a huge impact on team fight. Your positioning is so difficult here if you are Axis right now, but they are all going to notice. Gets a poke down a little bit on 4SR, waiting patiently, waiting for their targets as Axis are going to be the ones to split up a little bit, maybe get the minions cleared.
Yeah, I think at this moment you can see. Oh no, they go for the play.
Wait. Here comes the implosion there. That's Sonata coming onto her backline, but Chief playing a little bit too hasty. Doesn't want to be caught off guard. Both junglers seeing the sidelines. Logical gonna be the first one to rotate over though. Lord's still gonna be spawning in, but Axis here made a very risky play. Still has the spell intact though, but Yu-Gi-Oh! Skibidi gonna get caught, but I mean, he's just too tanky. Gets away.
Oh my goodness, it's back and forth. It's a tug of war, and look at the goal lead, Linville. Axis had it the entire time. It was around 5k, then it registered 3, and then it registered 2. And guess what? Now we're down to 1, and 4 Season Rain are catching up really quick just before the Lord. If anyone can save the game for Axis right now, it's got to be Sedley. Sedley needs to go for the play, making the chain CC come through with the help of Nymph, while Chief has to dish out the damage from afar. They're trying to chunk down the Lord as quick as possible. 4 Season Rain not letting that happen.
Yep, Kuraku gonna be seeing the front line. Yu-Gi-Oh! Also being melted so much. This Hoilers is not going to be given a chance to work with as there's a Glacier Impact coming in. But Retribution is going to land. Logico is going to be the one to take it down. And actually finding Beats coming on towards the backline. There's a monster kill for Logico as he gets 2, namely members of Access. As they push on even further, 4 Seasons Rain on Rampage pulls back the Galukacha just to delay the inevitable a little bit more. MR also melting down his minion wave. 4SR looking to end the game right now. 4 members of them ready and prime. It's only this Freya and Galukacha. Will they be be the ones to taunt it down? They're trying so hard, but it doesn't really matter. Logico's burst damage is just enough for them to clear up Axis as 3 members of the side force are remain, but there are no minions, folks. They are walking down the mid lane here. Will they be spawning in time? Sedley is here. Is he gonna make it? Tries to go in. There is the implosion and Sacred Hammer being connected, but the Purify just enough for him to immune all of that. And he tries to back away. That Sonata is not gonna be landing though, as it gets blocked by all members of 4SR. Axis manages to defend this huge push out of all odds, and MR goes backed off.
Yeah, and they actually could have gone for the end. I'm not sure why they did. Yes, Logical was not present, but you have Dominic and Katana, and especially Yu-Gi-Oh! Skibidi with the Revitalize, so enough space should have been created. But seems like they want this game to go on a little bit longer. Of course, it's for the 3rd place. They don't want to leave no stone unturned. And for the benefit of the doubt, 4 Season Rain, the longer the game goes, the stronger they become. So at this point, with Broken Katana on a purple buff as well, full build, possibly building for the Holy Crystal. I would generally just go for the Holy Crystal at this point. I don't need no Divine Glaive. It's late game territory. Just go for the Holy Crystal, burst them down, and you're gonna have a hard time. But you can see Dominic opts to go for the Rose Gold Meteor, so survival is his priority. So it's good, but I think you need to start selling that boots to kind of get that the Malefic gun for the extended range. And once you have that range, yeah, he's gonna hurt as much as the Sicilian, if not even more, because yes, Sicilian has the burst, but the DPS that comes out from this carry can be so much more problematic. But at the moment, it's like they have no inhibitors. They need to contest this next Lord. It's way past 18 minutes. We're at the 20th minute mark, hitting 21 almost. And this Lord is going to be super strong. It's the Luminous Lord. It's the Evolved Lord. It's shining. It's golden. The golden month is on. It's an event in the game, guys. Go and make sure you get whatever you can from there. But of course, at this point, they need to have that priority, and especially Kuba with his positioning, trying to catch them off guard. Broken Katana spotted him out. The wave pressure is there. They need to find a possible way to take the kill.
Yep. It's quite difficult right now. Dominic, wait, he just might get caught there. Still has the win of nature though. MR just noticed Kuba in the bush here. Lyco trying to go in, but doesn't really find it. Lord getting melted so fast right now by 4SR as they get that secured with no casualties. And Axis looking to be the ones to defend this almost impossible push. Will they do it? Will they make it?
Will they do it? Will they make it? That's the big question, Linwood. Because right now they had the opportunity the previous time. They could have, but they chose not to go for the finish. They wanted to buy their time. They want to bide their time to make something happen. The only way I see Axis defending is they get a pickoff. And unfortunate for them, there's no pickoff while the waves are not being synced just yet. Yes, they're getting the clear on the bot side. The top is not there. But now the play is definitely coming through with that glorious path there from Yu-Gi-Oh! Skibidi just to slow them down. And Logico goes for the finishing blow.
Yep. Tries to go in, there is the glow spot way and slows down. Sally trying to set it up, but only lands a member of one. AOG hitting nothing as the backline gets melted down. MR lucky to end it all off as Broken Katana cleans up and 4SR taking the first up of this first place match against Axis.
Wow, it was a well calculated game coming out from the other side, right? Axis not able to find their footing after the mid game, you can say, around the 11th, 12th minute mark.
Yeah.
But once it got past that, Four Season Reign said, hey, the 3 seasons are over that you wanted to dominate. Now it's the 4th one. And guess what? When it's the 4th quarter, that's when I start getting a little more dangerous. And that's what they said, and that's what they did. Logico picking up the MVP. But if you ask me, MVP definitely has to be that Sicilian or Yu-Gi-Oh! Skibidi, who played the Sacrificial Lamb the entire time but bought enough time for the rest of his team to start dominating. And of course, Logico, the finishing assassin, the music of victory in their ears. Game number 1 in their hand in this 3rd place match at the V4MS Seasonal Finals. Linwell, it was exciting. You think same story for game number 2?
Oh, could be. Unless they switch up the pacing a little bit, red side, blue side gets swapped. Maybe they're more comfortable on the other opposing end. It's a story that could be told, but not one which I'm sure is worth telling. In this case,
I don't know. I don't know. I think the story is worth telling if you are on the side of Axis, but as a caster, we like quick games. At the same time,
fair enough.
At the same time, it is game number 2. It is a lot that's on the line, of course. We have a prize pool of, I believe, I'm not going to say it because I'm not sure if it's right or not. But what we know for sure is Surge Europe is bringing you a lot more down the line. There's 8,000 euros on the line at the end of the season. There's about 4,000 in the mid-season. I'm talking about euros. I'm not talking about no rupees. I'm not talking about no Indonesian rupee. I'm not talking about no Malaysian rupee. I'm not talking about no Zimbabwean dollar. No, not throwing shade anywhere. But hey, that's a lot that's on the line. If you're a player, you want that up for. You want that. You want to grab that. You want to take the stage. It's gonna be one of Europe's biggest tournaments ever that's happened. And you want the light shining on top of you the entire time. You want that spotlight. How do you get that spotlight? By winning games like this.
Yep. And I mean, gotta give props to 4Cs right now. They are on the blue side this time, so they will be able to dictate the flow of the draft, which I'm sure it's going to be quite a fun tale for the side of Axis, because right now they are on match point. Is this going to be it? Is this all they can show for us in the 3rd place match here, which, folks, up against, top 3? You got to make top 3 cut, right?
Yep, it's true. They got to make it happen. They need to at least find a way to take it into the territory that they want, right? But at this moment, just feels like they had a plan. I think it was like a cheese draft that they went for. The cheese never worked out. The cheese, instead of aging, it just got spoiled. But right now,
you know where it all went wrong? I like to say, you could argue on me for this, but I feel like when they took the Tigreal and the Gatokacha at the same time, sure, you had the good idea, but again, it's just too straightforward because the game plan for Tigreal, usually the best place for Tigreal to be picked is in the last few moments, or it's not. There's not either. It's in the last few moments. So just showing a Tigreal already is just diversifying the composition of the opposing team, which is a little bit more easier to draft, in my opinion.
Yeah, I agree. And no, I mean, I agree to the first half. I don't agree to the second.
Okay.
I agree that
Alright.
it could have been picked later, but just because of the fact that it was picked first doesn't mean it's wrong. It was working out. What I'd say didn't work out is that Freya jungle. Why would you go for that? It's a cheese pick. You don't want to pick that up,
Okay. Fair enough.
especially when you're on the blue side. It's something that you pick on the red side to counter the enemy draft. And while they tried to counter their draft, they got countered entirely in towards the second phase. So it didn't work in their favor whatsoever. And then they were trying to find answers. Of course, they were going to win the early game. Of course, they were going to win the mid game. But by how much? Was it enough? Usually in this current meta, it is important to try and get that 5k gold lead. Once you got that 5k, it just slips away from your hand. So yeah, exactly the big if, which they didn't get, regardless of the fact that they were winning the early game. But you know, that's after the dust has settled, the winner was of course the Four Season Reign in game number 1. While right now we're in game number 2, we have Matilda, Zushin, Harriet on the blue side, Kalea, Joy, Phoveus. Suyo is open, Granger is open. Have your pick.
Yep, so many different options, so much different variety. It's like showing up to an ice cream shop and having to taste each and every one of those flavors. And are those flavors gonna be compared to the seasons, which right now, I mean, it's spring right now, so probably feeling a Suyo, perhaps. They do start with the same name.
I mean, yes, they it could be, but at the moment, I think Granger's too much of a hot pick to let go of. Once he starts getting those couple of kills with the stack of the Sky Piercer, he's just gonna be snowballing. But Suyo is still too strong. But if you pick up the Granger, you can always go for the Hayabusa for the counter. Iritel is available. Sicilian's there for the high ground. So much on the board, but they want to hover over the Lucas.
Is this gonna be a Lucas Suyo pick again? Because we saw this yesterday in game number 4, and now is it gonna be the deciding factor here, at least for the side of Axis to fight back against Four Season Reign? Because if they do go for, wait, they don't go for it. No way. All right. I mean, Sicilian. I feel like they're too comfortable right now. They're playing the safe card.
Yeah, at the moment, you're right. They should have gone for the Suyo. They go for the Sicilian. It worked out previous game, so why not just take it away? But on the other side, they take the Valentina. I like it. Now asking another question. Hey, you want the Suyo or you want the Hayabusa? You got to take your pick. They go for the Suyo. It's a much more reliable. It's more stable. It's more easy to kind of maneuver your way around in the jungle. And you can always have the option to outplay the assassin as well. But will they go for the Hayabusa on the other side after picking up the Suyo? I'm thinking, I'm questioning. Because they have the Lucas, right? That could be flexing to the jungle as well.
Fair enough. No, wait, they go for the Riddle instead. Fair enough, so I'd say. Going on to the next second ban phase, although Hayabusa most definitely is probably going to get banned in this case, unless the side of Axis want to go for a different story here. The first ban is going to be dictating that. So, however, XP laner ban, CC is going to get rid of the board. Phoebe is also absent, so this opens up the space a little bit for a lot of strong, beefy frontliners.
Will it work out? Will it not? The Granger being countered straight away by the Iritel, the beefy frontliners is what they want, like you mentioned. The CC, I think they could have actually put this Lucas in the jungle, you know. It would have worked wonders. But when you pick the Lucas, the counters the Valentina. They pick that up, and it's going to be so difficult for, again, the side of Axis to make something happen because they're going for the counter, but they're getting countered themselves. The Gatot Gacha is already banned out. And I'm expecting a Hylos ban coming through as well.
Yep, good, most definitely so. And like you said, Lucas here going the XP lane is a little bit more questionable against a Valentina, because you have the jungle ground here. You have the fact that you can play a little bit more safely. Don't don't give out the ultimate to the Valentina. Save a play on the bush. If she does play proactively, you can catch her off guard. That's the main reason. But EXP lane, you're going to be visible almost 24/7 in the map, and that is going to be a tough call to make. As High Booster being banned here leaves the opportunity for Sadly to pick off the Kufra, which in this game, there's a lot of dash heroes. So positioning is going to be key here for the side of Team Axis.
Yes, it's definitely going to be key, the positioning, especially when you have a Kufra. I feel like Sedley's Kufra has been quite deadly. It has a ring to it, doesn't it?
Yep.
So, will it be so? That's the question, because they take away the chip, they take away the Hayabusa. Now the only kind of jungler that's left is maybe go for a Fanny. I'm not sure. They should have gone for the Hylos band, but they want to pick Hylos up for themselves. So you got a beefy front line with a lot of HP, and you also have a lot of CC coming through with the Badang. So I like this draft coming through from the side of Four Season Rain. Once again, good draft. But here, Kuba is going to surprise us. Is he going for the Cyclops in the jungle?
No way. Come on. Not after yesterday, not after all the drama, all the rain. No, there's the safe option. There's the alpha here just for the front line. Matches up well against the Suyo. So this is most definitely going to be a very solid game. All strings attached, though. We do see that Axis has a more difficult composition to make, as the river control is going to be much more difficult to utilize if you're facing off against the composition which Four Season Reigns have. If the Badang is going to be on the Roam position, which I'd say is quite difficult.
I think the Badang and the Roam would actually be better than the Hylos, just because of the fact that you have the option to counter it with the CC of your own. You can immune the CC, you have extra bit of sustain, and the Hylos kind of creates a dead lane against the Lucas. So I like that interaction that could happen, and you rely solely on the Sicilian if you were Axis, and also wait for the Irithel to try to get that early game imbalance created against the Granger. But while you are the Four Season Rain, you are completely relying on this Valentina to take control of the river with the help of Dominic to sustain enough for level 4 to be that big impact player in terms of that mid to late game power spike after you hit that level 4, of course. But right now, game number 2, Sedley trying to be deadly already.
Yep, and it is rightfully so, as he has to climb back up on towards that round for third place here. For Four Season Reigns are up on the scoreboard 1-0 right now. So Axis, they are on match point once again here. Lane's gonna be quite even. They have to play for safety. But expecting the Kufra if you're on side 4 SR. Trying to go for someone, but Lito gonna be taken by side of 4 SR.
Yeah, at the moment, I think for SR, getting the Lito, slight bit of an advantage. Suyo already had the power spike at level 3, but here, Kuba might be in danger.
Yep, has to push back, doesn't have his love already. There's the Kubra, catches 2 off guard, Sanguine Claw, pull them back as they Spear of Alpha cleans up 2 members for 2. Wait, hang on, Logical manages to climb back up and clean up both members of Axis here. As Jungler still alive. Wait, hang on, he dashes off there, goes with the Nymph, goes on towards Nymph. Very surprising play there with the Eye of Cyclone.
Danger, Granger, Sedley, Deadly, Kuba. All names I'm just taking because these guys are trying to dominate the game. Logico 3-0-0 on that Suyo, and you know that Suyo snowball is on. The only way a Suyo loses a snowball if the Alpha gets his own, but not happening so far.
Yeah, it's gonna be very difficult here, and the fact that Yu-Gi-Oh even is gonna get his level 4 ready on soon. I just drop it in here. There is a charge of Flicker Blade coming in all towards the backline. MR catching off too. So Logical getting one more for his team as it's a 4-0-1 right now. Jungler down, but still all the while, yes, King Fusaka managed to pick off the Valentina, keeping him in the process, and Profound Katana. It's just, yeah, I mean, he just did the right job there, keeping the Lucas away for the team fight.
Yeah, I think on the top side, Logical on towards King Saka. Yes, King for Saka, that's what he says. I'm not sure if he's a fan of a club that has a Saka, but right now, they get the top tier 1 tower. Saka might go for it. Oh, no.
Oh, what? I mean, he's playing a little bit with fire there, especially with two huge front lines. Doesn't have the flicker also. It's petrify, I mean, vengeance, but didn't even use it for standing a chance in defending this lane. Now it is going to be much more delayed now. For SR are going to be the ones to clear off the top third, but meanwhile the bot lane here, Chief picking off Yu-Gi-Oh! Huge kill here for the side access, and looks like we're going to have a dive here by Logical. Hang on, Alpha Kuba might just be in some trouble. He's just so low in HP. Logical getting unstoppable. Does he manage to get away? What? Chief, he picks him off right on time, despite all odds, but still broken Katana gets him off here, and there's fight still going on as he tries to go for a flicker and Axis. Unfortunate for them, but still managed to clean up a huge mess.
Yeah, I think at the moment, a huge mess indeed on their side. But trying to find a way to make things happen and trying to find a way to kind of get this alpha to start snowballing, right? Because the Suyo is definitely on a big snowball. The turtle's almost up. And I think they slotted the Hylos in the roam rather than the EXP just because of the fact that they want the Valentina to dominate the river. But on the top side, sustain after sustain.
Well, burst here by King Forsaka, forces a flicker by MR, but the alpha charge being cancelled out, but doesn't really matter. Wait, it probably does. Survives all the while with a little bit of HP to breathe out. Shield also being still there, and he is playing with fire but still staying irrelevant in that team fight. Broken Katana picking off Nymph all the while. This Valentina is bursting him so much right now. S4SR dominates with a 9-6 goal.
It is difficult to see what's happening, but sadly here, I'm not sure if the jump was needed.
Yeah, wanted to make the play for his team. Doesn't have the flicker ready, and the rest of his side are all in backs, and Chief is going to be noticed. Logico wants to go for a snipe, wants to get the bot lane turret, suddenly hovering over the dash, catches off the Suyo, main important target. He's just so tanky, doesn't have the shred that he needs. Chief is trying so hard right now to clean them off, but he's going to be the one to pick off Dominic as they get one, but Kuba falls in process. It's 4SR. Going in once again. They do have the damage here. Yu-Gi-Oh is going with a slow. They do have another beast of their own to fortify. Vengeance also making him tanky so much, but gets Broken Katana. Cleans him up. Chief still strong, still fighting. Gets Yu-Gi-Oh in the process, and he's still alive. But Minion, the Siege Minion, cleans him up with a crossbow.
Hey, guess what? The Irrital wanted to hit the crossbow. You want to hit the heavy crossbow, but the crossbow coming in from the Siege Minion was heavier, taking Chief down, who was already low. But all jokes aside, it's been back and forth once again, but Four Season Reign have the advantage in gold and even get a solo kill on the top side. And Dominic not having a good game, but it's definitely coming out of the mid lane with this Valentina.
Yep, indeed. Perfectly placement. Perfectly placed position also, and knows exactly when to go in. Sadly, just missed this right on the mark. Yu-Gi-Oh though gonna be the one to be answered as he gets pulled back into action with Sang Close, but Spirit of Alpha gonna be missed. Still alive and healthy. Broken Katana wants to help him out a little bit, but the backline, Logico is gonna be the one to pick up Chief amongst all that action. Still fighting, still strong. He has the level advantage. He has goal advantage. Wants to go in and cleans up King for Saka there. He is gonna say saying no towards him. As 4SR looking to take the mid lane here. Suddenly in the back line, dies with a massive Tyrant's Revenge. The Rage here gets down 1-0. Never make that 2. Never mind. 4SR is just 2 ahead for Axis to make a play.
4SR are just dominating the entire team fights thanks to the help of this Valentina, controlling them 6-1 and 3 off the back of the early snowball from Logico on the Suyo. They're definitely making waves and they're definitely controlling the pace of the game. Axis again need the late game, but Dominic gets picked off once more on this Granger, and I think that's been the entire reason why they're not able to end the game faster.
Yeah, I mean, you don't want to give it to Irital as well, which is, again, your main counter here. Again, they go hand in hand a little bit, but Logico has been the missing piece which the side force are needed. But hang on, look at the Tyrant's Revenge as he catches off 2. Chief trying to go in with a little bit of burst, but he's going to get marked there. Chief so low. Yu-Gi-Oh going to be the one to take him down 1-for-1. Chief for MR. That's EXP for goal here. As we have another fight going to be engaged. Broken Blade wants to go in. Tries to slow down rest of the members of Axis, gets a godlike, snipes off the back line, deals a little bit of burst, but Kuba gets a trade here. That's 2 for 3 right now. He has to spare bomb if he wants to use it. Sadly, waiting for charge, gonna be missing though. Gonna be immune right on time by Logico. And Alpha still healthy. Wants to get fight though. There's spell Alpha, but doesn't matter. There's true damage. Connects as Axis gets finally shuts down Logico.
Oh my goodness, Logico after going down once, getting 5 kills on the board first, then 4 kills rather, and then got the first death, and then now 7-7 though. Definitely being a difference maker in these team fights, but as long as they've bought enough time for Dominic to get some confidence in his Granger, it's gonna work out, because right now they really need him, but cornering the mid lane and MR.
Yep, they have to try to go for set, and there's a flicker. Tyrant's Revenge play here, catching 2 members of 4SR. Chief gonna be the one to get out MR as he gets broken. Katana alongside Yu-Gi-Oh! Skibidi still fighting, but the rest of the team is all in the graveyard as Chief is gonna be the one to wait. Jungle goes down off map. Kuba, is this a mistake?
Oh my goodness, I'm not really sure why he did that, because right now Kuba should have been alive to try and take advantage and get the Lord, but unable to do so means that they'll not be able to capitalize. No.
Logico solo there, tries to go in for a snipe, but Dominic just gonna be body blocking that one. Finally giving one for the team here as Axis are gonna start off the Lord there. 4SR needs to answer back. They have the roamer, they have the vision. Broken Katana gonna be one to try and bait out a little bit. Sadly, it does get baited with the vision and tries to back out, but that's just so much slow. Then we have the battle line here. Badang is gonna be the one to slow him down as King for Saku gets taken down. Chief make that. Broken Katana is gonna be falling as well. 4th season reign on for a massive comeback right now with the flicker play, even by Broken Katana getting nipped. This is a complete team wipeout here for Axis as 4SR looking to end the game right now, but they're a little bit of mixed communication, I believe, or either they couldn't get both the turrets. Okay, never mind. They're getting both the turrets and the Lord right now. So 4SR, phenomenal gameplay right now.
4SR find a way to finally get something in their favor to try and take down a more advantage. They sacrifice the top side for it, but for the bigger picture, because right now they got themselves the Lord after a back and forth tug of war. They've had the goal lead for quite some time, but now they want to convert that into something that could give them a lot more, like the base crystal, the itemizations. Looking at that, Chief finally got the Wind of Nature. Now going to be able to sustain a lot more. BOD almost in the hands of Dominic. Once he gets that, he's going to start hurting. Divine Glaive in the hands of Nymph. And right now, Sedley needs to be making that play that we saw again.
Yep, it's going to be given the opportunity perhaps with Kuba in the front line. Popping over, doesn't see it. Okay, respectable discipline here. Managed to defend the Lord here, but MR getting the top a mid turret here. Sadly, waiting to get a target possibly, but not gonna be finding it. As Axis successfully defends this, although 4S Heart takes complete control of their side of the jungle.
Yeah, they are taking the Lord. Has been taken down already. Just the inhibitors left standing, but right now Kuba might get taken down.
Yep, solo on HP, still survive, is still tanky. Access here, waiting for a play, but 4SR just has so much poke potential with this Granger and Valentina. Sadly though, might just want to go in, but you know, they know the Kufra is there. They don't want to be out position. Yu-Gi-Oh though, checks out Bush, forces back the rest of the member of Access here for SR. Waiting for a play, waiting for someone to be caught. Sadly going for the aggression there, but looks like King Versaco might just be the first one to fall. And Yu-Gi-Oh slowing him down a little bit as Dominic Logico is gonna be the one to clean him up. I'm getting his names wrong as he has just been doing so much damage with the Suyo.
The Suyo needed to make something happen. Got that done. Saka on this Lucas, it was a first pick, right, Linville? If I'm not wrong, not having a good game.
Yeah,
but
on the right
right
side.
now, Sedley here. He misses!
Oh. Hang on, trying to go for a back play, but he's gonna get caught there. I don't know if that was the right decision to make, because now it's only 4 members of Axis left. There is the Glorious Pathway, way to slow him down. Chief is gonna be stun locked as 4SR gets 1, make that 2. Nim falling for the process, but the turrets are not gonna be intact as it's only a jungler and a mage left to defend this. Minions still be chunked down. They want to melt this off, and 4SR forced to go back and take this next lore possibly.
Or SR again with the advantage. They got the 2 kills. Like I mentioned, Saka just not having a good game. Every time he goes in, he gets taunted out, and Broken Katana is the straight counter for this Lucas. As you can see, the 2 ends of the spectrum coming through right now. They got themselves the Lord as well, and Badang, that pick that they went for in towards the end, is doing and making waves. So right now at this point, 4 Seasoned Rain are definitely looking to take the end, because the Lord is coming down the top side. Kuba against his health, the Hunter Strike, so gonna be doing a little bit more damage than he used to. Has that penetration online now as well. It should have been a first item. I don't understand why he didn't go for it, but right now, Saka.
Not again. Gets picked off possibly here. The Broken Blade coming in and gonna be the one to take him down here. But the momentum is gonna be carried onto the rest of the Axis. Logico has to force back there. But Chief is just doing so much burst damage alongside Kuba as they manage to get up 2-4-1 here. And the Lord is gonna be pushed down in top lane here. Rest member 4SR have to recall after this blunder decision right now. They won't be able to end the game.
Yeah, they're not going to be able to end the game. They're going to drag it out a lot longer than they expected. 15 minutes. I think the first game went on for about 24 minutes, if I'm not wrong. But right now, the longer this game goes, the stronger the Sicilian gets. The stronger the Sicilian gets, the more damage he deals. And that's what they want, because right now Kuba is having a good time. Finally, 8-7-3. Sedley's not been on point, but he has been making those big plays that needed to be made. And Logico's just baiting quite a lot. He went in with the surge, got out as well. And Kuba actually bit the bait. He went in for the Spear of Alpha. And hey, you know what? A quick tip for everyone out there. The skill 1 of Logico, the Suyo, is called Blade Surge. He's probably going for it right now.
Yep. Saka though gonna be caught out here, and looks like Valentina is gonna be the first one to be taken off the board though. Kill going on towards Nim. Axis are here for revenge kill, although 4SR have to force back. Steadily trying to find someone for his team, but Logico is just too mobile, just too proactive, and aggression has been given here for side 4SR. But Axis looking for a play. Suddenly trying to get on towards someone, but the bushes are just being checked so much by Dominic. I don't think they're going to allow that to happen. As Kuba misses one, wait, suddenly catches the high-lows, but there it is. He's able to escape successfully in time. Doesn't want to use the Tarsh Rage for picking him off, as they are hovering over the mid lane here, and they're trying to pull out Dominic. But MR just providing enough space for him for that to work out. As look at the positioning of Logico. He is ready for this Lord.
The Lord is there, Logical positioning himself really beautifully. On the bot side, though, Kuba gets some wave pressure, so Axis have a bit more advantage at this point. But right now, sadly, nothing to get out of harm's way.
Yep, he's gonna be choked down there, and there is the Glorious pathway to slow down the rest of member of Axis. But look at the Lucas, he is just so far ahead and gets one, but Logico getting a trade-off in the process. He's all alone though alongside Yu-Gi-Oh, but gets the also hang on, still strong and tanky. True damage not going to be connected as Kuba is gonna get Yu-Gi-Oh in the process, heals up Logico. But hang on, the flicker play by MR is going to be crucial. Wind of Nature being used, but doesn't matter as Logico is going to be connecting.
They go for the end.
Severance, yeah, wait there, minutes. The Bears is not going to get recalled. Like you said, this is it for Axis, for SR. What a game to end it on as they clean up the inhibitor and take the 34-24 scoreboard against Axis. 4SR is your third place champions, folks.
Oh my goodness, back and forth and back and forth and back and forth. Both the games went, but guess what? The entire time, the tug of war was finally down at that final lord that they needed. The side of 4SR. Understanding the game mechanics, understanding their win condition a lot better than Axis at this point, and knowing that they had 2 win conditions rather than just one worked out in their favor, and waiting for the right opportunity, the right moment, just changing the game and taking it away. As you can see, 34-24, as Linville mentioned, your V4MS seasonal finals third place champion, of course, gonna be the blue side here, 4SR, and they just had a better understanding on what they wanted to draft, while Axis went for comfort picks. But these comfort picks just work only for a certain amount of time. After a while, you need to start understanding how to play the meta.
Yep. And the meta game was indeed the Suyo. Because, I mean, even the fact that 4SR took the Granger first hand, it was Logico who could showcase the true power of this Soul Severance. As he cleaned up all the members of Axis from the beginning, this snowball potential was just so much after he got that double kill, which made into a triple, which made it into a 401, and Suyo in the beginning of the game, not even 5 minutes, just so farmed. At that point, I don't know if you can even do anything, even if you have the Lucas, even if you have the high-lows, because your mage is a Sicilian.
We can agree to disagree again, Linville. We can agree to disagree. But, no, but it's like, you needed the poke. The Sicilian gets online a little faster than he used to. But in the current meta, yes, of course, he wants it that late game. It's just that Lucas never got to play the game. He just didn't have fun. Maybe he was thinking about something else, but unfortunate for them, Axis do not get the third place. And your V4 seasonal finals third place winners are S4 season reign. I wanted to say S4R, 4SR, and then I want to say season 4 reign, 4 season reign, and then I thought about reign, and I was like, you know what, 4 season reign. That's who your third place winners are. And of course, we're gonna also have an interview with one of the players. I'm just waiting on the moment to get the call from our director Giratina, who's sitting smug looking at his card. But at the moment, we make sure that get ready for the next one, because that is your finals. That is the finals. And looking at the bracket, hold on, let me take a look at the bracket. Unless you already told it to them, Linville. Yep, well, it is going to be Ake versus Surge Titans. Yeah, exactly. Ake versus Surge Titans. It's gonna be an
Massive one.
exciting one, a massive one. But okay,
Yeah.
you know what? Before anything happens, Linwell, who are you gonna say is gonna win?
I mean,
Call it.
okay,
Call
it's a
it.
very tough. It's a very tough call to make.
Call it.
All
Call
signs
it.
are
Call it.
pointing towards Ake. All signs are pointing towards Ake. They have the Grok player also, which I'm all on board for. So, I mean, it gotta go with Ake. They have the draft, they have the skill, they have the discipline, and the experience showed in this tournament so far. But then again, SRG, you gotta root for them too.
Yeah, I think at the moment you gotta definitely root for SRG. Surge Titans, they want to be the Titans of Surge Europe. Only time will tell if Ake will come out on top on that one. But this third place match, utter domination, Linwell. 2-0 really quick. Are you expecting another 2-0 coming out from the finals as well? I'm generally saying it.
Come
I
on.
think it's going to be a 2-0. I
Oh.
think it might be a 2-0.
The caster curse just might be kicking in. Last time we had this conversation, it wasn't you predicted 2-1 and then it turned into a 2-0. So this time, maybe a 2-1 and
Maybe I'm a blessing, you know? It's not Chrono
in
Curse no
disguise.
more. It could be
Yeah.
Chrono's blessing. Chrono
True,
Bless.
true.
No,
Chrono
not Chrono
Bless.
Bless. You gotta find another way to say it. It's gonna be copied from someone. But but Chrono Curse definitely is somewhere sometime. I haven't seen it come up for a long time. So it's definitely something we don't want to see for that one. But for those of you who are watching, you want to win those giveaways. I know you're here for those diamonds. I've been watching you in the comment section. I'm watching. I got a second monitor. I also make notes of the gameplay that's going on and with the minutes as well. So I understand what we can analyze, but I'm watching your comments because I'm making sure you want to win those diamonds. I want to win those diamonds. Because if you want to win it, make sure you're active in the chat and listen to what the moderators have to say. That's a way for you to win that. And apart from that, there's also a giveaway going on Instagram. So make sure you take part. It's 1,000 diamonds up for grabs. And it's not really hard. You got to follow the instructions and you can make sure those diamonds are yours. And this is only one of the first few giveaways that you'll see throughout the year. Yes, you're right. It's going to be consistent giveaways coming through your way. So if you are watching in for the first time, make sure you like, subscribe, turn that notification bell icon on. Because when you get that, when we go live, you're going to be like, oh, hey, I want to win those diamonds. But also at the same time, you can see the best of Europe battle it out, right?
Yeah, best of the best. And, who's to say we have only this much in store for us? Because this is just the beginning here for South Search Europe. So a lot in our board, a lot of diamonds, a lot of games, a lot of tournaments, a lot of teams here are probably going to be announced in the future. But we'll have to hold that thought because look who's here. It's none other than Shin. Oh my goodness. How are you feeling, my man?
Hello, I'm feeling terrible right now, I'm not gonna lie.
Hey, it's all right.
Terrible performance from me. I don't wanna touch Lucas again.
It's all right. I mean, I don't think it was that bad on the Lucas. You were only like what 2-8 and something. It's okay. It happens to every one of us. At least you weren't a 10 out of 10. But
right. Yeah,
I'm just rubbing salt in his
I mean, is this what they call karma? Which, if you remember in those interviews here, MR, a little bit of action you did have. I believe, correct me if I'm wrong.
It wasn't brief. It was like kind of friendly,
Yeah,
we are all friends. Yeah, yes. We are all friends. So I didn't even mind losing against them or playing against them. So I'm not saying I wasn't playing seriously, but yeah, I didn't mind the losses.
Oh, he's
Of course now he'd say he doesn't mind the loss because if he won, he'd be like, "Hey, I'm better than you, bro." He's gonna start flexing on it. He's gonna start recalling with an Angela skin and all that stuff. But although I think in that game with the Lucas, it wasn't a bad pick. It was just too early, right? Because when you pick the Lucas, you forced out the Valentina to come instantly. It could have been a third pick as well. That could have been a slight bit of a difference maker in this game. I that's what I feel like at this point. Because you by no means did you guys play bad. Your game plan was on. It was just like slim win conditions, which you weren't able to follow through with. But it's okay. You didn't win. It happens. You ended up getting fourth place. You still got points on the
Hey,
board.
yeah.
Yeah.
Top
But
4, not bad.
what would you like to improve on personally, as well as what do you think your team should improve on?
I think my jungle sometimes overstays. Like against Ake, we played. The second match, the jungle overstayed too long on the enemy side, and we kind of like throw the game. So maybe only that, and my rotation on EXP or the laning phase at least. Because this game on Lucas, it was hella terrible.
Well, yeah, I mean, we did see that in the end, but again, me and Cross, all the while we were just saying you didn't have the opportunity to play. I'd say a lot of times because of just so much pressure which 4SR provided with the Badang, with the Valentina, sometimes even pulling up a reverse Uno card to you, being like, I'm going to be the one who punishes you instead. So, for the games that happen, it's happened. It's gone and done and dusted. You're top 4 right now. But the next game, though, for the first place, it's going to be Ake versus Team SRG. So who are you rooting for is what I want to ask.
Since I know someone from Ake, I wish Ake would win, but I know someone from SRG too, so it's kind of difficult to be on one side right now. So let's say I think the SRG will win in the end.
Ooh, you know what? I predicted Ake to win, but only time will tell.
All right, fair enough. I mean, regardless of win or loss, you're still friends in the end, so that's what matters. But yeah, Crunch, you have any questions for you?
Yeah, I was gonna say, Shin, it was, of course, you played brilliantly. It's sad that they ended up getting the short straw. But the thing is, right now, you had good games, right? You had wonderful casters casting your game as well. Not just this one, the previous ones as well. So, if you can, clip a content out of this whole thing. Post it on Instagram, post it on TikTok. Tag Surge Europe, tag me, Kronos, tag Linwell if you can. Tag Warren if you casted your game.
You would find me.
Tag Braden when he casted your game. Start sharing it. You can make an icon out of yourself. Small tip to make sure Europe grows, because that's really important for creators to kind of take stage and make Europe more prominent. And also, of course, I think I asked this the other time to somebody else, but what do you think about the stage that Surge Europe provided you and what they're providing for the rest of the entire continent in terms of showcasing the skills that they can bring in for MLBB? And hey, you never know, MPL Europe could be soon.
I think Surge turned up really well. Didn't seem promising from the start, but I think you guys did really good job with managing the teams and everything. Yes, I think it's really good.
He's harsh, man. He had high expectations, and somehow those expectations were met. And hey, that's actually nice. It's honest opinions like this that matter, right? Especially when it's on stream, because people will understand, like, okay, he's actually being absolutely real when it comes to his thoughts. He could have said this in DMs. He could have just said something nice, but he wants to be real, and that's what we like about Shin. And at the moment, Shin, any shout outs? I know do you want to give any shout outs before you leave? Because it's been a brilliant time, and I think we just want to make sure that we get ready for the finals, of course, between Ake and Surge Titans. So any shout outs before we call it a night for you?
Can I speak in the Czech to someone?
Go for it. Whatever you like, my friend. If you're abusing, if you're abusing us, just let us know later. Translate it.
Okay. Okay, Virgin, nesnáším tě, zob se, nemám tě rád. Okay, that's all.
What he said, guys, what he said. I'm assuming he said thank you so much for supporting us.
I said I didn't like him. I mean, I don't like him anymore.
He
I
said,
was
I
about
don't
to
like this
say.
guy no more.
Yeah.
But all right, it's all right. At this point, thank you so much. Thank you
Yeah.
so
Thanks for
much
coming.
for
Yep.
coming through, Shin. Thank you so
Mm.
much for providing the interview. It has been absolute wonderful that you played this tournament. You collected the points that you wanted to, and we're looking forward to see you in the next one. Have a good night.
All right,
Take
thank
care.
you. You guys too.
Mhm.
See ya.
Cheers.
Right. See you, mate. Right, Kronos. That was
Hey,
quite a long
on
one.
that note, I
Yeah.
believe we got somebody else
Another one.
waiting, right? We need somebody else. That's was the
Oh.
losing team, of course, Shin. Well, we gotta have the winning team, 4 Seasons Reign, come up anytime
Mhm.
that they want to right now. Cause I'm just waiting for that bling notification to pop up, and then all of a sudden, we have to interview 4 Seasons Reign. Let me check. It's I think Buey. I'm not sure which lane he was playing, but definitely he was one of the bigger contributors in making sure 4 Season Reign end up at least as third place champions.
I believe that was MR, the Batang for the
Ooh.
last game. So
Ooh.
it's going to be quite interesting here to have at least the mirror opposite for Jin, who just came previously. But yeah. Oh, he's here.
Hey, thank you so much for joining Buey, MR. Nice to meet you. My name is Kronos, of course. It's a pleasure. Congratulations on your victory. I'm joined by Linville. How was the game, and how do you feel right now?
Hello again, nice to meet you all. The game,
Nice to meet you. Yeah.
Yeah.
it was full lobby of 10 checks. We knew each other. It was fun. We had a great time. And me especially, I enjoyed spamming recalls with Sheen online.
The banter has come through already, Linville.
Yep. It's quite, yeah. I mean, that's what we like to see here. At least a sportsmanship from your fellow countrymen in the form of recalls. It's pretty good. Yeah.
If I were to summarize the game, I'd say not to underestimate the power of our goal laner, because it seems, especially in the second game, that he was not doing much. It was almost the same incident as we had with previous a team called Search Titans, that they did better rotations on gold lane, which resulted in him being on a lower KDA, but he was still providing a lot of damage, and with the backup of our utility, it was pretty easy game.
Especially with the mentality that he must have had, because like you said, he was on the losing end for a lot of those trades. He was on the losing side for even despite his team. Your team was winning, and due to the fact that he still pulled through, most of people will just give up at that point, but he still pulled through at the end and showed up for your team and won you. And you guys won the round for that side, which props to him for that one, I'd say.
Yeah, he's just a chill guy, but he let some frustration out on voice. So
I see.
I mean, it happens, right? When you get
it
heated in the
happens.
moment, you get quite heated, and it's all right though. But also at the same time, I just wanted to let you know what's next for 4 Season Reign.
we'll definitely keep on playing. We're trying to hit our new peak, because we all hit peak on all. So it looks like we have low points, but we are capable of achieving much more.
Okay, yes, of course. I believe that you're definitely capable of achieving a lot more. I think it's bittersweet, right? The fact that you got third place, but you wish you got more out of the entire tournament, of course. And at the moment, what is there for 4 Season Reign to improve? What you can do better yourself and for the entire team?
For the entire team, I'd say we should focus on protecting more our goal laner and trying to respond on their focus. In the previous games, it was obvious, especially from my point of view, that I didn't keep up with rotations of some explainers.
I see.
But overall, I'd say we usually have playstyle of stomping games from early game, but we prove that it's better for us in tournament to play scale, and we usually win late game, to be honest. So I think if we stick more to that and play safe on tournaments next time, we might even see ourselves in finals next time.
Hey, that's
Yeah,
That's
pretty
really
great.
good. He understood the assignment, right?
Mhm.
Gave a clean. Absolutely right. You kind of need to understand your play style, and finally seems like you found your footing, understanding yourself, and knowing that sometimes yes, risk is nice and it feels good, but sometimes the risk is not worth taking because there are better ways to get your game plan going. Congratulations once again though on getting third place, and of course you like beating Shin. Everyone knows that now. But for the finals that's gonna happen, who do you think is gonna come out on top? Ake or Surge Titans?
I think AK is favoritized, but I might even think that Surge might be the better team, to be honest. Especially their goal laner gave our very hard time, and I think it will be interesting. But definitely, I don't believe it'll be 2-0.
Oh,
That's actually really
fair
nice.
enough,
No,
yeah. Oh, yep, indeed. Supporting the underdogs, supporting those who, I mean, I don't just jump into the bandwagon. So I really respect that decision. But before we close up for going for a break, at least for the next match, anything you want to say to the people out there or any fans out there, or
Yeah,
just want to give
I'll
some
have to do
shouts?
it again. I'm sorry, but Bombardiro Crocodilo.
Second time's the charm. All right.
well,
Thanks for coming. Yeah.
any shout outs though that you have you want
Mm-hmm.
to give away, MR? Any shout outs? Say
Yeah.
hi to your girlfriend, or I don't know if you're
Oh,
looking for an
yeah.
Angela player for yourself. Whatever you'd like, my friend. Stage is yours.
Yeah, I'd just like to shout out to all OG players playing before like season 5, especially to some Zimmer duets if they're watching. I heard someone is watching. My girlfriend wants shout out, but she's sitting next to me, so I'll shout out to her. And yeah, that's all for me.
All right.
I'm gonna watch the game. Have a
All
nice
right.
stream, guys.
Thank you so
All right.
much,
Yep.
MR. Thank
Take
you so
care,
much for
friend.
joining us. The pleasure is ours, of course. Hopefully, we get to see you further on in the next few tournaments. But thank you so much on that. And Linville, looks like that
pleasure.
was 4-season reign, right?
Yep. Indeed, it was. He came like the nature, and he just left as the time passed by. And right now, it is time for. I saw that, Kronos. Come on.
Hey,
Okay.
it's time for, of course, the grand finals at the moment, ladies and gentlemen.
Yep.
And seems like
Drum
the teams
roll.
have already been waiting. We're not
Yep.
gonna get no break. We're making sure you stay glued to your screen and forget about the giveaway because I want to win that one. And making sure if you want to take part in the giveaway, go. You can also check out the Instagram. So join the Discord link, all that good stuff. Like, subscribe, do all that good things. But at the moment,
Notification bell, yeah.
we're moving straight away into the draft of the grand finals.
Indeed, folks, it is the grand finals once again for the V4 Mobile Search seasonal finals. Again, AK versus SRG. AK on the blue side and SRG on the red side. Starting us off very strong right now, folks. Kronos, are you pumped for this matchup?
Very pumped, my friend.
Oh, right. Okay. That's gonna be
But also,
I believe.
at the
Yeah.
same time, I just wanted to understand that who is gonna be taking away which kind of draft, because right now you can see that the Hayabusa is there on the blue side being banned out. On the other side, they take away the Suyo. So the Harith and the Granger, are they looking for that trade with the possible Zushin? I'm not really sure, but the Joy is the one that they want to contest for right now, because that's the only good meta jungler that's available.
Yep. So far, it has just been dual bans, and it might just follow suit, I believe, in the first game. At least this is a rematch from the earlier preliminaries, or at least from the earlier semifinals rounds here. So again, it's a rematch of the century for this tournament, and if you're SRG right now, they must be feeling the pressure. They must be feeling excited for having this opportunity once again to facing off AK in the grand finals.
Yeah, Ake right now with this lineup, I've seen them play before, Linwell, not gonna lie. Toby, it's not Maku, Va, Kusen. These guys are strong. So at the moment, it feels like they're the favorites everyone mentioned, but Kiyoshiki on that goal lane, definitely someone to watch out for with the help of Chiyoko in their own position. Tai Lung in the jungle has been a menace. Thor in the mid lane while Nagi is going to be dominating that EXP. So feels like it's an even kind of matchup, but I'm leaning in towards Ake just because I've known them better. But SRG, I know they want to prove me wrong and shut me up, because looking at the bans, they understand the assignment. Jungle, 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 jungle. 4 jungle heroes taken off.
And this is gonna mean that the domination is gonna be through those mages, through those EXP laners, which currently right now, Harriet is gonna be banned again once both teams know the fact that this Harriet has been key factor and has been a key component for a lot of teams to show their domination. But like you said, Granger is gonna be banned here. Harriet's already off the board. It's gotta be Granger, because if it's not that, maybe it's Zushin, but then again, you're giving up so much off the plate.
No, ban the Granger, pick up the Matilda. Ban the Zushin, pick up the Matilda. Ban the Matilda, pick up the Granger. That's the play here.
Oh,
that's what it's got to be. I don't see what else it could be.
I mean,
ban the
there's
Badang,
so
leave
much
everything
options.
open. Bang the Badang, leave. Oh, yeah, Granger. Matilda.
Granger went for it.
Oh, wait, Kalea. Oh, I just realized.
Oh, no. Not in the first game. It's in the hands of Toby alongside also, who, again, previously seen, has played wonderfully well with the Kalea. So he's going to have a really fun time. Although SRG can have the answer for it with the Purify. So the question is if they want to take for the Matilda right now alongside maybe a dominant jungler in the form of an alpha, then again, is it too early?
Has to be. You gotta pick it up because there's not many junglers available right now. He could have also gone for the Matilda Lucas, but they opt to go for the Sicilian, wanting to get that early and wanting to secure that late. But the Sicilian's definitely got to rock the Purifier. Otherwise, he's going to be tsunami slammed down by this Kalea. And right now, I think here Matilda and Lucas just takes everything away. Just play the Kalea and the EXP.
Yep. And again, what other options are there left? What? Kusen picking off the Xavier here, not wanting to be banned off in the next draft phase. So I guess AK wants to risk a little bit. They could go for different roamers because a lot on the board. Even the Kalea could be a roam here. Fovia is still open. Gato Gacha is still open. What is SRG going to be taking in this match before we go into the next draft phase? Next man phase?
It's got to be... Yeah, it's got to be the... They can still pick up the Matilda. I don't know why they didn't go for the Matilda. Went for the Xavier instead, right? They had a lot more high ground to choose from for later on.
Yeah, a lot of options available, like you said. So it's a little bit
got to be the
questionable,
Matilda.
Yeah, it's nothing left there for SRG. And instead of Lucas Matilda, it's gonna be Alpha Matilda here for the side of SRG now. And bans gonna be coming up, although probably gonna be targeted towards the marksman here, I believe. But both teams haven't picked that yet. So maybe the EXP laner to give that space, to give that dominance for both the Xavier or maybe the Sicilian to work with, I'd say. Other than that, though, frontline presence is a little lacking for the side of SRG. So that is going to be taken accounted to for AK.
Yes, you're right. They gotta count for that. But right now, if I was Ake, I'd go for a 3-fighter composition with 2 in the back line. That seems so much promising at the moment. They go for the Julian ban, and SRG are looking for another fighter ban for sure. It could be the Cho, to be honest. You could go for double pickoff, but the Gatot Kacha also left open at this moment. So could be a ban coming out from their side as well, but the high-lows being left open. Yep, they want to go for a Gato Kacha or Phoveus on that side.
Indeed. But the first picks for your second draft phase is going to be SRG, so that is going to be a little bit more difficult if they want to pick it up for themselves. But next man, though, possibly, I mean, they did suspect a jungle pick for the side of AK, but I don't know if this is the right call to make because, again, the Lucas can still just be slotted into the jungle, which we haven't seen in a long time. Lucas has always been primarily used, at least in this tournament, for the EXP lane, so that can be neglected, I guess, that fact. But, I mean, I'm not sure here. EXP ban probably in this case. Oh, never mind.
Yeah, I think at the moment, the Bruno is the target because it makes sense. They need another goal laner without the help of the Granger or the Herod, because I think SRG want to go for the Moskov, but the carry seems promising as well. They need the Purify on both sides, of course. I'm just wondering which would be the best. So they cannot ban out another Phoveus, I think, right? Got to take out a Phoveus here.
Yeah, Phoveus. Gotta be Phoveus.
Oh, Badang.
The Badang. Okay, wait, but this just leads Phoveus to be open quite even openly for SRG, but no. You're right. Kyoshiki wants to take off the Moskov here, but this means Phoveus is up for grabs here for both teams. But do they want to take it though? No. Lucas is going to be the EXP laner here. Va is hovering over this Baxia, which we saw a little bit of action earlier in the semifinals, I believe, and there is it. He is going to lock it in.
Baxia in the jungle with a Iritel in the goal lane. I think the Baxia could even fit in the EXP lane, put the Lucas in the jungle. It could work both ways. I like the Iritel. Yes, you want the range, but the opportunity, the ability to outplay is definitely there on the Moskov. And over here on the EXP, the Gato Kacha is just such a good pick. While also the Hylos is good to try and get that extra bit of heal going and create that separation. The Khalid could have worked, but it's not a good EXP lane choice at the moment. I think it's got to be the Gato Kacha.
But looks like that option is going to be thrown out the window though. Snagi's hovering over the hill. The vision is there maybe to tank a little bit of hits, but then again, who's going to be the playmaker for the side of SRG? A lot of pressure on towards this Matilda, as Kyoshiki could position a little bit well, but with lack of so much, and with the presence of so much frontliners in the side of Ake, it's going to be quite a tough call to make in this matchup.
Yeah, I think I like the Hilda though. The Hilda is nice for peeling, chasing down the Xavier. But at this moment, I think the Lucas is definitely someone that needs to be doing a lot in and around the map at this point. Because the Lucas and the Hilda, you're creating a dead lane, and that's really good for the red side, which is, of course, Surge Titans at this point.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure how Ake will come out on top here, but it's definitely gotta be in the hands of that Iritel to do a lot in this game. But if the Moskov finds his way to farm, just farm in like about 8 minutes, not die a single time, yeah, Surge Titans are definitely gonna run away with this one.
Yep, probably going to be a clean fight there and clean initiation for the side of SRG if that does happen. But then again, Eke has been known to play in a very disciplined manner and picked off their correct targets. So it's going to be quite the match to see. But folks, we are on to the grand finals here. It is the V4 Mobile Legends seasonal finals as we go for this matchup, Eke versus Surge Titans. First game of this grand finals, and I am all in for this game.
Yeah, at the moment, I feel like they're definitely want to try and get the upper hand. As you can see, the pokes already come out on towards them. But oh, nice Mystic Field on towards Chiyoko. He has the guiding wind to get away. Va right now rolling on towards them. While they see him, they gotta be hating. Because right now, Toby goes for the title strike on towards the mid lane. Thor solo baits out the flicker. No flicker, no purify. First blood in the hands of Ake.
Such a huge first blood for the side. Okay, they're still going for a fight though.
Oh my goodness, they somehow find it. Fast rotation coming through from Va as well. Tortoise's Puissance going in. And now Tai Lung not having a good game. And that's why the Baxia is so well off in the early stages. Because he definitely has the rotation prowess. He is so much more mobile in and around the map.
Yeah, and Kyosuke just might be in a bit of trouble here.
Oh, he goes in. You can see right now he might get away. Oh. Yes, he does, just by the slightest bit of HP, by a sliver. And right now, hoping to see the fact that Ake, at this moment, have got the early game in their hands. Tai Lung just needs a double kill to try and take away the game. But Toby, with his region ability, is going to be so annoying.
Yep, and this is what we were talking about, the lack of frontline presence for the side of SRG. Sure, there's Nagi in the front lines, but again, the fights are not going to be always in his lane or nearby as Eke tries to take down this turtle.
Oh yeah, they're trying to take down the turtle, and right now you can see the tile strike comes through as well. They go in for the flash up flash combo, but the turtle being secured by Va at this point. Right now they're trying to chase down Nagi, and seems like it gets caught, revitalized, not letting him survive. He gets taken down. Really well played from Ake. 4-0, 2 minutes 40 seconds in. Tsunami slams the Thor down. No hammer to help him this time. Gets sniped by the Dawning Light. No, it's just taken away by Toby.
And you can see the burst there from the Kalea. Those basic attacks are just coming in on time, even with the concussive blast. Just dealing so much burst damage onto our Surge Titans. They're not given any space to breathe. As Eke is on the rampage right now. Already 5 kills on the board though. They will be trying to resurface a little bit, but Tai Lung.
Oh, Tai Lung has the guiding wind, and I think at this point, the longer the game goes, both teams would like it. And you can see Va absolutely dominating, baiting out the Circling Eagle, taking it far as well, just into the face of the Moscow. Not what they were thinking, out of the flicker, using that big SOD, and you could see they were tanking so much more. Just Kuro right now in the river between a rock and a hard place, trying to make a sandwich out of him, but SRG need to run away. At this point, Nagi just buys enough time for the rest to survive. Tai Lung can't really do much. This Kalea is absolutely annoying.
Yep, he has been all around the map. Topi's presence has just been so much for SRG to deal with. Looks like he's going again.
Tidal strike, Tsunami slams him down, but you can see right now they go for the Spear of Alpha, catching 2, but too little, too late, because the region coming in from Toby just way too much to deal with, and they get the solo kill on the top side. But right now they're in their faces. Chiyoko can't do anything to run away. Mystic Field to catch Nagi, but only making sure the rest of Ake will survive. They lost just Kuru, just that only solo kill so far, and now getting their hands on the neutral objective once more. Oh, Toby's health though, oh my goodness. Did you see that region against the Hilda? He's under the tower, but finally gets shut down. Turtle in the hands of It's Not Maku in the goal lane with his Irithel, making a faster rotation. Oh, Linville, I want to take a look at the items. How is he healing so much more?
I mean, it's not even an items at this point. The base power, healing power for this Kalea is just so much intact. Doesn't even need the Flash of Oasis for that. Might just build it if he does want to go for a little bit more aggression. But looking at the fact that, you know, the Hilda has just been a force to be reckoned with. Despite building tanky items, just been dishing out the damage. And look at
He's gonna be the target, sir. Wow. They snipes down the Moscow, but guess what? He knew he was going down nonetheless with a certain and the help of Thor. But Va right now under the turret on a killing spree with a Boxia 306, making sure he clears the wave as well. So the pressure is on from the bot side, and Matilda can't really let go. So now the top side is going to be vulnerable as Nagi looks to be taken down, as he is with the Force of the Queen from It's Not Maku. They get 2 tier 1s, make that the I don't know if they were able to get the third, but definitely getting two on the top in the mid lane, cracking open the jungle for Surge Titans.
Okay, just so tanky right now. So resistant. They want to go for it more. Hang on.
Oh my god, Tai Lung right now, not really sure what he's thinking. Try to regen back up. Not in the brightest of places, not in the best of spots. Gets taken down, and now this looks like a massive snowball. 6k goal lead in 6 minutes. That's 1,000 per minute, and you can see why, because they go for the Tsunami Slam, circling Eagle, only delaying the inevitable because Chiyoko has no sort of backup, no form whatsoever, has to run away. Meanwhile, Kyoshiki trying to find something for himself, using the SOD just to escape, and here comes just Kuro with the Unleashing the Beast. Chiyoko's there. They go wild with the sandwich play. Kyusen walking up to them as a Xavier, and they take down the Moskov once more, getting the third tier one in the mid lane. They can't really do much. Tai Lung wants to dish out the damage, but he doesn't have the items to do so.
This is what I've been talking about. AK with their positioning and the fact that they've been picking up them off one by one. Even with the flicker plays have been so consistent alongside timing with the dives, which Va and Toby has just been doing every single time. Even with the surging strikes, has just been getting the precise targets. Meanwhile, like Thor or even Kyoshiki, even Nagi sometimes, which again, you're out healing a Hilda, which is a huge statement to make, only to be countered by a turret, which again, it's not much.
It's just way too much. You can see Toby went for the Tsunami Slam right now on towards Tai Lung. Oh my goodness, they push him back with a flash and flash combo as well. Catching two off guard, and there's Wa in the front, making sure Kyoshiki can't do anything. It's now Maku gets the second with the help of the heavy crossbow. And now Nagi and Thor, the only ones left standing. They cannot possibly defend the tier 2 on the top side. And now they'll be looking to take down the Holy Shield as well, just to get that push when the Lord comes up. It's less than 8 minutes, Linville. We're looking at an 11k 10 goal lead almost, and right now Ake with this goal lead, with the snowball in their hands, they definitely want to end this game as fast as possible.
Yep, indeed, and it looks like that is just gonna be a reality soon if SRG don't do anything to mark those back lines. But how can they do that in the face of Toby here? Hang on.
Toby
There
gets
is.
the title strike. Tsunami slams one, and right now you can see in the front line VOD creating so much space, but there it is. Toby's the first one to fall, takes down Nagi. They trade 1 for 1, and seems like Surge Titans are letting them know you can take us down, but you cannot enter the base just yet.
Yep, looks like, oh, Kyosen has to use the flicker right there. And we're soon approaching the 9-minute mark. Laura is going to be spawning in, and I just want to see if Ake is going to be ready for that fight. As SRG so far have been barking up, answering back, but it is a 10k goal difference. So the itemization for the side of SRG is going to be quite difficult. If you look at Ake, probably has all of their items ready, especially it's not Mako who has the Uriel.
Ooh,
hang on.
Dawning Light. Oh my goodness. Flash step, flash combo. Force to the Queen with the help of the Mystic Field and the Dawning Light. That's a lot of damage and a lot of CC being thrown at them, and a lot of slows as well. Meanwhile, Kyoshiki on the top side finding something for himself. He wants to take this tier 2 turret. He should be able to be honest.
Yeah. Well, I mean, he has to go for the safe play, I guess. He needs this Trinity item. He's not really ready for finishing off those front liners. Even if he gets caught among the mist, Purify is there, but then again, you're going to be susceptible to that Xavier's burst damage, which is present because he's going to be finishing off the flash lantern pretty soon, and he's been bursting down Surge Titans a lot frequently in this game. Doesn't even have the purple buff to provide a little bit of cooldown reduction, but Ake, I really want to go in right now.
Oh, he does, and just Kuro tries to go into the flash step, but no combo just yet. Finally unleashing the beast, putting back Nagi, and guess what? He is out of that, and you can see a godlike with a title strike coming through with a Tsunami Slam, missing, because the Purifier was there from Kiyoshi, but at the same time, they're using the Bat's Feast to zone them out. The Lord is still healthy. Thor finally somehow survives, the only casualty being Nagi, and right now the Lord going to chunk down the top tier inhibitor, and will be taking it away as well. Toby with the title strike, creating the space that he needs, halves the wave Surge. And right now, they're looking to take down the Lord, but guess what? Ake want to go for the base Crystal, taking down Kyosho, and instantly take game number 1 in a dominating fashion with a 13k goal lead. Never heard of before in Europe.
Yep. For the grand finals also in Surge Europe, that is just crazy insane here. Eke just dominating so much with the factors that add up, also all the key elements here. The Basho finally being showed how to be properly played in the jungle, and the dominance they did from the early game to the mid with the Mystic Fields. They were just positioned perfectly well whenever team fights are ready. And don't forget that Kalea, who was the connection
MVP,
and
gotta be the MVP for me.
Gotta.
I mean,
Our hearts, in our hearts.
Yeah, I know. I was gonna say it's not Mako. Okay, you got the MVP, but the MVP of the game in our hearts definitely Toby with that one. I don't know what he was. He was just going at it. Ham, understanding the mechanics of this hero, knowing that he'll not die down, just regenning and getting the right combo. He got a 5-man knockup with a title strike.
Oof.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
With what? That's not even the ultimate of the hero. After you go for that, you can single out a hero. And in that moment as well, you got to single out the right person because everyone's grouped up together and got Kyoshki. And Kyoshki was fast enough to pop the Purify as well. So really well played, Toby, understanding the mechanics of this hero to the max. And of course, Surge Titans need to go back to the drawing board because if it's like this once more, oof, it looks like a train wreck.
They are on match point. And, you know, I like to put the fact that Kalea is just a better Cho in this case, at least in this current meta, with how she's able to set up.
Kalea is a Cho with an Estes and also someone with a knockup skill, right?
That's Cho, the Jikundo.
Yeah, the Jeet Kune Do with basically with the Way of the Dragon.
Kajo.
And not necessarily, it's still a Cho, right? Still, you can still purify it. But just it's like the mixture of a Cho with an Estes. Like, how could they let this happen?
Yeah, and you know, the fact that she's so brawly, you can keep on fighting again and again, as long as you're not bursted instantly. That's the main point. And you force your opponents to go for it anti-heal, and therefore sacrificing a lot of defensive items. So again, top call by by Eke there, Toby, for picking that off early on and even showcasing just how to play the Kalea in every single matchup, which so far has been no losses.
No losses? Are you kidding me? I want to check. Ake haven't lost a single game?
Yeah.
Oh,
I believe so.
Goodness. Oh my goodness. No way. No way. You're trolling me, Linville. They haven't lost a single game? I'm actually checking. I'm not going to lie.
Check the brackets. Check the brackets.
Yeah. Oh my goodness. They haven't lost a single game. Not just today, but overall. Have they not lost this? Oh my goodness. And we can see why as well. Their drafting skills are absolutely immaculate, absolutely perfect as well. I say as casters, we like fast games. But oh my goodness, that was rapid. That was lightning quick.
Fire round. It was just quick shots every now and then. But we'll see if SRG are gonna allow that, because then again, they're still in it to win it. So fighting chance is what they only need. So this second game is maybe for a comeback, which Granger to start off with, I'd say not bad.
Granger, the first pick. Granger is the danger, but Suyo is left open. Hayabusa's taken down. The Fanny's off the table as well. It's got to be Suyo Matilda.
Yep.
Or Suyo
Not
Sicilian.
Matilda. Maybe the Zushin also could be an option.
Suyo Sicilian works as well, right?
Yeah. Yep. Indeed, it does. But still thinking about it.
Nah, I think they locked in the Sicilian. They
No
What?
way.
Oh, no.
No way.
I was gonna say,
Come
yeah.
on.
Like, is he like, hey, you played the box here? Let me show you how to play it better. You can't play better than that. He was dominating the entire time.
Yeah.
But I like the fact that they go for the Joy and the Badang as well. The Joy to clean up the back line and deal a finishing blow, while Badang is just gonna chain CC them down against Suyo as well. So it's good, but they have the range. So SRG cooking so far. But Ake, oh my god, they've cooked so many times before. I'm just looking for what flavor to bring it on.
Yep. I mean, the draft usually it would have been dictated by the side of blue team, but so far I think the red side have been dictating it a little bit with how the picks have been going on. A little bit more flexibility on their end, I would argue, because again, you're forced to pick the Joy because junglers are already banned. Badang is always a good option to have, but now it's a little like the jungler and the marksman has been picked already. So the mage bans are going to be quite even by AK, I believe, unless they want to give this Phobius an opportunity to maybe face up against a Badang.
Let's see and let's find out at the moment, because this Badang is quite flexible. You're right. The gold lane options, the Irritel's being banned out. I think they need to take out the carry as well. Because the Bruno... nah, a carry would do wonders on the side of... whatchamacallit? Ake.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah. But SRG need their hands on a couple of frontliners. Maybe a Gato Kacha would do really nice for them.
Maybe
as a roam, right? They have a lot of AoE. Why not add to it? I was thinking of the Hylos as well, because it definitely boosts the Joy up a lot more. But I think right now it's definitely going to be banned out, and it is. It's got to be a Gato Kacha on their side, but they need to ban out the carry here. I don't see what else they can take.
Yeah. Guess.
Ooh, the Moskov though. Yeah, I
Wait.
forgot about that one.
Yeah. Okay, Kioski, notice of this, I guess. SRG have to go for that ban, but... Yo! Finally! After 10,000 years, we have a Grok and none other than Toby to showcase this. I'm so glad he didn't go for a piss break and his team didn't pick a Tigreal, because now we are making magic happen. I don't even care what SRG's compositions anymore. To be honest, I'm all for the Eke bandwagon right now.
Hey, we know Toby likes the Grok, and guess what he does? He picks it up at the moment. And Linwell, we know you like the Grok, so hey, you got to give us some insights on how this Grok Gato Kacha would work out. I was gonna say, don't tell me you're picking up the 1-1 right now. You gotta still pick the carry.
This game?
The carry gets countered by the Eve a little bit, right? But
yeah,
the Bruno might be a slightly better option.
Yeah, especially facing off against a Joy. That is pretty difficult just to say. But like you said, Bruno still hovered upon Maku, thinking about
Carry's
it.
the best, though. Carry's the best.
Gotta be carry, I guess, in this case. But again, the Grok matchup is gonna be quite good, I'd say. Even faces off pretty well against the Badang and the Joy. The only problem, I'd say, is positioning facing the Yeef and the Granger, which is, again, relying on towards maybe Va to get the pick off alongside. Combos are going to be pretty solid, though, I believe, for both teams. So it's a matter of who gets the first target, at least, since Purify is not going to be available for FK.
Only time will tell what's going to happen, because right now, ladies and gentlemen, you are watching the grand finals of Surge Europe. V4MS Seasonal Finals #1. Yep. As you know, your casters for this one, myself, Kronos, as you can see on your screen, and of course alongside me, the one and only Linwell. Am I punning this way? Yeah, this way. Yeah, you see, he's definitely the Yakuza boss that we got going on at this point. Both of us are like facing away from each other, and they're like, "What's going on, ladies and gentlemen?" But you know what?
Yeah.
What's going on though? Right now, we are heading into the grand finals, game number 2. As the Surge Titans look for the reverse sweep, as Ake look to be undefeated right now. And on this game, Linwell, looking at the draft, I know you like the Grok one.
Yep, wave clear is gonna be fast though. I'm a little surprised that Toby went for the power of nature though. In this case, slowing down the lanes, giving the advantage to your team would have been a slightly better. But then again, it's a matter of invasion, which you can see right now. He's checking Tai Lung, but SRG is gonna be forced to answer, and looks like Toby just might get caught.
Yeah, I think he's gonna be forced to flicker out, right? But and yes, he does, right? But it was just delaying the inevitable. Tai Lung understood that he's gonna flicker, waited to drop the rhythm, and he took him out. Meanwhile, on the top side, you can see gold laner versus gold laner. Kyoshki should be the one that wins out that lane, and the EXP is just gonna be dead, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a stalemate for now. But if you add Tai Lung to the picture, maybe they could make some magic happen. Wait.
Oh, yeah. Already revitalized being baited up by Chiyoko, so no revitalize, no
huge.
flicker going to be available for the turtle, right? And just Kuru as well lost out on his flicker on the bot side, overextending, actually trying for something. I'm not really sure what he was looking for because he got taken down near his gold crab in the wrong position. So taken out there, that means Ake might actually lose advantage in this first turtle. Only time will tell if Surge Titans can capitalize.
Yeah, Tai Lung getting the kills also is going to be a huge deciding factor. The fact that Joy has been so tanky, but Nagi just might get caught.
Yeah, you can see Nagi there forced the flicker out as well. That's a lot of flickers that's not available before a first turtle. Really well played. Ake now understanding that if they baited out the Nagi's flicker, it will be easier for them to grab the turtle. And now they don't have the threat of a play being made with this Fist Crack combo. Tai Lung will be trying to look and steal it. Toby's not level 4 just yet. You can see Infernal Pursuit could be there, but oh my goodness, yes, they go for it. And at the same time, they go for the Fist Crack combo. Tai Lung will have to run away. Free turtle in the hands of Ake. They might just get another kill, but Chiyoko realizes he doesn't want to push the occasion. Getting Tai Lung low as well with the Bat's Impact, and Va invading the jungle. And now the advantage that Surge Titans have created for themselves, it's all gone. Meanwhile, on the top side, it's Namaku taken down low. Kyoshki just needs one Death Sonata to get that kill. Doesn't have the energy to make that happen. And at the bot side as well, they go on towards Nagi. There is the kill in the hands of Toby.
Yeah, he does have the power inside of him. Finally putting Ake on the leaderboard, however. And so far the goals have been even, but SRG has a little bit more control.
Oh, RWM dropped down, and you can see Kyusin here trying to get away with the Bat's Feast, but unable to do so because the mobility that Tai Lung brings to the table is just a lot more. And Linville, if you ask me, this looks like a little bit of a deja vu in terms of kills, but in terms of third structures, Va was able to pick up one. Now SRG going for the invade. Should be able to steal that orange away. Maybe if Toby buys enough time, they could go back. No, they did realize it's not worth it. And Va just tries to clear the bot side of the jungle.
Yep. SRG was trying to go for the top here. It's not Maku was the main target, but realized they don't have the abilities or commitment ready for that. It's just a death trap if they go for it. And Ake just waiting for an opportunity to perhaps throw it from the mid lane here. River, Toby, already being checked also. So SRG not going to be engaging onto this. However, Ake very impatient right now. They want to get something.
They want to get something, and they want a sandwich. They want a Granger sandwich. That's what they see. Kyoshki sniffs that out, and then, oh my goodness, Thor just used the one skill and realized, like, hey, I got a lot of stacks. Get out of there. That's what they said to Kyoshki. But guess what? Kyoshki doesn't understand. It tries to clear one minion at least, and they still don't get their hands on the tower. But AOG trying to connect. Chiyoko going for the play. At the same time, Nagi comes through the flank from the side. The turtle is up, but at the same time, you can see the kill on towards Kyusen. He falls down. Nagi next to follow. Kuru surviving, but he's taken down as well. Free hitting Maku with the speedy light wheels. He takes down the second. 2-for-2 trade. Both junglers still up trying to contest for the turtle. Toby trying to create the space. Tai Lung goes in with the rhythm. The beat's not just used, but Va gets the turtle. At the same time, you can see he's trying to clean up shop. Toby will be the sacrifice in the hands of Thor as Surge Titans have taken advantage and taken control.
Yeah, they're still going for an invade though. They want to go for more, but realize they don't want to risk it. And SRG has to go back, and so far it has been Tai Lung for the win condition. And you know that AOG might have been a little bit of a missing pack for the fact that Eke got a turtle. all due aside, though, could set up a little bit more better for the next team fight, I believe. But regardless, still on the fighting end as 6-3 is lead by SRG, but AK a little bit of a goal lead. Despite that, it's negligible as we see a possible gank on towards top lane, but Tai Lung.
Tai Lung is trying to go for Va and Kusin, but right now gets caught out. Va with a good Blade Surge, and Tai Lung is able to get out of harm's way, but Toby does have the Wild Charge and wants to use it, and they secure the kill on the bot side and the top side as well. So trade after trade being made. A shutdown for Tai Lung, of course, and right now they take a tier 2 while Surge are trying to get a tier 1. So definitely Ake have the advantage in terms of the map control and even the goal lead, but the kills on the side of Surge Titans.
Yep. Well, it's not all kills, Kronos, at this point, because this is where the Sicilians.
Oh, they didn't even lose the tower.
What?
Oh,
Wow.
Nagi, Va, 1v1, assassin, fighter, who comes out on top? Va going for the evil queller. Does he have it just yet? Oh, he's just able to survive. Oh my goodness. At that single point, it felt like Nagi could have been taken down, but guess what? Chioko here taken down super low. Revitalize popped as well. Meanwhile, Maku against Thor, RWM baited out. That's a lot of ultimates just before the turtle.
Yep. This is gonna be good news for South AK, especially since they all have their members intact, full HP, so are gonna be positioned and ready for this fight, unless yes, now Makio is not ready, so might be a 4v5, but Tai Lung forced to defend the top lane here. Hang on, Toby might be looking for a play if it's set up right.
Yeah, I think Toby is looking for the right setup as well, right? Waiting for the opportunity. I think he just doesn't have to go for it at this point because it's a free turtle in the hands of Va. And Chioko, yes, he's getting chunked down low, but at the same time, there's no reason to go pick a fight. If you're Ake, you're getting the advantage, you're getting the objective, you got the turret structures, you have the wave in your hand, and now they'll be looking to try and take down the turret. But the clear coming through from Surge is there. And at the same time, Tai Lung finding something on the other side of the map. They should be able to get that tower now.
Yeah, at this point...
No?
No. Still? Oh my goodness. Still remaining standing, but Va,
but
on the other hand...
Forced to flicker out. Kyoshki right now, Tai Lung as well. I'm not really sure what Surge Titans are thinking because everything they're trying, they're not able to get that top tier 1. It must be really annoying them at this point. But also Ake just making sure they understand what control of the game means. And they were down by about 2,000. Now they're up about the same. And Tai Lung not looking like he wants to be the one that's chosen, but at the same time, you can see they go for the fight right now nonetheless, and they take down Nagi. No flicker was available. They get the kill, and now looking to take down tier 1 in the mid lane with the numbers advantage.
Indeed. Okay. Look very strong right now. He wants to go for a dive once again. Toby's
just standing there menacingly. AOG comes through, catches Kuru, but at the same time you can see he's going for the Infernal Pursuit. Tai Lung with the help of the rhythm and the beats gets a double, and now Kiyoshiki, he understands he doesn't have the damage. Toby just way too tanky at the moment.
Yeah, especially on the physical side, so we'll probably gonna have to mark by Thor, but then again, he's just a Yves here, so not really the exact burst mace you need, especially facing off against a Grok, but in this case, he does have the kill box ready, and that did give the opportunity for Tai Lung to finish off 2 members of Side AK, and 2 huge members as shutdown also on the fact that Va did fall and give a huge goal towards the South Surge Titans, namely on the hands of Tai Lung, so we can use it probably really well.
Taunt on towards Toby, but he's able to get out thanks to the power of nature. Lord is up for grabs. They want the carry sandwich. They're not going to get it. Secures the DHS. Queen's wings in the hands of Va. Gonna be sustaining a lot more. Lord Dance has begun. But at the same time, Surge Titans do not have the tower to be able to defend themselves in the mid lane nor the top side. So advantage Ake in terms of map control. But they're trying to delay the Lord.
Yeah, looks like SRG. Hang on.
Oh, for a good measure, Maku in the thick of it. Will get taken down, but gets the kill as well. And right now, Chioko in the middle gets dove upon by the Infernal Pursuit. gets the kill. Nagi here should be next on the top and block. You can see they get the wild charge on towards Kyosho. At the same time, RWM is dropped down. Kyosen not at the right spot. Finally, the Granger is the danger in the land of Dawn. Gets the double, make that a triple, trying to go for the Maniac. It's a 1v1. Will the Assassin come out on top? Understands that the Granger has a lot more damage, but he could have actually gone for more because Kiyoshi did not have the energy. And now with the help of the Retribution, Vok can get the Lord started.
Yeah, indeed. But a little risky though. Toilong is going to be the one coming in and answering towards him. Realizes that, has to force back. AK played on the safe side here. And you know, Drones, that team fight, what really cost at least Surge Titan, because they could have absolutely dominated that if not the fact that the turret was still alive and took down Tai Lung. Amongst all of that, meanwhile, Toby did get the revenge upon Kyosuke, but hang on, Chioko.
Trying to go through, just Kuru gets taunt on over Shioko, but right now you see Inferno Pursuit, all hell breaks loose, but at the same time the damage is way too much for Surge Titans to deal with. They lose out on 2, the third should be following up next, and that's Tai Lung. He gets taken down to double in the hands of Itzamaku. Kuru's the sacrifice, RWM dropped down, but Thor is in the midst of it. Kiyoshi trying to zone them away, 3 traded for 2. Ake, definitely the aggressors have the Lord as well, and now marching down the top side, they'll be looking to end the game.
But it's looking quite not good for SRG. AK is so strong right now, 3 for 2 right now, and they are looking to dive upon possibly someone alongside this blast, but no, not going to be risking it, as now 4 members of SRG are going to be alive. Tai Lung is going to be spawning in as well, but AK just have 3 in the face, so what can they benefit of this lore is the question, which I feel like is just going to go to waste.
Yeah, I think at the moment they didn't want to force the occasion. They got all the tier 2s, they got the holy shields. Although it's well past the 12-minute mark, they definitely have what they wanted and they got what they needed. So they're just backing off, making sure they buy enough time for the rest to farm up. And the longer the game goes, the more dangerous the Sicilian becomes.
Great. And the itemization can be coming up also. But then again, you could say Kyosuke is also going to be getting stronger as the game progresses, because he does have a lot of stacks with that Sky Pearson. Wind of Nature also going to be good for Mako and Va to be countered, but we don't really have an answer for the Sicilian is the problem here, especially from the side of Surge Titans. They could go for a dive in, but you're going to be met with a face full of fidget spinners, as Mako is also going to be ready for that. Besides that though, penetration is going to be quite needed for the side of Surge Titans. They don't have the magic pendant which they need, at least for the side of Tai Lung. Only after that, I feel like the team fights are going to be much more on the side of Surge Titans. Rather than that though, AK is still fighting strong. Waiting though, they can't be making any mistakes right now, and obviously so, as the Lord part of the map is going to be covered. But are they going to send someone on to that bot lane for clearing the lane and applying a bit pressure before the Lord is the question.
The Lord is up in about 45 seconds. The itemization we saw come out from Ake is absolutely on point. They have what it takes to try and take the other down. So do Surge Titans. Definitely the difference maker is going to be it's not Maku on this carry. And Tai Lung needs to dive on towards him as fast as possible. Has the burst enough to take him down, but he needs to make sure he has, you know, all the beats checked and making sure he is able to get the full stack on top of this carry, because with the itemization he has, he's gonna melt everyone like butter.
Kyushin has been doing that though, on the other hand. Toby, hang on. Might be
Right now a fight could actually break out though. Kiyoshi taken out so low. Toby creating the separation just before the Lord starts. It's really well played, because right now they don't have the range to try and shut them down. That means a steal is not possible. They have to go for a full 4v5 brawl, and that's what they're trying to do. They're trying to steal away the Lord, but not there. He sacrificed himself, Nagi, for the bigger cause, and now we'll have to run away for the rest of Surge Titans, because Ake got themselves the Lord, and they'll definitely be looking to end the game now.
Yeah, good try, but nonetheless, now you are a man down. Okay, looking to benefit off of this.
Tai Lung low.
Tai Lung.
Oh, he flicked. He got the kill. Tai Lung is down and out for the count, and then the rest of the minions are walking on the top side. They go for a flicker play as well. Just Guru is aggressive. It's the Maku gets the kill and gets the shutdown on a killing spree. They get the kill. They gives one. They kill two. They get everyone. Get the full 5-man wipeout. But the base crystal is being defended by Nagi. Just not for long enough because the Lord is urging on the top side. And you can see Ake are looking to end the game with the Lord in their hand. They might go for the finish, and yes, they are. They are your V4MS seasonal finals champion. Team Ake not losing a single game throughout the playoffs.
What a way to end it off. Okay, just dominate things so much time and time again. Doesn't matter what team you are, doesn't matter where you're from. If you're in the Surge Europe tournament, V4 Mobile Surge season finals, I mean, you're not going to stand a chance against this titan of a matchup, which again, a little bit of a comedic effect due to the fact that Surge Titans were their opponents. Nonetheless, though, it was quite a match.
Not just quite a match, it was an absolutely amazing match coming through from their side, and you can see now Surge Titans getting the short end of the stick. They got me lost for words at one point because Ake have they find a small chink in the armor and just hammer away, expose that, and now get the victory. What a game, Linwell.
Yeah, and SRG was quite good of an opponent also, I'd say, because like you said, every single time I always saw that either Tai Lung was able to was about to pop off, or Kyoshiki was about to pop off, or even they were about to get the best set of their life, but one small mistake and it all comes crumbling down. And AK are the ones who made that. They just got the shutdown time and time again, and got a good pickoff, got a good target, got a good scaling, and then at that point the Sicilian, the carry, was just too unstoppable, even to the fact that Va, besides having a little bit of a difficult early game, I believe was just able to pull through at the end. Suyo, early game hero, where is it the late game at this point?
Yeah, I think it was a one-sided story, Linville. We don't know what to say. It's completely one-sided story, and I don't think there's a way for them to actually try and get something going in their favor at this point. So, of course, right now, your champions, Ake, unbeaten throughout the entire playoffs. I'm not sure about the regular Swiss bracket, but they definitely have something about themselves.
Is that a record?
It's gotta be.
Yeah.
It's gotta be.
This is gonna make history for all the tournaments to come in the future. At least Ake is gonna be the main target for all these teams to beat, at least for the side of V4 Mobile Search Season Finals. Well,
wow,
quite interested in seeing.
It was quick too. It was quick, and it was absolutely barbaric coming through from the side of Ake. And I think at the moment we also have an interview lined up, of course, with the winning team. I believe it's, I'm not sure if it's going to be the losing team first, so just waiting to find out who it is going to be, because we definitely have Toby waiting to let us know what's up about the finals, because, hey, if we can get him in, let's just get him in.
Yeah, he's probably, he probably has a lot of words here to show for it, but then again, what was the prize pool again for the first place? 1,000 euros going towards Ake here for achieving the first place, and that is quite a lot of money here.
1,000 euros in the pockets of Ake. Oh my goodness! Absolutely well played on their side. Dominating performance. It just shows that they were the better team throughout. And now we're going to have the interview with, of course, SRG, the Surge Titans, a player from their Kyoshiki who played in the gold lane, Thank you so much for joining us, Kyoshki. I understand you ended up pulling the short draw in this one, but oh my goodness, that was something for us to watch. That was a treat. And how did you feel about the game? And what do you think you can do better?
In the first game, the Berkshire pick kinda was unexpected. We didn't expect it, you know. And the second game, probably the rotation and the fights we choose to fight and not to. When to be aggressive, when to be not. I think we can learn from that.
Yeah, I think that's the
Alright.
most important part. Learning when to pick fights and learning when not to.
Well, he did perform astonishing well also in the second game. At least did show up, getting a higher scoreboard than the side of Ake here. But nonetheless, I mean, it was like you said, those fights that he took costed it at the end. But still, nonetheless, wonderful try at least for. I mean, at least facing a chance against Ake, or at least winning the tournament. But regardless, I mean, let's give an applause.
Hey,
for
congratulations nonetheless.
Yeah.
You won second place, right?
Second place, not
Kyoshki?
bad.
It was unfortunately somebody has to win, somebody has to lose. But on that note, I know you probably don't want to do this for any long because you seem a little sad and heartbroken about it. But nonetheless, it is what it is. It happens. Any shout outs you want to give, anything you want to say, this floor is yours. It was a really good game. It was just like you said, completely unexpected coming out from their side. It's all right, but hey, definitely more in the future to look out for, right?
Yeah, I would like to give a shout out to Ake. Really good performance by them, really good rotations and everything. And thank you for having me, and thank you for hosting this tournament and casting.
Hey,
And
thank you so much.
also follow Kronos, follow Surge and everything.
Hey, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Kyoshki, for the big praises. Also, follow Linville as well while you can. But yeah, okay, he doesn't want to, but thank you so much for being here, Kyoshki. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for Kyoshki to actually come and show up, even after ended up losing that finals, of course, against Ake. And right now, we'd like to bring upon the winning team's player, of course. I believe it's going to be, of course, it's from Ake. Just need to find out who is it going to be. It's going to be Toby, ladies and gentlemen. Men, give a round of applause to welcome the winning team's player, Toby. Toby, how you doing?
Hello. I'm doing very, very good. I'm very, very happy after the games.
Yeah.
That €1,000, my friend. €1,000 is what you won. Are you excited? Are you going to give us a part of that check?
for that commentary, for sure.
He actually said yes. Hey, sure. I'm looking forward to it. But on that note, Toby, were you expecting to get that Kalea in the first game?
Honestly, I must say no. I must say no, because looking at all the games today in the Swiss stage, I thought that when Kalea is open, it's going to be perma-banned. This hero is totally unbalanced in terms of damage in the early game, in terms of healing, in terms of anything. So I thought it's gonna be permabanned, but it wasn't. So I was just happy because you saw how the game one looked. So well, it wasn't even match. Oh yeah, that I would call it like this.
Fair enough. Yeah. We'll see that. But like you mentioned earlier before, Han, AKS squad, have you guys been together for a long time? Because I remember you said it was only a couple of months ago that you guys form a team. Correct me if I'm wrong.
I mean, if I were to tell you the whole story, we would be sitting here till the dawn. So the story is really, really long. But
You know
in
what,
short, I
Toby?
would just yeah.
No, go ahead.
So in short, the story is just we play a long time together, like in different squad even. But the Ake was formed like 2 or 3 years ago. But we had breaks and we didn't play for a while and stuff like that. But yeah, in overall we play for like 5 something like that years. So
okay.
That's
All right.
absolutely nice. You know what?
Yeah.
We might host a podcast and call you guys for coming for a whole session. You know what I mean? You
Ooh.
said it's a long story. I think it would be nice if you had a podcast about it. What do you think?
Yeah, sure. If you'd like to talk
All right.
about that, sure.
Hey, champions of the seasonal finals from Surge Europe. Of course, we'd want to see that happen. But at the moment, a brilliant performance coming out in the first game with a Kalea. Game number 2, a little shaky start. But I think you guys had it when you started taking those towers, right?
I mean, the crucial part of the second game was to decide whether we want to fight or whether we want to push. And so we all decided that it's going to be better if we just take the push and we'll just rotate around the map. We'll go to there. And it worked. It worked in the end. So I think the draft was worse in the second game, but in the end, we managed to win it because we decisively started to push and we just kept our enemies near their base, so they didn't get the farm, they didn't get the space needed. So yes, I think that was the crucial part.
Yeah, it's, I mean, well rounded. I think you guys understood the assignment, knowing what to do at what time. That's what kind of separates Ake from the rest of the teams, right? So with all the detail, Linwell, you got more details about the game? Because I was gonna ask him something outside the game.
I mean, before we go on to that, I guess to the fact that you guys had so much synergy together. I guess due to the fact that you did say you have a huge, long history together, but those call-outs, those plays, timed precisely well, even in during the first game and during the second game. Uh, how long do you think it took to form that sort of? Do you guys have a deeper bond together?
I mean, honestly, we really talk a lot in Discord when we play, and
Okay.
it comes with time. When you play together for a long time, then you just get this synergy, like playing together. How others operate, how others move. So yeah, that would be it.
That's
Yeah,
nice. That's
well,
nice. All right. So now outside the game, what are you guys gonna do with that €1,000?
Well, I believe
I mean, you're
that
gonna give me a part of it. Apart from that, the remaining part of it is what I meant.
I mean, we are 5 that we played, so we will split the 1,000 into ourselves. But I believe that some of it, in my colleagues from the squad, they will probably buy something for themselves, and I believe I will just spend it for some nice date with my girlfriend, something like that. I believe.
That's nice. That's nice. That's
Yeah.
that's actually nice. Hey, look at that. They're probably gonna buy some stuff. They're probably gonna, get some, go on a nice date. Make sure you treat her to a nice steak, of course.
Yes.
You gotta treat her, man. Come on, you can't just keep playing video games the entire time, and when you win something, you can't
give
take
me
her out. Absolutely well done, the gentleman,
Congrats.
nonetheless.
Let's
Toby.
go.
Well, yeah,
Yeah.
for sure. She's been watching in the other room, so she's been kind of cheering, but I couldn't hear it because she was, as I said, in other room. But I know she's watching, so yes, I hope that she's happy and that she's proud that we won. And
That's
yes,
very supportive girlfriend. You guys got to get yourself a girlfriend like Toby. If not, at least go find an Angela player that'll play Angela for you while you're playing Gushin or something. Of course. But on that note, Toby, I don't want to keep you from your friends any longer. I don't want to keep you away from your girlfriend any longer. You can go celebrate the prize that you won. And of course, I want to ask you last thing, any shout outs? And are you looking forward to the next seasonal finals, of course?
yes, of course, I'm looking forward to it, and I hope that it's gonna be as smoothly and it will went as smoothly as this one. And if I may say something, then for sure, yes, Polska Górą and of course Lucas Gryzie. So that would be it. And thank you very much for taking me here and for, let's say, interview, and see you next time.
It's all right, bro. Thank you.
Thank you for coming.
Thank you so Thank you for being here, Toby. Have a good one. Congratulations on being the champions of this entire tournament.
Yes.
Round of applause.
All right, you know what, ladies and gentlemen, while Toby goes and celebrates, you guys can celebrate your winnings too by winning some diamonds in the chat. I know some of you won. I didn't win. I was unlucky, but I'll be looking forward to more, of course. So if you want to win these diamonds, make sure you join the Discord, follow their Instagram, follow their Twitch while you're at it, and make sure you also get and subscribe onto their YouTube channel. This was an absolutely brilliant and successful tournament. The V4MS seasonal finals, number 1. And on that note, it has been a pleasure casting alongside you, Linwell. So, you want to say something before we get out?
V4MS got the V4MS.
V4MS. But, ladies and gentlemen, on that note, we will be calling it a night. Thank you so much for being here. This is Kronos and Linville signing off. See you soon next time.
Peace.
Over the edge, feel like I'm floating through the air. The pain I felt is paid for, all is said and done. Oh, I am restricted, fixed upon the web. I need to kick the habit that my mind is breathing in. Break out, I've got to see. Spent all my life holding all of it closely. I played it innocent, a feel of discontent. I'm finally facing it all, fearless. Burning the bridge that keeps us. I'm here and I'm feeling fearless. Exaggerated, that's what you assume. The story's over now, I must conclude. I am conflicted, watching where I step still. Hanging in the balance, not the life I want to live. I want to take it all, standing tall. Fear outweighed the person you are. Oh, break out, I've got to see. Spent all my life holding all of it closely. I played it innocent, a feel of discontent. I'm finally facing it all, fearless. Fearless.